hold on.
Rob, was that all you smoked?
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Morning, everybody. Woo!
Hey, good
Morning, Joan. The smiles. Love the smiles.
I can't even tell you guys what it means that you guys think I'm smiling, because up until a few months ago, I hadn't smiled for a long time. Not because I wasn't happy, but because I just couldn't. Just put it that way. So smiling is my thing now.
I totally get that. And one of the things I realized was I hadn't been laughing as much as I used to laugh. So now I actively seek out things that will make me laugh so that I can get that in, you know. But I used to love to smile really big, and I'm in the process of dental work. So right. I can't smile big right now because one of my teeth in the front over here, it's temporary. And sometimes I feel like I can't smile that big, you know? So
you still smile big, Michelle.
Thank you. I noticed that I cover my mouth a lot, and I definitely don't smile as big as I did before, but it's temporary. I'll be back smiling huge again. But I'm glad that people are just connecting with how happy everyone is. And that, you know, Joan, when you are smiling so big like that, that's a transmission in itself. And the comments that are in the chat room are so warm and loving and kind. And it's exactly what we all needed, you know, it just. You know,
I want to say this to everybody who has teeth, since we all have teeth, okay? And teeth, when they work, are great. When you have problems, they're not. And I realize that I'm still covering my face a lot just because of those old memories of not being just, you know. So I want to send blessings to all parts of our body. Let's just heal our teeth, our eyes, our face, our little zits, our stomach, liver, gallbladder, fingers, like back. Send out love. When's the last time you told your teeth you loved them? So this is for everybody.
Good idea.
True, huh? All right, we're live, everybody. So welcome everybody to day 4 of the Portal to Ascension conference. This is the pre-show here. We're gonna start officially with our first presenter in about 10 to 15 minutes. And I am just like in awe of yesterday. And you know, I went and played golf yesterday afterwards, and I had like the most epic swing I've ever had because I've been practicing, and and it was literally, I could tell it was a direct connection from the experiencer panel. Because I was like, I just felt like this liberation where it was like showing in my bodies in the movement that I was doing. Like it just felt just so connected. I mean, it was profound. If anybody hasn't seen the panel from yesterday, or even the entire conference, check it out. But definitely go back and you can check out the panels. It's its own video on both Alan's YouTube and my YouTube.
Oh, you already got that up. That's sweet.
Yeah, it was live yesterday.
Praying mantis? Sorry.
What's up? I know, right?
Praying mantis means.
But Neil, I think that's a great example that, you know, when you come into alignment, everything comes into alignment. You know, when the mental, the physical, and it is an activation. I think we've been going through an activation the last 3 days, you know, and so it seems to affect everyone watching and playing and participating and commenting. So comment in the chat if you're watching, be a part of this, because you are a part of this.
I think we're still in the portal. Okay, we stepped into the portal on Friday morning, and we're still there. Like, we're all waking up kind of sleepy. Where's your coffee? You know, let's come back. And this is going to be a very juicy day.
Yes. The sense of community is just what I'm really loving. But yes, go ahead, Shreya.
I was just going to say, there is some intel that there's big things happening in Taiwan and South Africa right now. I'm sure many, many other places on the planet. But if we could join our beautiful hearts together to send love to the people in Taiwan right now, and to send love to the people in South Africa who are doing this mighty work right now, really imagine the highest outcome for the planet, for these beings who have the highest good of humanity in mind, who are stepping out and being brave and doing what they need to do right now. We love you. We appreciate you. In Taiwan, people say things are unstoppable, but we don't believe anything's unstoppable if it's not for the highest good. And so we want to see the highest outcome for Taiwan, for the world, for South Africa, for each and every Australia. Yes.
Everywhere.
Canada.
Yeah.
Man, we're overrun. We're overrun up here.
Overrun with what? Are you overrun?
Mandates.
Our Trudeau government, we're
Mandates,
overrun by the
right.
Trudeau.
In the world beyond all this, so completely healed and well and up leveled to where we've digested the lessons of all this contrast and we've moved through it. We're in the new dawn and the new day. Let's take that forward into our day today and always, every day. Woo-hoo!
Yes, yes. So I want to take a moment here and acknowledge all the people that are tuning in, listening to us right now. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody on YouTube. I think Facebook and Instagram are down right now, and WhatsApp is down for sure. Instagram's not uploading. Facebook isn't uploading. So something's going on there. So, everybody that connect on this YouTube video a little bit later today, hopefully you can share it out. I also want to let everyone know that I started a Portal to Ascension Telegram group. So I'm going to post it again right now. If you guys are interested in, being in part of the Telegram group, there it is in all the chats. And please do connect with us there.
Right.
So keep going, guys. So tell me, I don't know, what are some of the highlights that you're waiting for today? Maybe I should just show the schedule and we should go over it.
Yeah, let's do that, Neil. That's good. We could talk about each person because I think starting with Adrian, I think it's great. Adrian runs the Disclosure Fest and I think he's a very important person in the movement for disclosure. I mean, the last thing I attended with Michelle works with Adrian all the time. So talk about the last Disclosure Fest, Michelle, and how amazing that was.
Oh my gosh. Well, in 2019, we had 20,000 people at Los Angeles State Historic Park. We had 16 stages on 32 acres. And in 2020, we chose not to do a Disclosure Fest live, but we did it online. And many of you were a part of that. And this year we did it on private Chumash land in Los Angeles. And it was much smaller, but many people, Alan, you were there with the Hurtaks, and there were so many incredible people there. It was a lot smaller, but it was the intimacy just gave a burst of energy to everyone there. We had people letting us know that they said it was their favorite Disclosure Fest because they met such high caliber people with beautiful, radiant hearts. And it was a very vibrant festival. We had the women of the One Drum there, and I think they really kept the heartbeat going. There are many women from different tribes that gather and played the big grandmother drums, and anybody who wanted to play the drum could. So that was really spectacular. And we had Azteca dancers and, a lot of Native Americans that kicked us off with a prayer and a blessing for all the people there. So it really was high vibe.
I was at a Disclosure Festival in Washington, D.C. in front of the Lincoln Memorial that Adrian put together. That was epic.
There were 10,000 people at that one.
And I'm pushing for us to all go back there and make it like a huge thing for all the disclosure people. We'll see if that comes together. But I think that's what we need. We need these public gatherings and these main places to call attention from the press and get our movement out there. Like all the great movements of the past, we've been, we're sort of still behind the scenes, but Portal to Ascension is about a planetary ascension, which is the ascension of consciousness, which Disclosure Fest.
One of the things I love about that, and I just want to throw that out there, we'll say this when we introduce him, but Adrian really uses children, not uses children, but he honors children. Okay, so we had a lot of children there that we're singing the invocations during the mass meditation. And that's the whole purpose of Disclosure Fest, is to do these mass meditations to get everybody meditating on, you know, clearing out all that past karma and drama and rising in consciousness and bringing peace and harmony and love and unity and joy into the field, and really amplifying it with all of us joined together. And using the children to sing with the purity of their hearts was epic, epic.
Yeah, which one? This past one you're talking about, or was that the one?
Mm-hmm. This last one, we had the children singing, and Iamone is a beautiful kirtan singer, and she's a musician, and she organized it. And then the women of the one drum were drumming, and Shiva Ray led the meditation. She's very, very amazing yoga instructor and so much more. She's an earth keeper. And
so let's get to the official introduction for Adrian when we start, right? Because if we do that beforehand, we won't be able to do the rest of them here.
Right.
So let's.
Okay, who else? And then we have Omar after. Yeah. Omar, yeah, there he is.
All right, Omar.
What are you going to talk about today, Omar?
I am, excuse me. I am talking about layers of consciousness and how many different types of layers there are. And also I'll be doing the Om mantra and showing people what the Om really means, and how to do the Om, and how to reach different levels of consciousness, and how to use your chakras when you are doing the Om, so that you can get into the fourth level of consciousness, which is nothing. So we want to get into the state of nothing, because out of nothing, as I stated the other day, everything manifests from there. So that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about, and sharing other mantras and chanting from other cultures from around the world, just to show an example on how other cultures use the tone of their voices to reach higher vibrations and frequencies to go into that state of mind. So I'll be sharing a little bit of that, but mostly it's going to be on the Om.
Great.
Right. And then we have Flo Karuna, who's another individual that I recently connected with, similar to the kind of connections that I made with Tarek, which is an individual that I didn't know too much about. And he has a pretty big following on Instagram, over 100,000, I think, on there. And he's his name of his page is Starseeds, and does all this information and awareness for Starseeds. And he did his own Starseed event, all-day conference that I helped out by allowing him to use my Zoom room, since, you know, it can accommodate those kind of numbers. And he's going to be on today giving us a download of Starseed awareness. And pretty soon he's going to have his whole Starseed course on our website too, that's going to go through different ET races, their connection with us and our ancestry, our origins. So that's going to be an exciting one. Rob is going to be hosting Omar and also Flo. And then following him, we have Marguerite. And this lady, she's been on Gaia. She's been doing this work for a long time. And Joan and I are going to co-interview her. We're going to go into some ancient Greek information, the mystery schools of Greece, and the oracle energy there, and then tie that into current times and disclosure. And this lady, I've got an event with her in 2 months called the miraculous something of immaculate conception. Basically, we're going to be going through like multiple, 10 plus different virgin story births, and connecting the dots of what it really means through metaphors and symbolism. Wow. So we're gonna have that conversation today. JJ Desiree Hurtak with Alan and Brandon is gonna be at 1 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just say something about that. We're going to be talking about non-local consciousness as it connects to these ET realities. It also sort of be a primer for the upcoming remote viewing course that we're doing here on Portal to Ascension. You just want to bring up that course for a second? Boom. And yeah, this is 4 weeks, and actually Hurtaks will be there 1 week, because they've been studying this for 40 years. They work with Elizabeth Rauscher. JJ wrote a book with Russell Targ. Actually, Russell Targ himself may come on the first class to answer questions at the end of my kind of general introduction. So this is 4 weeks, and you will learn how to access that part of the non-local consciousness. And for those of taken this course before, it'll be even a deeper level of that awareness. And we're going to go into other things as well as moving the assemblage point, which is a castellated thing, and past, present, and future remote viewing. So it's the ability to understand that the mind is non-local. We have access to that. And in a way, I just read this quote, Neil. It said, the mind is the only cosmic being. It is the only thing that's real. All phenomena, including ourselves, exist inside this greater mind. And we are all this thing that we're carrying around as the receiver of the greater mind, but you're more than that. And you're more than this receiver. You are the non-local awareness. And well, that's the course. But so today with the Hurtaks, we'll be talking about that. We'll talk about the ET's reality and talk about JJ and Desiree's cosmology.
Yes.
So,
And I'm just gonna drill through the rest of them in the next 30 seconds, just because we want to get started with today. So, okay, no, you did perfectly. I'm just talking about the rest of them here. So, and with the remote viewing course, there's unlimited replay access, like every single one. So if you can't attend, you can always check it back, especially with remote viewing. I mean, practice makes perfect, right? So checking it back and going back to it over and over will help. Then after that, we have Jonathan Goldman, who did a pre-record for me, which I'm just excited that I work with Jonathan Goldman, and like he like even messages me, because this guy like really inspired me to do all the work that I'm doing with sound and frequency. So we got a little special thing from him. Kathleen Marden, who was on the Experiencer panel yesterday, she's going to be on today. Lori Spagna right after her, and who was on the Ascension panel on Friday. Followed by, oops, this has not been changed yet. Excuse me. This should be somebody else. I'm going to update you later because I have to check. And then we ending with the Extraterrestrial / Interdimensional Energy panel today. So a lot of exciting things in store. Strap on your seatbelts and let's begin.
okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring Michelle on. Michelle, Adrian did send me a video. So should we do it that I play the video, then you introduce him, and then we can bring him on? How do you want to do it?
You can do that. And I just wanted to say it's Paul Wallace you replaced for this
Thank you.
week.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Thank you so much.
We're all on it.
I'm interviewing Paul Wallace. And if you saw my last interview with Paul Wallace, it was so epic. So this is going to be a great conversation.
That's Paul's books out there, Omar has.
Yep.
Escaping from Eden. That sounds
Whoa.
great.
Yeah. What did you want us to do?
This is from Escaping from Eden, and this is the sequel that he put out, The Scars of Eden.
Wow.
And he's currently working on the third book of the Eden series.
Great.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play the video, Michelle, and then all of us other hosts are going to go silent, switch our cameras off, and it's all yours. Okay.
And find out where we're doing Disclosure Fest this year, Michelle.
Hi everyone, this is Adrian Vallera with Disclosure Fest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles, primarily focusing on 6 initiatives. Our mass meditation initiative, a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival, Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, Starseed, our children's initiative, our clean air initiative, tree planting, forest restoration, our beach and river cleanup initiative, and our Every Elder initiative.
For me, it's about sparking something in humanity and our creativity and our passion for being with each other and the planet. It just makes my heart smile.
One of our initiatives that we're most known for is the Mass Meditation Initiative, which happens every year, summer solstice, in Los Angeles State Historic Park. Up to 22,000 people. This is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. So we kind of touch on all these different ways for people to activate our higher consciousness. Meditation, workshops, and so many indigenous elders from numerous tribes come and inspires people to tap into a different frequency, something that sparks and activates our being. One of our most important initiatives is called Feed Our Souls, or Homeless Initiative, where we do these mini pop-up festivals in Skid Row, working with our homeless brothers and sisters on the streets, and bring different organic, plant-based foods, healing sanctuaries, a space for children, clothes, barbers, showers.
Can we show up and can we support each other? This is an honor for us to show up, to be present with our neighbors.
I'd say my favorite time was Feed Our Souls on Skid Row. The joy you see when somebody gets treated like a human and helps you connect back to that we're all connected.
One of our other initiatives that we do at Disclosure Fest Foundation is our Starseed initiative. We go into schools where our children are dealing with severe poverty or actual homelessness. So we bring a curriculum into these schools with different teachers, yoga teachers, instructors, sound healers, and we bring 100% plant-based foods.
This love and aloha, these peaceful vibrations, Jah.
So bringing these mindful meditation, yoga, sound healing, parkour, Jedi basketball to schools like this and work with children that are working with so much trauma. It's a healing exchange for these children and also the community of volunteers, instructors and teachers that join us.
They get to really drop into their ninja self and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of.
We all feel equal here.
Yeah.
When I found Disclosure Fest Foundation, it helped me find more purpose in my life. Living a life of service has helped my depression.
One of the first initiatives that we introduced in 2017 is our Clean Air Initiative. This initiative partners with multiple foundations like Tree People and Arroyo Seco. We plant trees and restore forests and waterways. We restored waterways on multiple mountains. We planted over 26,000 trees.
The trunk of the tree wants to be in the sun and in the wind and the air.
The tree that I just planted is called Coast Live Oak, which is the most important species that here in California, the lungs of Santa Monica Mountains.
This initiative is also designed to activate our root. When you're planting a tree and your hands are in the soil, you're remembering that connection with Mother Earth. Also in 2017, we introduced our Beach and River Cleanup Initiative, partnering with other foundations like Heal the Bay, Oceans Conservancy. It's great for the community to come out, put their feet in the sand, connect with the earth. Within a few years, we picked up over almost 30,000 pounds of trash. Some of the things you learn, how this trash affects our marine life and their habitat. And making a difference in the survival of that ecosystem is so important for the community. So in 2020, one of our newest initiatives that we partnered with Alma is our Every Elder Initiative. This is an initiative where we and our volunteers go into convalescent homes, retirement homes, assisted living, and just sit and listen to our elders. A lot of them have been forgotten, and we bring meditation and sound healing, industrial crafts, musicians that can sing a song. And when you can bring the community together, it's such a beautiful, amazing thing. Disclosure Fest is all about being of service, and just know you can be a part of something that serves a homeless person in the streets, a child, or Mother Earth, or our oceans. So join us at Disclosure Fest Foundation. You can go to disclosurefest.org.
Everything we do is volunteer-based, so whether it's coming to a tree planting or joining us at Feed Our Souls, any one of our initiatives requires the energy and the passion of the people in our community around us.
If you feel called, on our website you can sign up an application to become a volunteer. We'd love to have you, or support us in donations.
And if you feel really strongly about one of our initiatives in particular, we can make sure to direct your donation to that initiative. So please don't hesitate.
And love to see you soon.
Wow. I absolutely love that video because it really shows the way that Adrian Vallera weaves people together in the spirit of service. And he is another amazing, pure-hearted soul, just like Neil is. Yay, you're on with us. Adrian, I'm so glad you're here. In honor of you and the fact that I have Pilates today, this is what I wear to Pilates.
Hey.
Our 2019 t-shirt, our Disclosure Fest Mass Meditation t-shirt. But I want to get to the meditation, but I just want to let people know that I see what you did in taking the path and the route that you did to get to where you are now. And a lot of people might not know that you started your career in the music industry and that you were a concert promoter, promoting for clubs like the Whiskey A Go-Go and the Roxy Theater, which I used to visit quite often on the Sunset Strip during my heyday. Oh. And that you worked and discovered bands like Linkin Park, System of a Down, Hoobastank, Papa Roach, and really launched their careers. So seeing that you did that with these bands and seeing how big you made them, but then seeing the leap that you took out of the music industry where you were head of A&R for Sony Music and Elektra Records and No Name Worldwide. And then you combine that with your love for meditation and UFO research and your love for Mother Earth and all life upon her and in every realm and dimension. It's a perfect blending of where you are now. And you know, I've always said that I really appreciate that you stick to, you are 100% vegan, and at the Feed Our Souls initiative, you use plant-based vegan foods. Everything is so high vibration, and I love that the video highlights the work you do with the children with Jedi basketball and the peace. I saw the peace sticks, and you just bring it all together. Alan wanted me to ask you before you get into our meditation. He wanted me to ask you where the next one was going to be and when you're going to do it. We did do it this year already on the in June. And I did talk about that before you got on. I kind of went overboard, so I apologize to our audience that I was so excited about the things that you've done with 10,000 people in Washington, D.C. And Alan talked about that, and 20,000 people in 2019 at Los Angeles State Historic Park. And this year we had such an intimate experience. I don't know how many people were there, maybe 1,000 or 1,500 maybe?
Yeah, 1,000.
In Los Angeles on Chumash land, and it was intimate, it was beautiful. And I know that the mass meditation, in addition to being something that helps the world and helps all life in all realms and dimensions, it's also the impetus that does the fundraising for all your initiatives. So do you have another one planned? That's what Alan wanted me to ask you.
Yeah, so thank you for having me on. It's been such an amazing 3 days, and now 4th day, which I'm sure is just filled with just a bunch of epicness, if that's a word. Thank you for the introduction and all the good things. We are planning every summer solstice, we're planning Disclosure Fest and the Mass Meditation Initiative, and we are definitely going to be here in Los Angeles, working really closely with California State Parks and talking to some really big artists that are going to bring this event to a whole nother level. And, we've gone through this beautiful, amazing transformational time in this last 20 months of beauty and shadow and overcoming. So it's really amazing seeing so many people awakened and remembering from so much work that we've been doing through so many different timelines.
You really bring the ancient together with the future and anchor it in the now. That's kind of how I see that what you're doing with all of these things.
Yeah, it's been, we can't really move forward without healing the past, or it just it's a little harder, and so much is going on with all these vibrations there. I mean, we have been hit with so much energy and vibration that is new to us, and it's so instant in everything. Like the second we are thinking about anything, we are manifesting. And it's so interesting because we tend to also get caught up with the energies of fear and anxiety and frustration, and it because it's so instant, it's really important to remember to shift back into your heart and into the reality that we would like to manifest for ourselves at this moment, which is also this meditation that we're going to be doing here today. So yeah.
These past 3 days, Adrian, have been epic, and we have seen a worldwide audience come together and be inspired by all of our speakers, and the theme that's been weaving through this whole amazing event that Neil has put on. And I know he does a lot of this behind, by himself, and he also has Tanya Fitzgerald. How come I always forget Tanya's last name? Fitzpatrick, behind the scenes helping as well. And we're seeing, just like you started with, community and love pulsing out, and people feeling inspired and hopeful. And I know that when you lead these mass meditations, and you have done many of them in the past, this year I talked about how Shiva Ray facilitated our 2021 with Iamone and the children and the women of the One Drum. But you get such beautiful downloads, Adrian, and I've had the privilege to do meditations with you by myself. And even when I've been struggling, you've come in and opened my heart again. And I thank you so much for who you are in this world and who you are to me. So I don't want to take up any more time. I really just want to get to your meditation and feel what I always feel when you lead me on a meditation.
Yay. Oh, thank you so much, Michelle. You are the love of my life, and I'm so happy and blessed to have you on this journey with Disclosure Fest, as well as everyone, that's part of this event. Super grateful to Neil and Soul for really, taking the time to put together something like this, because it's just needed. There's so much going on right now. It's beautiful to see everyone together. So yeah, it's really happy to be here, and really happy to share with this community a meditation. So should we just get right into it?
I think we should.
Awesome. All right, everyone. Let's take some deep breaths.
It's Patrick Fitzgerald. Ugh.
Let's keep taking some deep breaths, filling our lungs and our diaphragm, feeling into our bodies, hearing our breath, hearing our heartbeat, feeling our connection to whatever we're sitting on, that's on this beautiful earth, our great mother. Feel into that connection with our great mother, deeper and deeper. As we breathe in, let's ask Gaia to share in her frequency, to share in her heart with us. As we breathe in our great mother's heart into our root, filling our bodies, our light bodies and our aura with our great mother. This cleansing, nurturing energy filled with love and compassion. As we exhale, let's bring that energy back down as we filter that, as we ask our great mother to filter and help us cleanse some of that energy that's stuck in our bodies, our light bodies, our aura, any energies that are not being of service. Let's take that deep breath and fill again that earth energy into our hearts, our bodies, our minds, our spirits, our aura, our light body, and exhale back down. Feeling clearer, more weightlessness. One more deep breath, bringing that in from our roots. Exhaling it back down into our bodies, into our ground, into the Great Mother as she filters and cleanses and heals. Shifting our energy, our attention to the sun, our great sun in the sky. Father Sun connected to all the suns powered by the central sun. Let's take a deep breath and bring a golden call of light down, filling into our crowns, down our channel, our body, and into the ground. As this beautiful column of golden light comes through and cleanses, heals, let's take another deep breath from the center of the sun, bringing that column of golden light down all the way, passing through our bodies, healing, clearing all that's not being of service to us, coming all the way through our bodies into the ground. And picture, as you will, a root like from a tree growing from our tailbones into the ground, burrowing so deep it penetrates the earth's core. As now we are in the earth's core, the heart of our Great Mother, let's take a deep breath, filling this root, bringing that energy all the way up, back into the root, filling our body, our light bodies, and our aura. Taking that energy into our hearts, filling our heart space with our Great Mother's heart. And now again from the sun, taking a deep breath and bringing that golden column of light from the sun, filling our heart space. As our hearts are filled with this swirling green and pink energies from our Great Mothers and our Father Sun, filling our heart space so bright. If we were able to see ourselves, we wouldn't be able to, because our hearts are so bright, overcoming this beautiful, vast light from our hearts. We thank you, we're humbled, we're filled with humility. Thank you, Great Mother. Thank you, Great Father. Feeling so charged, so light, so clear, filled with love. If you will now, as we're sitting here in the space of connectedness to our Great Mother and our Great Father, and we shift our gaze to our mind's eye and we see in front of us two doors. A door on the right and a door on the left. As we peek through this door on the right, we see this reality we've all been experiencing here on this planet. For how many years you have been in this creation, in this life, and so many timelines and dimensions prior. Let's really look through this door. Let's see so many awakened people from so many timelines, feeling in alignment with this mass awakening. Let's take a moment to look deeper through this door, through this dimension. Let's take a moment and for ourselves take a journey through all these realities we face. And I want you to look at the realities that are in alignment with you, and also the realities that are in unalignment with you. There's so much we've been working on to shift back into our hearts. So let's really take this journey now, and one by one, as much as you can, let's examine everything in alignment in this dimension and everything that is not in alignment and is not in service of our greatest power, our greatest good for all that is. Take this time, take this moment to look through all of these realities we have created and decipher what is and what is not in alignment with you anymore. Take this moment. As you're taking this journey, this could be with governments, politicians, family, loved ones, friends, anything. Just examine this reality of what is and what is not in alignment. Thank you for taking this journey. Let us now step into and download from our great mother and our Father, Son in the sky, true source, unity energy. Let's download humility into ourselves, a full and ultimate total humility. Surround and download within our internal being total love, resonating in the frequency of humility and total love. And now downloading and remembering and resonating in complete and total forgiveness. I forgive. And you fill the blank. I forgive. I forgive you. I forgive me. I forgive you. I forgive myself. I forgive you, elites, governments. I forgive myself. I forgive. As we're now transferring this forgiveness with total love to transmute a reality and to one that is resonating and is in alignment for our well-being in the future of our densities. Let's break and end all old contracts and heal all old contracts and wounds on a multidimensional timeline. Seeing these cords connected to us that are still transmuting emotions and healings. Let us now remove these cords, but before we remove these cords to old contracts and old wounds and healing all timelines, let's fill again our hearts from the sun, taking a deep breath of golden light filling our hearts. So bright, and another deep breath from our great mother's heart in the center of the earth, bringing it all the way up and filling our heart space. As we see our heart space fully illuminated, filled with love, let's now send only love and forgiveness through these cords, connecting us to so much, to so many wounds and timelines. And we let everyone know that the final energy, the final emotion passing through these cords is going to be unconditional total love. Let's breathe into our heart space. Bring that energy down from our hearts into our solar plexus and pushing that love frequency, that total love through these cords. As we now allow these cords to disintegrate before our eyes, stepping into our true power. Let's really think about who you want to be in this world, what example you want to be as we're now stepping and filling ourselves into our power. I want to be of service to others. I want to share in love. I want to help people remember the connectedness, the oneness of the universe. Let us now think about all these attributes, these. How are you filling your cup? And as you go through this for a moment, let's now keep taking deep breaths and bringing the earth's energy into our hearts and the sun's energy into our hearts. As we really fill ourselves back into our power and how we want to show up for ourselves and all sentient beings. And all sentient beings, how do we want to show up for all sentient beings? As we keep filling our heart space with the energy from our great mother's heart and our father son's heart, healing, cleansed, charged. As we now shift our gaze to this other door on the left side, the side of our hearts. As we gaze through this door and we see our planetary reality in this dimension, a planet where all beings are filled with love for all sentient beings, a planet of nature, of unity, total community, compassion, committed to source energy, truly, truly connected to intelligent infinity. Let us now walk through this door into this dimension. Learn to vibrate at this new frequency. Be ready for this next density. Thank you for taking this journey with me. As we breathe back into our bodies, feeling the air in the room, moving your toes and your fingers, and opening your eyes back into this portal to ascension.
I didn't lie. I told the truth when I said that you bring us all to a place that connects us all back together. And I love how you bring the great central sun and Mother Gaia together in our hearts. I feel it, Adrian. And, you know, I noticed that everybody on our host panel, everybody Neil has brought together, Neil himself, are so aware of the weaving of the masculine and the feminine energies and us anchoring both of those in our own hearts. So thank you for bringing that through. And thank you for the way that you languaged, you know, for the greatest good of all that is. That's been a big theme of this conference as well. And I love that you always use love, gratitude, and forgiveness. And the way that you stepped us into walking us through, I love you, I forgive you, and fill in the blank. That was a big piece. It was a big piece for me to be able to forgive myself and forgive others. And I think, you know, the way that you languaged that whole meditation, we just all felt it. Thank you for bringing us into this new dimension through going through the left door. Incredible, Adrian. You know, and it's interesting in the chat, I noticed Harry from, I think it was Harry from Australia was saying some beautiful things. And Omar was talking about how the sun wants to reconnect with each of us. I think that was Omar. And you brought in the sun in the meditation. So absolutely perfect. I love you, love you, love you. And
Dude, thank you for having me on.
You're so welcome. We'll see you soon.
Awesome. Total love.
Total love.
Amazing. That was amazing.
Oh,
Absolutely
wasn't it,
amazing.
Rob?
Oh.
He brings it, you know. I have to go to Pilates. I was like, I'll be late. I wanted to do that
I
meditation.
love his mission too, especially the helping of the elders. And the elders are they're so important, and people disregard the elders. You know, we sit at their feet and we learn from them. They gave us these life lessons we wouldn't be where we are now without them. And to give back to them is so incredible. I enjoy that so much. You know, Paul Wallace says it a lot. He says, you know, we sit at the feet of the elders. So that is his term, but I used it because it is imperative that we do that.
And he brings the elders and the children together. You know, when I had the after party here at my house with the live band, we had people in their 70s and 80s here, and they have such stories to tell. And one of the things that Adrian always says is to listen to our elders. They have so much to share with us. You know, that's why he started that program, so that they could be heard and felt and seen and appreciated. Thank you for bringing that up, Rob. I love you. I love this conference. Too. I'm so glad to be a part of it, and I'll see you all back here this afternoon.
You got it. You got it. So I get a special privilege now, and that is to introduce not only my best friend, he is my brother. He is a part of my family. He is in the community, I believe, an unsung hero in the fact of his research is never ending. He is a forever student, and he is tackling consciousness. He actually gave me the ability to go inside and really introspectively look at my own consciousness. I love this man to death. He's from Watchers Talk TV. His name is Omar. Omar, I just wanted to show you that I am eternally grateful for you. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to his YouTube, go and do it, because not only is he is cultivating consciousness for himself, he's doing it for everybody else out there. And he is always giving back in that manner. And he has my utmost respect. And it is my utmost privilege and honor to introduce Omar from Watchers Talk TV.
Thank you very much, Rob. That was beautiful. And I love you too, brother. You're a homie. And I appreciate everything that you're doing for the community in helping spread the seeds of consciousness and enlightening people and being that candle in the darkness. So I appreciate you very much. All right, guys, I don't got much time here because my presentation is a little bit long. So I'm just going to get right into it. I'm going to share my screen. Let me make sure that it's open in the back. Let me know if you can see this, Rob.
We're good. We see it.
All right, cool. Thank you. All right, guys, welcome to the final day of Portal to Ascension's Ascension Conference. My name is Omar. I'm with Watchers Talk, a host, and coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia. Today, I'm going to be talking about consciousness and the layers of consciousness and the Om mantra. So let's take a quick listen here. This is what we're going to be talking about, and we're going to be discussing the Om and what it means and how we can utilize the Om in our day-to-day lives to increase our awareness and increase our consciousness. So if you guys listen, there's a way to do the Om. Now take notice on how the Om is being presented to us. So we'll move on. Don't need to listen to too much of this. We'll get to hear this in a little bit. So consciousness is an individual state of awareness of their environment, thoughts, feelings, or sensations. In order to experience consciousness, one must be both awake and aware. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit about this in a little while, because there's a little bit difference in being awoke and being awake. So consciousness is a quality or state of being aware of an external object or something within oneself, such as thoughts, feelings, memories, or sensations. It has also been defined in the following ways: sentience, awareness, subjectivity, the ability to experience or to feel wakefulness, having a sense of selfhood, and the executive control system of the mind. Now, for over 2,000 years, questions surrounding human consciousness, such as how the everyday inner workings of our brains give rise to a single cohesive reality and a sense of an individual self, have been baffling philosophers from Plato to Descartes. Descartes is noted for his dualist theory of consciousness, in which the physical body is separate from the internal mind. He also gave us the most famous summary of human consciousness: I think, therefore I am. The rest we'll talk about here in a little bit. Let's talk about the current research on consciousness. Today, the primary focus of consciousness research is on understanding what consciousness means, both biologically and physiologically. It questions what it means for information to be present in consciousness and seeks to determine the neural and psychological correlates of consciousness. Issues of interest include phenomena such as perception, subliminal perception, blind sight, insomnia, brainwash during or brainwaves during sleep, and altered states of consciousness produced by psychoactive drugs or spiritual or meditative techniques. That's essentially talking about mushrooms, acid, ayahuasca, DMT, things like that that can help us to raise that awareness in our mind to connect to the higher self. So let's talk about the Mayans and the Inca on the consciousness, what they thought. First appearing in the historical records of the ancient Mayans and Incan civilization, various theories of multiple levels of consciousness have pervaded spiritual, psychological, medical, and moral speculation in both Eastern and Western cultures. Consciousness can be defined as human awareness to both internal and external stimuli. Because of occasional and sometimes substantial overlap between hypotheses, there have recently been attempts to combine perspectives from new models and that integrate components of separate viewpoints. The ancient Mayans were among the first to propose an organized sense of each level of consciousness, its purpose, and its temporal connection to humankind, because consciousness incorporates stimuli from the environment as well as internal stimuli. The Mayans believed it to be the most basic form of existence capable of evolutions. The Incas, however, considered consciousness a progression not only of awareness, but of concern for others as well. Now, John Locke is a 17th century philosopher was one of the first to speak and write on consciousness. He believed that our identity was tied to our consciousness, which he essentially defined as what passes through a man's mind or memories. He also asserted that our consciousness is not tied to our physical bodies and that it can survive even after our physical bodies die. In fact, Locke held that consciousness could be transferred from one soul to another. Now, who is John Locke? John Locke was an English philosopher and physician widely regarded as one of the most influential of Enlightenment thinkers and commonly known as the father of liberalism. René Descartes addressed the idea of consciousness in the 17th century. He set out to answer the questions of how it is possible that our consciousness, a non-physical thing, can come from our bodies, a physical thing. The explanation he came up with was called Cartesian dualism. In short, consciousness resides within an immaterial domain he called res cogitans, the realm of thought, in contrast to the domain of material things, which he called the realm of extension. He suggested that the incarnation between these two domains occurs inside the brain. Now let's quickly familiarize ourselves with who is René Descartes. René Descartes was a French philosopher, mathematician, and scientist who invented analytic geometry, linking the previously separate fields of geometry to algebra. He spent a large portion of his working life in a Dutch republic, initially serving the Dutch States Army of Maurice of Nassau, Prince of Orange, and the stadtholder of the United Provinces. One of the most notable intellectual figures of the Dutch Golden Age, Descartes is also widely regarded as one of the founders of modern philosophy. Now, Sigmund Freud, while Eastern perspectives on consciousness have remained relatively stable over the centuries, fluctuations in theories have come to define the Western perspective. One of the most popular Western theories is that of Sigmund Freud, medical doctor and father of psychoanalytic theories. Freud divided human consciousness into three levels of awareness: the conscious, pre-conscious, and unconscious. Each of these levels corresponds and overlaps with Freud's ideas of the id ego, the superego, the me. The conscious level consists of all the things we are aware of, including things we know about ourselves and our surroundings. The pre-conscious consists of things that we could pay conscious attention to if we so desired, and is where many memories are stored for easy retrieval. Freud saw the pre-conscious as comprised of thoughts that are unconscious at the particular moment in question, but that are not repressed and are therefore available for recall and easily capable of becoming conscious. For example, the tip of the tongue effect, which I've had a number of times over this conference where, you know, I remembered something, but I just couldn't spit it out. So that's in the ether. The unconscious consists of things that are outside of conscious awareness, including many memories, thoughts, and urges of which we are not aware. Much of what is stored in the unconscious is thought to be unpleasant or conflicting. For example, sexual impulses that are deemed unacceptable. While these elements are stored out of our awareness, they are nevertheless thought to influence our behavior. So the subconscious really makes 90% of our decisions, and the 10% is just simply idling and just going with what the subconscious is suggesting and what it wants to do. So in the traditional yoga meditation, reality expresses or manifests itself in 4 levels of consciousness and 3 domains of consciousness. 4 levels of consciousness are waking, conscious, and the gross level; dreaming, unconscious, and the subtle level; deep sleep, subconscious, casual level; consciousness, absolute, and the 4th level. Now, the 4th level is what I've been talking about, is that is a no thing, which is nothing. 3 domains of consciousness are state of consciousness, state of mind, and states of manifestation. Now, the Om mantra and the 7 levels of consciousness talk about this. The Om mantra is a roadmap for sadhana, spiritual practices, written as either Om, A-U-M, or O-M. It is not for the person who seeks only the shallow waters of spiritual life, but rather for those who strive to realize and direct experience the depth of the absolute reality. These are 4 main levels of consciousness outlined in the Om mantra, along with 3 transition levels, which is a total of 7 levels. Which of these is experienced on the inner journey of meditation and contemplation? So what does sadhana mean? Sadhana is a Sanskrit term used to refer to daily spiritual practices. Sadhana represents a disciplined surrendering of their ego in which the practitioner uses tools such as asana, pranayama, meditation, and chanting on a daily basis. Sadhana is also means of forging a ritual connection with God or universal energy. So that means, connecting with yourself because you are an expression of that God energy. It encourages the practitioner known as the sadhaka to use self-discipline in order to achieve power over the ego and maintain connection with universal oneness. With regular daily practice, the practitioner continuously realigns his or her inner ego or inner self, slowly progressing toward the very ultimate expression of consciousness known as the samadhi, otherwise known as a trance. So let's listen to this really quickly here again, guys. Okay, so now let's explore. As I was saying earlier, there are a number of different levels.
I didn't hear the sound.
You don't hear the sound?
It says, did you click share computer sound when you shared screen?
No, it says audio settings. Just let me just check that here.
So stop your share and then restart your share, but select share computer audio.
Okay.
So I'll help you here. Stop screen. Okay, now go back to Zoom, click share, and then at the bottom it says share sound.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it, brother.
Yeah, we heard the first one because we heard it through your speakers, so it's all good. Just
okay. Let me know if you can hear this one.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Notice how it's being flattened out and there's a weight in between the A and the M. We'll get to that here right away. So not only does the sound vibration of Om represents the 4 levels of consciousness, so too does the visual symbol. Now, when you're beginning the meditations or when you're beginning to use the Om mantra, you can do it in 2 different ways. Either you can listen to the Om mantra on audio like we are, or you can visually look at the symbol and use the Om mantra that way in your own mind. The lower curve, now the lower curve represents the gross conscious waking state level called Vishhavarna. The center curve represents the subtle unconscious and dreaming level called Tajisa. The upper curve represents the casual, subconscious, and deep sleep level called Prajna, which is the M of the Om mantra. The M is where you're in the highest form of the meditation, and then the dot that we see up above the Om symbol, or it's called the Bindu, represents the 4th state, the absolute consciousness, which encompasses and permeates and is the other 3 and is called Turiya. Now that is the silence after the A, the U, and the M of the Om mantra. That's where the dot or the Bindu represents. So when you go Om, now that silence is called Bindu. What you're doing is that you're using your energy from your root chakra to your crown chakra. So when you're going Om, the A represents the living world, the reality that we're engaged with, the ego of the self. And then as you go through the Om, through the U, and to the M, you're going through your chakra system to your crown, and then when you get to that that silence after the that is the bindu, which is up here, which is the state of nothing. That is the nothingness from which everything manifests. It is in that state that you can begin to manifest whatever it is that you need in life. Remember, consciousness is not going to give you what you want. Consciousness is going to give you what you need. So you want $1 million. So that's something that you're going to have to work for. But consciousness realizes that what you need is food, you need shelter, you need clothing, you need education, things like that. Consciousness will provide that for you, but you just have to work with the consciousness. The arc below the dot symbolizes the separateness of this fourth state, standing above, though ever remaining part of the other three. Piercing the bindu finally allows one to attain the highest experience, and this comes after following the process of Kundalini awakening. The other names for the 4 levels are different texts and teachings might use different names for different characteristics at these 4 levels. For example, Virat, Hiriyan, Yagabara, Ishwara, and Brahman, as well as Vishhavarna, Tajisa, Prajna, and Turiya. Now, these are just different labels that different cultures have used for this particular symbol. Now, as I was saying earlier, you can, through a little bit of practice, when you begin to understand what the means, you can internally do the in your mind. But before you while you're practicing, you can always look at the symbol and remind yourself what the curve and the arc and the dot means. And then from there, you can lead your meditation into the bindu, which is the higher state. Now, these 3 states of consciousness, each of 3 sounds of the AUM mantra symbolizes specific states of consciousness. 4th state of consciousness, after those 3 parts of the there is a silence, the 4th, which relates to consciousness or awareness itself. That is when you become fully aware, is that when you're in that bindu, where the state of consciousness, where it's nothing, you have no thoughts, you're totally sovereign at that time. Now, remember, when you're beginning your mantra and you're meditating, your mind is going to be rushed with thoughts. Now, a lot of people, what they do is they fight those thoughts. They say, okay, well, I can't have any thoughts. I'm trying to go into that state of bindu. But that's the biggest mistake people are making. What you want to do is you want to allow those thoughts to pass through you so that they can be recycled and that your subconsciousness knows that it's been dealt with and that it can move forward. 3 transition states between these 4 states of consciousness are 3 transition states. These levels exist universally. It is important to be aware that these levels of consciousness are realities that exist universally, regardless if one uses the mantra or a visual symbol. In any way, in any case, the underlying principle are useful for all seekers in purifying or clearing the mind and seeking the direct experience of deeper truths. It is important to know that mantra is very often used in conjunctions with other mantras, usually with the being the first or last sound on the whole mantra. Often these other mantras refer to a specific deity or name of God. Some practitioners consider the to literally refer to only one such name of God or deity. Still, other practitioners believe the refers to some different God or deity. For those born into such religious cultures, this diversity of the use of well known and does not cause confusion, while also being aware that there may be discourse or debate supporting one view or another. As we know, people like to disagree with one another. So that's why, people argue over what means what. But the thing that, I believe that is really going over the people's head is that the God or the deity that they're talking about is themselves. Because remember, you're infinite consciousness, you're a point of attention of the infinites. So you are the expression of God. Now, if anyone is, aware, or if anyone has ever listened to East Indian music coming from India, you'll notice that when they're sitting in front of their accordion, they sometimes have drums going, sometimes they got the jingles going. And when the singer, you'll notice that the singer will increase his tone or the pitch of his tone to a very high and then down to very low and then high again. And again, that is designed to create a vibrational distortion within you that puts you into a different state of mind. As we know that sound and vibration does affect the human avatar, very, very, extensively. So in the yogic understanding, there are 16 dimensions to the human mind. Using 16 dimensions extracted from the psychological literature as a starting point for developing a theory of mental state representation, positive, negative, high arousal, low arousal, warmth, competence, agency, experience, emotion, reason, mind, body, social, non-social, shared, and unique. These 16 dimensions fall into 4 categories. These 4 categories are known as buddhi, manas, ankara, and chitta. So just to veer off just a little bit here, what does buddhi mean? Buddhi is a Sanskrit term derived from the root bud, which means to know or to be awake. Therefore, buddhi refers to intellect, wisdom, and the power of mind to understand and analyze. Now, guys, got to remember that there's a difference between intelligence and intellect, and I'll get into that here in a few minutes. Buddhi or the intellect cannot function without a certain bank of memory or data. Depending on the data you have, the intellect plays around. The intellect is a sharper buddhi. You're no more intelligent than the next person. The buddhi will not take you beyond limits in any way because it can only function based on the data that is already there. It is not capable of accessing anything beyond that. So essentially what buddhi means is how quickly you can think, how quickly you can come up with ideas. I'm no smarter than the guy next to me, and he's no smarter than the guy next to him. But if we're, all of our experience will really dictate on how our buddhi reacts. So if you're given a problem solving, question, and your buddhi is the one that works on the intellect of the mind, which quickly can give you either 10 solutions. I can give you 10 solutions. The next guy can give 100 solutions. The guy after that can give you 1,000 solutions. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're smarter than I. It just means that they just have a quicker snap on thinking. So what does manas means? Mana, again, is a Sanskrit term which means the sensory or processing mind, or what may also be known as the sixth sense. Manas, the sense mind, is achieved when one progresses spiritually to an extent in which it gets easier to remain tranquil for longer hours. It also has the ability to sense by proximity, foresight, and extended physical consciousness. Manas is classified into 2 types, the Kriya Siddha and Karyana Siddha. In the Yoga Sutras, the status of the mind is classified into the following 5. Kashpita, a state of wakefulness when the focus is easily shifted from one object or objects to another. Vikshapita, a state when the manas processing a wide range of information without the ability to focus on one object. Muda, a state when the manas is dull and not seeking new knowledge. Ekgarta, a state when manas is focused on one object and remains focused without getting distracted. Neruda, the state when the mind is completely in control and spiritual evolution is achieved. The next dimension is called manas. Manas has many layers to it, but manas is not just the brain. It is right across the body. Every cell in the body has a phenomenal memory, not just of this life, but millions of years. Your body clearly remembers how your forefathers were 1 million years ago, top to bottom. There is manas. This is called manyoma kosha. In every cell in the body, there is memory and intelligence, but no intellect. Intellect is only in the brain. In English language, everything comes under the banner called mind. The idea that intelligence is only in the brain has produced human beings whose consciousness is seriously constipated. What is in the brain is intellect, not intelligence. Intelligence and memory are right across your body, but people have never been trained how to use this intelligence. Instead, they use their intellect for everything. People may be using other dimensions on the mind, marginally, unconsciously, but they are not trained to use them. They have only been trained to use their buddhi or their intellect. They are very smart. They know everything about everything, but they do not know how to figure their own life out. They do not even know how to sit there peacefully and at total ease within themselves. If there is true intelligence, the first thing that you need to figure out is how to make life happen. You know how to make the world happen, but you do not know how to make your life happen. You do not know how to conduct your mind, your energies, your emotions, or your body, is because we have never been taught this information from our parents, grandparents, and it's not their fault either because they were not taught these things either. Now, the body from top to bottom, that is intelligence, because within your body, those cells carries your genetic memories, your past life memories, memories from yesterday, memories from a million years ago, memories from the previous root races. It carries that. And the intellect is the mind. The mind is the intellect when the intellect kind of works against you as well. Because when you're in the form of intellect, that creates a container. And within that container, your intellect or your buddhi does not allow you to think outside of that intellect, because your intellect or your studies or the information that you have is only so much. And when you reach that threshold, the intellect, the brain, just cannot see outside of that, because that's where it's stuck. And that's almost to the level of ego as well. And as I said, the intelligence is the body, because the body remembers things from 10 million years ago. What does Ankara mean? Ankara is a Sanskrit word, again, that describes the ego, the image a person has of him or herself or the conscious mind as he or she perceives it. The term comes from the root aham, which translate as I am, and kara, which means doing or making. A related term as mida is sometimes used as a synonym for ankara, but whereas the latter describes the ego, the former described egoism or attachment to what the ego desires. Ankara can also be thought of as the yogi's sense of he or she is. It can be either positive or negative and includes self-worth, desire, thoughts, and personality. The intellect directly connects with the third dimension of your mind called Ankara. Ankara is sometimes translated as ego, but it is much more than that. Ankara gives you a sense of identity. Once your Ankara takes on an identity, your intellect functions only in that context. It is important to function beyond the intellect, because the intellect is seriously enslaved to your identity. So when you take an identity, you create yourself a small container of the little me. And when you create that, it cannot think outside of that, as we've seen, in our history, and especially over the last few years, where people take identities and they can only think within that identity, and they don't have the capacity or the buddhi to think outside of that particular identity. And we just don't create a single identity. We create lots of different identities, and all of those identities are really rooted in the person's ego. Our identities, such as belonging to a certain nation, community, or whatever else, are necessary for our survival in a particular society. But you cannot think beyond this, because you are functioning only from your intellect, and the intellect takes its sustenance from Ankara. Only along the axis of Ankara, the intellect can function. The intellect cannot transcend this, because that is its nature. But there are other ways to know life beyond the identities we have taken on for our survival in the world. We can create these identities for ourselves in order to participate within society, but we shouldn't really relate to those identities that we've taken upon ourselves. That is just a small, very small part of this human experience that we are creating. We should always keep in mind that we are all possibilities. Everything that there was, ever is, or ever will be is and within this intelligent machine that we call our avatar. In Hindu and yogic philosophy, the attachment to Ankara is one of the 5 kleshas. Kleshas means obstacles. Described in the Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, to reach a state of samadhi or enlightenment, the kleshas must be removed. Because it is illusion colored by the yogi's perception, Ankara prevents the yogi from achieving union with the higher self. Now, when I say yogi, I mean the yogi is you as well. The 5 kleshas are avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivisha. Adya is ignorance. Adya is ignorance, but it can also be translated as lack of insight. It's the source of most kleshas, which is why it's one of the most important kleshas that we need to face. It's when, for example, we view anything temporary as something eternal. We think our negative emotions will last forever, but in truth, they will not. In other words, we don't see its true nature. We aren't able to see the temporary nature of negative emotions, and we cannot see the true nature of ourselves. Asmita, egoism, asmita, is when we believe that there is a self that's separate from everything around us. It puts the ego on a pedestal and values eternally earthly material possessions more than anything else. All that matters is how I perceive something or how it affects me. Hoarders can really fall into this category where you are materialistic and you're obsessed with material and just collecting garbage essentially, and you're connected to that and you think that's what life is all about. But life is not that. Life is beyond that, because we don't take these material things with us when our avatar retires and returns to the one. Now, attachment raga is the attachment to our desires. It's when we assume that our happiness all depends on external factors. We're worried that our external sources of happiness will disappear or be taken away, so we cling to them and become attached. Strong attachments create insecurity, anxiety, and fear. So what that really means is that don't get attached to your things. That's all they are. They are just things, because when you're attached to something, then that takes your focus of attention onto that, and then you become to stress over it and you worry about it. I got 10 cars. I got to put insurance on all those 10 cars. I got to keep those 10 cars clean. I got to do this. I got to do that, which creates anxiety, and anxiety creates density, and density creates lower vibration within your avatar machine. Now, aversions Dvesha is avoiding things that cause us unhappiness. It's based on the presumption that external things are the ones causing afflictive emotions, pain, and suffering. We'll do anything to avoid them. Anything that threatens the ego, we avoid them. When strong desires control us, we develop strong aversions. When those desires aren't filled, they're 2 sides of the same coin. They rely on each other when in reality, it's all happening on the inside. Now, fear and anxiety is abhinvisha, is the fear of anxiety that we will lose our attachment to life. Deep down, we know that the only thing constant in life is change, yet it's one of the most common fears, especially the fear of death. We fear death because we're afraid that we'll lose all material things we have in the world. The fear arises because we are facing something that we can't control. We have the fear of death because we don't understand that what is beyond this this human experience, but because we don't know what's there, we become fearful of it. And when we become fearful of things, then we create low vibration within us, which creates density within our own life. And that density has a ripple effect to where it affects the people that are around us. For instance, our families and friends and workmates, and even communities that that this has an effect on. So we must be very, very careful on when we attempt to live in a perpetual state of fear, because I know that's the culture of our world, where it's just fear, fear, fear. But that is a very small fraction of our world, and we have to look beyond that veil of the fear and say that there's more love out there than what we're being told, because everyone wants to be loved and everyone wants to love, no matter who you are. Now, what does Sita mean? Sita, again, is a Sanskrit word meaning consciousness and is derived from the root word sit, meaning to perceive. It is all that is perceived and all that can be perceived. Consciousness is the space that holds all perceivable things. Sita may also be thought of as spirit. In Yuga Sutras, Patanjali defines Yuga as Yuga Sita Viriti Nirhuda, which means that yoga makes all misconceptions and distractions of thoughts disappear. The fourth category of the mind is called chitta. Chitta is without memory, pure intelligence. This intelligence is like the cosmic intelligence, simply there. Everything happens because of that. It does not function out of memory. It simply functions in a way that you call cosmos in a living mind, not in the sense of intellect, but in the sense of chitta. Chitta is the last point of the mind. It connects to the basis of creation within you. It connects you with your consciousness. Chitta is always on, whether you are awake or asleep. Your intellect comes on and goes off many times. It fails even when you are awake. If chitta or the intelligence within you was not always on, you could not stay alive. Try to conduct your breath without your intellect. You will go crazy. Chitta is keeping you alive, keeping you going, making life happen. If you touch this dimension of your mind, which is the linking point to one's consciousness, you do not even have to wish for anything. You do not have to dream of anything. The best possible thing that can happen to you will anyways happen, because that form of consciousness is always on. When people touch this dimension of the mind, it is called Ishwara Prindana in yoga. This means God becomes your slave. He works for you. You know, yogis say, Shiva is my servant. He does everything for me in a way, otherwise I would not be here. Once you know how to consciously access your chitta, everything that is needed will simply happen in the best possible way. If you go by your intellect or your buddhi, today you think this is it, tomorrow morning you will think that is it, like this, it goes on endlessly. Once you know how to consciously keep your chitta on, once the divine is your servant, when someone really efficient is working for you, you do not have to do anything. Simply sit, the best things will happen, things that you could not imagine. People always think if their dreams come true, their life will be great. I think that is a very poor life, because you cannot dream about anything that is not at all in your experience. My wish and my blessings for you is things that you could not dream of, things that you never thought of possible. What happened to you, what you did not dream must happen to you. That is why you should not dream. Instead of seeing how to delve deeper into yourself, you could go on projecting stupid ideas into the world. People think that is a great thing to do. Now, Chit Shakti is about touching the dimension of your mind that is pure intelligence, unsullied by memory, unsullied by identification. It is beyond Ankara, beyond the buddhi, beyond judgment, beyond divisions, simply there, just like the intelligence of existence that makes everything happen. If you access this, you do not have to worry about what happens or what does not happen. It will happen in a way that you never imagined possible. Once you have access to your chitta, it is also a multi-pointed telescope. It makes you see things that no one else can see. In every direction, it is your crystal ball. It is a magnifying glass that brings the very core of life close to you. For everyone else, it is far away. Everyone thinks the divine is somewhere up there where exactly no one knows. All they know is it seems far away, but actually the divine is within you, within your energy, within your consciousness, within your mechanical avatar. The moment you start looking at life through your chitta, where there is no memory, there is no karmic substance for no division, suddenly the divine is right there, bang on, in your face. All the time, you cannot miss it. The idea of Chit Shakti is not to keep asking for things. Now, when we look at the word karma, karma, all it means is action. It doesn't mean, you did something wrong, so karma is going to come back and get you, or you did something right and karma is going to come and do something right for you. It doesn't work like that. Karma, all it means is action. Back in the old days in India, people would continuously repeat karma to remind themselves of what they're doing, to keep themselves in that current state of mind. The idea is that if the physical arrangement of life happens easily, you can dedicate more time for your spiritual well-being. The main intention is that your physical life happens more easily, that it does not take your entire time to handle it, so that you will have time to close your eyes and sit. Please make use of it for this purpose. The Om mantra is widely recognized mantra. While the Om mantra, the AUM, has a variety of meanings, one of its most significant uses is for meditation and contemplation. In yoga and the Vedanta, the Om mantra is recommended in the Yuga Sutras and the Mandukya Upanishads, as well as many other teachings. When used in this way, the Om mantra has 4 major levels of meaning and experience to the person. Waking, first is a waking state, represented by the sound of A of the Om mantra, called the Vishvanara. Second is dreaming state, represented by the sound of U of the Om mantra, called Tajisa. Third is a deep sleep state, represented by the sound of M of the Om mantra, called Prajna. Turiya. The fourth is the entire domain of that consciousness that permeates all of the other levels, within which awareness does it dance, called Turiya, literally the fourth, represented by the silence after the A, the U, and the M. Between these 4 states of consciousness, there are 3 transition states called Unmani, Aladani, and Samadhi. Now, the Aladani, you guys may sound familiar because there's a movie that is named after that, called Aladdin. So now when you do the Om mantra, you should always have a silence in between the M and the A. When you have that silence of the M and the A, that is when you're going into the buddhi, to the dot, to the overall consciousness, everything that there is, ever was, that has no memory. That's where you want to be. You allow that silence to get into that state of mind. And then when you begin the A, again, that is connecting with egoism. That's from your root chakra. And as you go through the U and the M, you allow that energy to go through your chakra system and into your crown, and from your crown, let it escape. Whatever thoughts that come to your mind, do not fight them, because when you fight them, you're spending more energy in fighting them, and you will lose, because those thoughts are not going to go anywhere. You just allow those thoughts to transition right through you, to go right past you, so that you don't sit there and dwell on the thoughts that are coming your way. For instance, what happened to me yesterday, or what happened to me last week, or 10 years ago. Those thoughts will continually surface, but you need to learn how to ignore them. When you ignore them, those thoughts will just simply dissipate into nothing, and that nothing is consciousness. Now, Unmani means no mind, beyond the mind, or thoughtless. In yogic philosophy, it is a state of transition between 2 states of consciousness, waking and dreaming. In Unmani, the person is neither fully awake nor asleep. It can also be thought of as the transition between conscious and unconscious thought patterns. Unmani is not a state of meditation which requires an awakened state. Aladani is the name given to the transition stage between dreaming and the deep sleep states of consciousness. It is not a state that is ordinarily experienced consciously, but instead is very subtle. It is important because it is the state in which the latent and formless impressions begin to emerge before they take form in the unconscious mind. And at Aladani, the images that will ultimately become dream sequences are born. This is where the imagination is taking place. This is where the manifestation begins to take its first stages. Remember, the 4 parts are one after the other. Thus, in the use of the Om, there are 4 levels of awareness that the person wants to cultivate. You have to remember the 4 parts of the Om mantra internally, one of the other through the levels of consciousness. With practice, it gradually becomes easier for one to maintain awareness of these meanings as attention moves through the parts of the over time. That awareness brings increasing insight of the true nature of these levels of consciousness. Eventually, one moves to the direct experience of the absolute reality, that consciousness which permeates all silence after the A, U, and the M of the This is a state of self-realization. One of the profound insights that one begins to get is the way in which the levels of personal consciousness, the stage of mental process, and the levels of the universe parallel to one another. One comes to see that these three are functioning at the same levels of reality, which are none other than the levels of consciousness themselves: the waking conscious gross, the dreaming unconscious subtle, the deep sleep unconscious casual, and the chariya consciousness itself permeating and being all silence of mantra. When awareness is on the A of the you cultivate and train yourself to have a simultaneous awareness of the waking state, the conscious level of mental processing, and the gross realm of the universe. Waking consciousness and gross are all at the same level, symbolized by the A of the mantra. When awareness is on M of the you cultivate and train yourself to have a simultaneous awareness of the deep sleep state, the subconscious, latent, dormant, inactive storage aspects of mind, and the samskaras, from where the impetus of karma or action springs forth, and the casual realm out of which arises the subtle and the gross universe. Deep sleep, subconscious, and casual are all at the same level, symbolized by the M of the mantra. When awareness is on the silence after the A and U and the M of the you cultivate and train yourself to have an awareness of the consciousness that permeates all three personal levels: waking, dreaming, deep sleep, that permeates all of the subtle realm, and that also permeates all of casual realm. Consciousness permeates is a foundation of, and in fact is, the whole of the levels of the A and the U and the M levels of this mantra. One of the other insights is the way in which our personality, mental, and emotional processes operate. Latent impressions begin to stir. We come to see in direct experience of yoga meditation and contemplation how it is that there are latent impressions in the deep unconscious, the place of deep sleep, the M of the and how it is that consciousness drifts over these latent impressions, causing them to stir from the casual level of the M. These impressions arise into internal actions. Then when we see the way these impressions then arise into actions internally in the unconscious, the active unconscious associated with unseen mental processes and the dreaming sleep level, U of the forming many invisible thought processes normally only experienced in dreams. This is similar to what
Omar, you have about
calls,
7 minutes left, bud.
Okay, man. Psychology calls primary process. These strings come forward to the consciousness. Then when we see the intriguing way in which those strings in the unconscious U of the come forward into the consciousness, waking state of reality of A of the along with the way in which the 5 senses of smelling, tasting, seeing, touching, and hearing, and means of expression come into play so as to relate to the external world of A of the We come to see how the 4 functions of mind interact within these levels of A, U, and M, including manas, sensory motor, mind, chitta, storehouse of impressions, ahamkara, minkar, or ego, and buddhi, which knows, decides, judges, and discriminates. Seeing all levels permeated by consciousness, most importantly, we come to see the way in which all of these levels are both permeated by and are manifested for consciousness in self. In the waking state, A, there is consciousness. In dreaming state, U, there is consciousness. In deep sleep, M, there is consciousness. In active thinking, A, there is consciousness. In unconscious process of U, there is consciousness. In the latent storehouse, M, there is consciousness. We come to see that who we really are is the consciousness itself, not the forms which arises. We declare with convictions what the sages have said all along. I am not my thoughts. I am that I am. Is like the three parts of the river. When recalling these levels of A, U, and M, the silence during practice of mantra, it is useful to remember the metaphor of a river which has three parts. The bed. The riverbed of stones, like the latent subconscious or deep sleep level, and its impressions symbolized by the M. Flow. The flowing parts, like the active, unconscious, or dreaming level, symbolized by the U, and surface. The surface of the river, like conscious waking level symbolized by the A of the the reality or presence of existence itself that is in the three levels of the bed of the river, flow off the river, and surface. The river is like the consciousness that permeates the three levels of waking, A, dreaming, U, and deep sleep, the M. Those three levels are also the conscious A, active unconscious, the U, and the latent unconscious or the subconscious, which is the M, as well as the gross, the subtle, and the casual levels of reality. Our subconscious wants, wishes, desires, attractions, and aversions, samskaras, are like those stones that form the bed of the river of M. Unconscious, when consciousness moves across them, they come to life in the flow of unconscious, the U, like the flow of the river. And unconscious, some burst forth into the conscious mind, A, resulting in action, speech, and conscious thoughts, like the actions on the surface of the river. Going beyond the three levels, though, through practice, one gradually attains the ability to go beyond or deeper than the various levels and thinking process of the direct experience of the source of the consciousness, symbolized by the silence after the A, the U, and the M of the mantra. So let's listen to that very quickly again of the And remember, when you do the make sure to have the silence between the M and the A so that you can go into the buddhi and you can connect with the consciousness at that level. And then when you come back to the A, you go back to your root chakra. And then from there, that's where the ego is. And then you slowly let that grow as you go through the and then eventually through your crown and into the fourth level. There's that silence going into the fourth level of consciousness. To the root, through the chakra system, into the crown, into the buddhi. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me and checking out this presentation. I super appreciate it. And thank you to Neil for giving me this opportunity to present here at this conference. Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate you guys. And yeah, that's it.
That was exceptional. I've heard some of that before when we were doing other shows, but that was really great. It was really, really great. And Omar, thank you, brother. Thank you for being my brother. And thank you for that generous giving of what consciousness is. And it truly means a lot to everybody out there. And I know it means a lot to me too, brother. So thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it. And if you guys want to see more presentations like this, just head on over to my YouTube channel. That's where you can find me. It's Watchers Talk. I have a number of other presentations, and I'm looking forward to doing more presentations with Neil here on Portal to Ascension. So I'm not going to take up any more time. We have star codes in the house, so I'm going to bow out. I love you guys very much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys in the comments.
Excellent, excellent. I also get the pleasure of introducing Flo Karuna, aka Nature Flo. How are you, my friend? It's a pleasure to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm going to read your bio real quick, and I know we're a little bit behind, so I'm going to let you go right into what you do. So Flo Karuna is a world and soul traveler that journeyed throughout the planet with miracles occurring through intuition and faith. He has been referred to as a channel for Earth consciousness and is passionate about sharing new offerings that unify the planet for the next 7 generations and beyond. His life has been dedicated to empowering others, the teachings of Mother Earth, and connecting other galactic realms. That's incredible. He is the creator of the group Oracle Master of Light and the Palladian Starseed Oracle deck. He is also the founder of Star Codes, which offers Starseed activations. To find out more about his work, which we will put in the comments in a little bit, you can go to www.star it's like a hyphen there, codes.com dash. That's it. I was looking for it. But my friend, I will leave it to you. I am so amped to hear what you're going to say and what you have to do.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you all for giving me this opportunity to hear my life experience and share some information with all you beautiful souls. I just first off want to thank Portal to Ascension for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank Neil. And most importantly, I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up at this time where we're remembering our galactic knowledge, remembering who we are as greater beings. And I honor each and every one of you for showing up today, for showing up on this earth plane as incarnated beings to come together and experience something great. So sending that love, and there's a lot to share today, so I'm just going to jump into it. I have 40 minutes, so okay. So my name is Flo Karuna. I go by the artist name Nature Flo, and my journey, I've been on this spiritual journey of awakening, but one experience that stood out in my life experience was I had a spontaneous awakening. I was on a downtown crowded street in Toronto, Canada during a festival, a night festival. So the streets were crowded with people on the sidewalks. There were cars everywhere. And a good friend of mine, Andrea, she echoed certain words that forever shifted my consciousness. And she was a poet. And I was constantly asking her to share her poetry with me over the previous months beforehand. And every time I asked her to share her poetry, she shyly turned it down and said, I'm not ready to share. So that night in that downtown intersection with so much energy, I got, I guess, one of my first intuitions, which was, instead of asking her for the entire poem, could you just give me one sentence? And she echoed the words, "We are all one." And as soon as I heard those words, my entire consciousness expanded. I felt the intersection come alive. I felt all the people around me. I felt the cars. I felt the rotation of the earth. And that day I naturally became a psychic. I started to sense people's thoughts in that moment. I started to sense people's energies, and my life has never been the same since that. Eventually, that experience on this journey of evolution started to awaken my past lives, like many of us have done. And in particular, it led me to the galactics. It led me to working with these star beings, galactic souls who have so much information and so much energy to share with the collective during these times. So my work is on Star Codes, the website star-codes.com. And I'm the founder, and we activate multi-dimensional experiences, and we also offer a 7-week course to connect to specific star races. Each week we work with a different star race to learn about their history on the planet and to enter into an activation to remember. And that's what I'm about. I'm about remembering, because we already have the information built into us, and it's not about finding something, but it's reclaiming that information that has been lost in the course of gravitational amnesia. So there's a lot for me to share today, and I know I have limited time, so let's get into it. But before we get into it, working with the star councils, working with the galactics, we have a way of operating in council. And council is the way of this new time. We are in the time of group consciousness, where back in the previous spiritual cycles, it was more about the individual seeker finding enlightenment or finding that source by himself, disconnected from society. And as we enter this new cycle that I like to call the cycle of the feminine, and we're coming out of the cycle of the masculine, the rules of this time have changed. And it's very community orientated. It's very in-body orientated. It's very connecting with your fellow beings and sharing your medicine. This is why many of the medicine keepers, many of the teachers, it's not the time to withhold information, because everybody is ready in this time. And as I work with the galactic councils who are in council, I thought it would be good today for us to start an energetical council, because we are creating Earth councils on planet Earth. And one of my personal missions is to seed these Earth councils and come into the collective sharing. So I invite you all to just gently close your eyes, and we're going to tune into our pineal gland center, third eye region. And I'm asking for the galactics to be present. I'm calling upon all your higher selves, soul mastery, remembrances to be present as we feel this pineal gland region, the center of our forehead, inviting you to feel some light or energy here. And as we do so, inviting us all now to connect our sacred energies through our pineal glands. So we open up a council, an earth council, for us to exchange information, for us to pass forth our teachings to one another, for we are out of the age of the guru and we are in the age of collective consciousness. And when we activate these pineal gland networks where we all share information, it allows us as starseeds to remember. And I work with many galactic beings, and some of the beings I work with are the Lyrans, or the feline beings. And they often tell me to remember is to member, which means communion with the other members of our species and earth plane. And as we have these communion with the elements, humans, animals, and everything else on Mother Gaia, we retrace the story. We get another piece of the puzzle, and we get knowing in our unity. So I welcome you all, and the topics I want to speak about today are the quantum human and the new earth codes. In my relationship with the galactics, this has been a consistent in all the empowerments, and that is returning to multi-dimensionality and quantum awareness. Actually, these two go hand in hand. I've been receiving these multi-dimensional messages for the last couple years, and they've been training myself in the quantum field since 2011. But there was another reminder I got a couple days ago to illustrate this point. And I have some notes on my screen, so I wanted to make sure I got everything in this short time. I was in a meditation, connecting in a practice to access the entire akashics of Earth civilization. Everything is downloadable, everything is requestable from this energetic field. And upon this request, I was immediately taken into ancient Egypt, into a place called the Halls of Amenti. At the gates of these great halls was the great master Thoth, who had heard about but never directly experienced. This ancient Atlantean master held a writing pad in his hand and was telepathically showing me to connect with the emerald tablets, and my answer was there. The tablets were vibrant, glowing green, and you can feel them buzzing. I could feel the immensity and pulsation of these tablets and paused in connecting with them, as I knew this was going to be very powerful. The Master Thoth instructed me to touch them, and as I did, I was instantly pulled into the tablets. Green energy was all around me. Everything was alive, and it was clear that these tablets weren't necessarily a book, but an alive organism that contained the knowledge of all that is. I could kind of relate these tablets to a computer in our time containing information, but this information was more alive and breathingly conscious. The tablets wanted to teach me on the 7 levels that the human came to master in this reality. The first stage was the human came to master the animalistic element and the natural wild within us. I saw more wilder humans who mastered their natural instincts. Stage 2 was the human mastering their scientific intellect, and I was shown visions of what looked like Atlantean scientists. Stage 3 was harnessing the elements, and I was given a vision of indigenous tribes having their feet connected to Pachamama and getting the frequency of the natural realms. Stage 4 of the human mastery was pure heart medicine, being the living angelic presence on earth, being in service, being kind, radiating pure love. Stage 5, which I feel I'm in and bridging to 6, was the third eye human who is capable of receiving packets of data in the universe from all sources. Using your third eye rays, you can download information from any source, like a computer receives files. And to access this alive pranic database is to essentially decode energy and translate it into understanding and knowledge. Now, stage 6, which is, I feel, the basis of the new earth, is the human who masters the quantum field. This human is the one who harnesses timelines, multiverses, bending time, time travel, and accessing verses through the vehicle of consciousness. Finally, stage 7 was emerging into the unified field, a dissolution of identity and living in a God-realized place, one with all of Source and one with the entire energy field. I humbly give thanks for that experience and knew it was but a drop in the ocean from those tablets, but I felt it was given because it's important today to talk about stage 6 on those cycles, which is the quantum human. I personally feel this is where we are going and is the next stage of our collective evolution, especially as starseeds. Many of us find ourselves here, rediscovering our inner quantum conscious technology. And the quantum mind is much more different than the mind that humanity has been operating from in our lifetime from a general point of view. It provides an awareness for the higher dimensional fields to see time not from a linear perspective, but a non-linear perspective. And when I say mind, I'm not just referring to the logical part of the human, but the collective mind, body, spirit experience of consciousness experience through the quote-unquote individual. The quantum mind is the system upgrade and a byproduct of humanity entering the dimensional gateways. For each dimensional experience, there is an access to a specific type of intelligence for the beings to operate in. We have all graduated from the karma schools, lifetimes and samsara, and now find ourselves in the flux of dimensional gateways opening, which essentially will change the rules of the game we're in. The dimensional gateway is when two dimensional fields begin to intermingle, kind of like two rivers coming together. For example, the Ganga and Saraswati rivers. They are touching, but you can still distinguish which river is exact by its color and flow. Now, we can distinguish the dimensional fields from our energetical awareness as this 26,000 to 27,000 dimensional cycle completes. And it provides insight into why our world may look so fragmented during these times. We have essentially in our reality right now two fields coexisting side by side, and many of us, especially the ones here find themselves gravitating to the higher dimensional fields while still being in what I like to call the old system. With these two forces here at once, it can be understandably confusing, similar to winter and summer somehow going back and forth. Do I put on my winter coat today? Do I wear shorts tomorrow? It can be challenging, especially with the fear narratives of the old world attempting to sway us in other directions. But from the vantage point of source creation, everything is serving everything, and death is always close to rebirth. They always walk side by side. What this means for us is we as incarnated beings are presented each from the soul level or conscious level with a dimensional choice of which dimension do we choose to access. Now, this is an amazing opportunity, and chances are if you're listening to this conference, your soul already knows you signed up for this dimensional shift. We must understand that we're all here to evolve on this journey of source, and we all have free will. And due to free will and the quantum field opening from the dimensional fields opening, Mother Earth is giving everybody the chance to experience the reality that they seek to experience. What this means is a separation of dimensional planes once we pass through the dimensional gates. And what this looks like is a karmic Earth and a fifth dimensional Earth, where we as light workers, starseeds, and ultra-terrestrial souls will most likely be. There is no doubt family that we have gathered here as in numbers, as light workers, starseeds, and ultra-terrestrial souls. For the greatest show in our universe is taking place in the dimensional split. We came to experience this. We came to experience different narratives and embed it into our Akashic soul knowledge, for there will come a time in the future where we will assist other planetary systems in them going through a similar path. So this is a time of death and rebirth. It can be scary and exhilarating, and there is no right or wrong because we're all in this game of source. So go easy on yourself, Steer One, as we are just in the beginning steps. So the new Earth is a byproduct of the dimensional gateways. And as we expand in frequency and as the two merging rivers slowly begin to separate, it will open something called the new Earth, which I'm sure something you've all heard about. What this is exactly is a system upgrade to the entire foundation of life itself to adhere to an alternative octave or dimensional frequency. It is this dimension completely weaving itself and structure into a new reality. Even the supposed steadies of our reality, the molecular structure of atoms, electrons, neutrons, etc., is shifting as we reorganize. But what is especially reorganizing is ourselves. Like a computer having an operating system or OS, you too have an OS, an oversoul, and your oversoul and conscious self is in the process of upgrade. This new Earth is already available in the quantum space-time continuum, visible to many seekers who have already received the upgrades over the last decades and lifetimes. Before I knew this was all going on, I would go for hikes in Mother Earth, and I would just became aware through the third eye vision of this other reality. Everything looked very pristine, everything looked fresh, and it was very trippy to me, to say the least, to see these alternative realities. But as I begin to understand more and learn more, it was clear that I was given glimpses of an alternative dimensional Earth, which is intermingling with our reality. And this is the work that we do at Star Codes, which is to prepare the body and the mind and spirit for multi-dimensional experiences, not just from a knowledge level, but from a DNA level and through galactic activations. So the galactics teach us so much, and they must teach us eventually, or they are teaching us how to enter into galactic civilizations. Now, it is likely from my communications that certain civilizations, in particular the Maya, have already entered this new Earth. We've heard, just through my communications, I've learned that before Mexico was invaded, that certain Mayans went underground into the supposed Middle Earth. My understanding is these pure beings are now actually in the new Earth, and they're waiting for us. So this is a very fascinating time, and as we are in these dimensional gateways, we must understand that it's a gentle process. This is because there takes some altering, there takes some upgrades for our mind, body, and spirit to reside in that frequency. And this is the reason that purging has been such a main focus for many in their lifetimes in this time, many in this lifetime. These purging is essentially clearing out what cannot enter the next dimensional Earth, and preparing our DNA to open itself to receive the new calibration. It's an exciting time, and from the terrain Earth perspective. So we are undertaking this new Earth shifting, but also our physical Earth is undertaking this process. And already on this planet, there are many gateways to the new Earth. In fact, these gateways have been here for a long time. Some like to call them the acupuncture points. Some like to call them the sacred sites. But these sacred sites have been seeded by the ancestors for this exact moment. Many sacred sites weren't just corresponding to the nadis on Earth, which is already true, but were seeded by our galactic and Earth ancestors of Atlantis, Lemuria, and gently at the beginning of Egypt, for these beings resided in the upper dimensional fields, which granted them the quantum lens to view the past, present, future, and see what is transpiring now. These portals, which have coded access, are the codes which are open through your vibration. So your vibration is actually the key to opening the dimensional gateways. And when I speak about your vibration, I'm not just referring to being grateful and eating healthy, which is very important, but also allowing the cosmic codes to calibrate with your DNA and cellular memory so your vibration naturally unlocks it. But back to the sacred sites. There's so much to share. I'm trying to get as much as possible. The sacred sites offer such a unique frequency and are glimpses into the new Earth. They are essentially holding down portals, which are, when you enter a sacred site, you're kind of operating in a different time-space continuum. This is because these sacred sites are holding the frequency of the dimensions for this time. They've actually been holding the frequency of the dimensions for many lifetimes and are shifting now. Thanks to the work of the crystal grid workers and many light workers around the world, the sacred sites are not just needed to hold the space, but the entire planet is opening into this frequency. I was very lucky in my travels to go to all four corners of the world. And every time I stepped into a temple or a power spot on Mother Earth, I would receive so much information, but my conscious mind could not decode what was transpiring. Now in my life, all these files are starting to uncode that I received from 10 years ago. And I realized that what unlocks these files is calibrating your DNA and reopen yourself to the fifth dimension. So if you want to gain a glimpse of the new Earth, if you haven't already seen it, I invite you to look back to when you visited a power spot on Mother Earth or a sacred site where gravity operated differently, your energy field operated differently, and perhaps you had unique sensations. This is the great cosmic plan on Earth, to hold these frequencies into place. But now, thanks to our time, everywhere is opening to it. And we're not just needing sacred sites, but the sacred sites are turning into sacred beings, for you are the one now holding the codes. Many of the animals have already made this transition and have the ability to choose at will to enter the new dimensional Earth. And similar to this new Earth containing many different trees, species, and terrains, does the new human, or hue, have access to new tools. And these are the quantum tools of the quantum hue. A quantum human, I like to say the hues, the Palladians like to refer to us as hues because they're spectrums of light. The quantum hue is one who knows how to manipulate their own energy field through knowing themselves. And when you can re-engineer your inner field, existence will mirror back to you what you are feeling and decode reality to shapeshift everything around you. So essentially, when you re-engineer this, you re-engineer what is outside of you, because everything is a mirror holographic reality. Mother Earth, for the past years, has constantly telling me that the starseeds and light workers are going to get more responsibilities. I wasn't really sure what that meant by more responsibilities, but now receiving these new codex, it's clear in the fifth dimensional or dimensional Earth that consciousness coexists with outside reality much quicker. So what that means is your thoughts, intentions are going to manifest much more rapidly. And I've been given visions of us healing waters, growing trees, regenerating vegetation, cleaning the environment. And these are the tools that are given to us in this dimensional reality, which is the shapeshift the Earth. So I'm going over the place here, and I normally don't read notes, but I wanted to honor the time. And the message is always clear from the galactics, and that is, you have the power, you have the power, you have the power. In our amnesia of this gravitational plane, we sometimes forget that we are indeed gods, goddesses, and co-creators with source creation. And a key tool on the stage to reclaiming our truest self is to connect with our quantum self, which will be a normal method of operating like breathing when we have fully entered that reality. I'm not going to give you a time frame of when this is going to occur, but the process has begun, and we accelerate it by choosing in this moment of dimensional rivers flowing which waters we choose to fully dive into. I thought it would be good at the end of this course, at the end of this talk, to have an experience, because at the end of the day, I'm all about experience. And when we get experience, we get self-knowledge. And self-knowledge is the way of these new beings. We reside in a time with so much information, there's countless topics, and everything seems to be contradicting itself. But when we go into the temple of our sacred being and we connect to knowledge, we connect to the previous histories and recover what is true, we gain an empowerment and we gain a clarity of what really happened. And this is the beauty of our physical temple, because if you look at Mama Gaia, and archaeologists can look at the different sediment layers and get an idea of the weather patterns and the story on Earth, so too in our being, in our flesh, in our genetics, in our DNA, we have embedded in us the story of the past and the story of the future. So I empower you all to honor the sacred temple you find yourself in. Honor your inner compass. Honor your inner knowing. Because this is the way to guide you during these times of limitless information. And oftentimes the information will be contradicting itself. This is the game of Source, and this has been created because the dimensional Earth is preparing you to find that heart compass within. And the more you attune to that heart compass, you disregard what society tells you, disregard what others are telling you, and you tap into your innate blueprint. That inner compass is going to naturally guide you to the way of the new Earth. The map is within you, dear family. The codes are within you. And we have the power within. I really like not looking at the screen, so I'm just going to get off that. And we're going to go into me. Okay. So I wanted to offer an experience for all of you. And as I mentioned, I work with many star races, and I was given just yesterday an activation to share with the group. And it's pretty potent and powerful, and it's going to serve as an initiation into us and the collective opening into their quantum awareness. So if you would like to partake in this, I invite you all to close your eyes and let's just do a little activation. So inviting you all to take a deep inhale, filling up your diaphragm, and letting go all on exhale. Once again, deep inhale, filling prana in your temple, and letting it out all on the exhale with a sigh. One more deep inhale, biggest one yet. Filling your diaphragm, and just let all out on exhale with a sigh, releasing all that doesn't serve you. And coming to this sacred moment, if we sit in council with the Earth family, the starseeds, the beings of dimensional knowing, higher dimensional knowing, who have been seated here for this time, have been seated here to take our species and teach our species a new way of operating from the heart space. Feel your sacred heart, dear ones. Feel that emanating from your essence. As we begin the quantum activation, and it begins with you connecting with your sacred self, perhaps feeling the vibration of your being. We're calling on the galactic teachers to be present with us, the galactic masters from Arcturus, who are very strong with us right now, the dimensional gatekeepers, the timekeepers, and our process is going to begin by you going back to a moment in your childhood, any moment that comes clear. And as you feel this moment, maybe you see it, I'm inviting you to send your energy into that moment like you are experiencing it now. You're here as your youthful self. Just being there, and now taking a deep inhale and coming back to the present moment. Back to this time now moment. Now I'm going to invite you to go to a moment when you were a teenager. Think of any moment when you were a teenager. Maybe you see the vision or the energy, and inviting you to enter that moment in your teenage self. Breathing in and coming back into your sacred now moment. As we begin to calibrate the quantum timelines. Now inviting you to go into the energy of when Master Jesus was alive. Sananda. Inviting you to go there now. Just feel that energy and know you're feeling that energy from that time. And fully experience yourself in that time. And when you're ready, inhale back into the now moment. And now inviting you to connect with your galactic future self. And fully enter the energetical templates of your future galactic self. Taking an inhale, coming back into your sacred now moment. Now we're going to start to go a little faster, okay? So just go with it. Inviting you to enter your teenage self. Once again. Back into the now moment. Inviting you to go into your galactic future self now. Back into the now moment. Inviting you to go into your child self now. Inhale. Inviting you to go into the time of Master Christ, Sananda. Inhale back. Inviting you to go to the time of ancient Egypt now. Feel the frequencies of ancient Egypt. Inhale back into the now moment. And begin in your now moment to feel your childlike self simultaneously with your now moment. And as you feel your now moment with your child self, inviting you to feel the energies of being in Master Christ's time. Inhale back into the now self, inviting you into your galactic future self. And while you're in your galactic self, being aware of your teenage self. Simultaneously. And while you feel those two, inviting you to feel your childlike self now simultaneously. Feeling your now moment with all of them now. Inviting you to feel all those experiences now at the exact same moment. As the light language comes through and enters all those time-space continuums. Sound is beyond time. And feeling this conscious connection with all these existences that are happening at the exact moment now. And your current mind will be rewiring, connecting its left and right hemispheres. Just allow that process. It's a shifting. It's a shifting. Just being aware of all these time existences in the concurrent happening right now. And know you have access to the past, present, and future. This is your quantum self. And breathing that into your physical temple. So these quantum energies begin to intermingle with your cellular structure. Calibrate with your DNA. You have full permission to do it at any pace you wish with no wrongs, whether it's a droplet or the full door open. Feeling these multiple lifetimes and allowing these sounds to travel to all lifetimes. So there's a conscious understanding, a conscious network now occurring in the different time-space continuums, opening your quantum mind, quantum awareness, and knowing this is reality. For when we look at the stars in the universe, we are actually looking at the past, because light takes time to travel. And the past meaning the future is a truth, is a scientific truth, is a reality. Breathing in, anchoring that by touch. You could touch certain parts of your body that seek to anchor in the quantum codes. This is a powerful activation, and it will rewire the thinking process. But we must surrender into these changes at our own pace with free will. It's connecting into heart space and inviting you to connect into heart space to all those time frames. Maybe you seek to expand it now to other civilizations, other lifetimes, other places that your consciousness seeks to intermingle with. And we give thanks. Finally, to conclude the practice, let's just breathe it all into the heart space. All those time experiences into the heart space. Feeling, knowing that the heart is the access to the quantum field. And love transcends the boundaries of time and space. And you always have access to that. I love you, family. Love you, dear ones. May peace be on earth. May unity and unification be for all. Namaste.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love when people tell their journeys, especially through meditations and visiting places and astral projections, because those moments have profound effect on people listening to essentially try and find those paths themselves. And we were saying this last night, that there's infinite paths to source, right? And you explaining yours helps others on their journey. So I appreciate you and I thank you, sir.
I love you guys. Sorry for one over time.
Oh, it's okay. All good.
Thank you, brother. And let me just say to everybody, Flo and I have been connected over the last few months. There's actually an influx of like men that are coming into my life that in the last 3 months that I feel like a deep connection to, that it's just happening very synchronistically at the same time, because I did actually ask like 4 months ago to like start cultivating some deeper relationships with other men that are on their path and dedicated to this work. And at that same moment, you know, I connected with you, connected with Truth Seeker, I connected with Tarek, and it's all within like 2 months, you know? So I'm really excited, brother, like just to like know you and to collaborate, because there's so many parallels into what we do and things that we can do together. So I just appreciate you, brother. I'm looking forward to what's in store for us.
I'm so grateful. I'm grateful to both of you and thanking you for this opportunity. You know, it's always been a dream to be part of this. So I'm really grateful from the depths of my heart. And thank all the beings who connected in the Earth Council as we're just getting started. And just quickly, I'll say, if you want to find out about our 7 Starseed activations, we do a 7-week course. Each week we connect with a different race. You could check us out at star-codes, and it might be a portal to Ascension in the future. So stay tuned for that. Once again, star-codes.com. Love you all, and namaste.
Thank you, bro. Talk
Look
soon.
forward to all that.
Appreciate
I will
you.
yield the floor to you, Neil. Go ahead.
Awesome. And I'm going to bring on my good friend, Joan. All
Yep.
right, Joan.
John, hi. Oh my God, I'm still in a state of awe.
Yes. It's been very meditative today, right? Because I even started before the pre-show was sound healing, Adrian and this. So, you know, I feel it almost looks like I intentionally planned it, but it was really more like on unconscious level, that after all this information, we're going to spend today integrating a lot of it right now, right? And then we're going to spend the afternoon going even deeper into some more information.
Yeah,
Really
I was
exciting.
wondering about that. I was thinking, oh my God, all these meditations, and I know we have a few upcoming ones, and very meditative. That's the kind of mood I'm into.
Yes. All right. So let's get into our next guest. I'm going to just briefly talk about I haven't talked to her directly. I've only been working with her assistant, just exchanged a couple of emails with Marguerite, but I've been working with her assistant to just go back and forth and figure out what the parallels are, so how we can work with each other. So I'll do my experience, Joan, and then you can go ahead into her bio.
Okay,
And
perfect. And we have her around?
Yeah, she's here. She's here. So she'll be on in 1 second here. So
okay, perfect.
Everybody, excited to introduce you to Marguerite today. There are a lot of, you know, I've done this event a few times. We do like over 100 events a year, but this event actually has more new presenters that I'm just working with for the first time, including, you know, Foster Gamble, Zayla, Marguerite, and many others. And I've really attempted to make this event in a way that we bring on, you know, even Flo and Tarek, to bring on new people to the platform, not new into the work. There's a lot of these people have been doing it for so long, so that we could start exploring possibilities with each other and really implement what it's all about, which is the conscious collaboration and just getting more and more people involved in this. So Marguerite is one of these individuals. Normally it takes me a long time to vet people, but when I got the email of Marguerite's resume, so to speak, of all the things she was into, I was like, check. I'm into all of that. And even some of them I'm currently researching. So I pretty much just watched a couple of videos, made sure like I was in alignment with her, and immediately responded and said, all right, how do we do this? Let's make this happen. And I already have we have 2 webinars scheduled. One's on ancient Greece, One's on the Immaculate Conception, which I think we're going to be going into today. And then there's a third one I'm going to approach her about as well next year. So extremely excited to just introduce you to her. And Joan, why don't you give us a little bit more about Marguerite?
Oh my God. Okay, so she's a first timer, which is very exciting. So Marguerite Rigaglioso is the founding director of Seven Sisters Mystery School and a scholar practitioner of the ancient Mediterranean mystery traditions. The world's foremost authority, guys, on virgin birth. She is the author of the mystery tradition of miraculous conception, Mary and the lineage of virgin births, as well as the cult of divine birth in ancient Greece and virgin mother goddesses of antiquity. These groundbreaking books reveal an entire suppressed history of holy women who engaged in the practice of divine conception throughout the ancient Mediterranean world and cast Mother Mary in a completely new light. As a teacher and a mentor with Seven Sisters Mystery School, she works one-on-one and with groups to help people develop their deep intuition, their unique spiritual path, and their sacred careers. So thus she offers evolutionary online courses such as the Mother Mary Mystery Teachings, the Priestess of the Dove Oracle Training, the Holy Womb Chakra Teachings, the Divine Birth Mysteries audio series, the Awakening to Our Fairykin course, and a whole lot more. So she has a huge biography, but we're just really happy to introduce Marguerite. I feel like I've already met you before.
Welcome, Marguerite.
Welcome. Thank you so much. I just feel totally moved to tears to be here and to have heard the presenter just before me and to just sense into what you're up to here, Neil and Joan, and I'm sure, you know, a team of people. I'm so honored to be here. A warm welcome to everybody watching live and who's going to be looking in replay. Wow, we are really up to some major, major things here, aren't we?
Yes, definitely.
Neil has managed what he says he puts together groups of his favorite people on the planet to learn whatever subjects is piquing his interest. And I think that's what makes Portal to Ascension so exciting, because his interests are that high.
Yeah. And this is really a full circle. This conference is, you know, we do different events and workshops that are specific topics, but this one, you get to explore the range of really information that we go into here today, which is why I'm really excited to have you on, because you present on so many different things, but it's angles that usually, you know, you don't hear off that much off, especially in the conscious community at conferences and things like that. So why don't we start, Marguerite, with you just giving us a little bit summary of just your journey and how you got to this point, and then we can go deeper into some of your topics.
Yeah, taking a deep breath here. You know, as always, this journey begins in previous lives. And so we're starting to tap into what are those lives, you know, what did we sign up for? Who are we really? And as my life has unfolded, I realized that, gosh, I've had many, many lives in which I've been friend and foe, you know, learning all different sorts of things, having different existences on planet, off planet, and now kind of coming back at this great momentous time on the earth to help weave it all together and help us collectively get to our next stage. In my biological life, in this lifetime, you know, I had a really big initiation into my spiritual work, which was the death of my mother when I was 10 years old. And that type of a thing brings you in contact with the mystery of the death realms and the other world in a way that it took me a while to figure out. And, you know, but that kind of underworld experience was really my initiation into the inner dimensions, into the underworld also in specific, which is a place of loamy darkness, but also evil, you know. And so I've been navigating all these realms for a long time, for decades now. My education, my master's and PhD is from the California Institute of Integral Studies. And that was really a wonderful launching pad for me, for my various strands of my life's work, which again, as you said, has to do with unveiling divine birth as an actual practice of women, priestesses, and also off-planet beings who have helped seed humanity, namely the seven sisters of the Pleiades. You know, that's a whole huge topic that I know, Neil, is a little bit dear to your heart. And then so many, many other topics. The fairy material that I've been introduced to is coming up big time, because what is New Earth? It's nothing but moving into the realm of the fairies, the she, the subtle beings. Most of the people in these groups, in these New Earth groups, you look around at them and they're fairy human hybrids, okay? Some of them look so fairy that I'm like, are you even human? You know? And I mean, this is what's happening right now, okay? So the bleed through is big, major. And I started Seven Sisters Mystery School in 2012. It was really a weave of all of my esoteric material, my academic material, and it's just been a kind of a cornucopia, like an endless cornucopia of things that are coming out of me on all of these different topics to really help people move into the new earth now. Now it's becoming clear. I was also told in a medicine ceremony that I did a number of years ago, something that, you know, I thought I'll never say this publicly, but I received that I was a Pleiadian ambassador. Okay, literally those words came to me. I was like, what the heck? And then I started finding that there were people like Christine Day and others who, you know, call themselves Pleiadian ambassadors. And, you know, my research and angle into the Pleiades has really been ancient Greece and the women's mystery tradition of divine birth. So we can talk more about that, but that's kind of a little brief touchstone. There's so much more that can be said, but I know we want to get into the topics.
God, you have so many topics. I'm already odd. It's like I go, oh my God, the fairies, wait. And then there's the goddesses. So, but let's start, I think, and Neil would probably agree, with the seven sisters of the Pleiades then, and of your mystery school and what that's actually like.
Yeah. Well, you know, the name, the Seven Sisters Mystery School came to me in the shower because I had been doing all of this research on the Pleiades, the seven sisters, who are basically the seven starseed mothers of the world. You know, Alcuone, Kelaino, Merope, Sterope, Maya, Electra. And there's always one that I forget, you know, but there's another, Taugete, okay? These are the seven starseed mothers of the world. Their DNA is in everyone, according to what I've learned, okay? The ancient Greeks talked about this. This is an African origin story, and every continent of the world has these stories that they come from the Pleiades, or that the seven sisters are their seven mothers. This is the literal seven mothers of the world that Brian Sykes talks about as being, you know, all related. And so that's huge. That's important. And what do we find out? They were virgins. Okay, they were virgin beings, virgin off-planet starseed beings that somehow were able to connect into the three-dimensional earth, or whatever dimension it was operating on at the time. But there was a gash in the story, okay, and we can go into that, but that's the basis of my mystery school, was really all of that research that I'd done into the seven sisters. And so it was a natural to name my school that. And a mystery school, as we know, has to do with going into the deeper conundrums, mysteries, things beyond the 3D, things in the deeper dimensions, you know, all of these types of things, learnings that really you can only get on the inner dimensions, even if you have a teacher who is stimulating you. This is an inner knowing. That's what a mystery school is. So I'm here to just stimulate people's inner knowing with all of the courses I've done. So I'll pause there and see where you want to go from there.
It goes so deep. There's so many layers here. I have a million questions. So firstly, I've heard, like, in a lot of books, like the Prism of Lyra, and then also Brings of the Dawn, they talk about the Pleiadians being the original Earthlings, right? And that they came here before humanity was seeded like this. You just mentioned saying these seven sisters were actually actual beings. So do you mean that literally that these were actual beings that came here, seven individual sisters that had virgin births on Earth and seeded us? Or were they were they all from a specific star system within the Pleiades? Or was they a group of people from each star system?
That is a really, really good question, Neil. And I would say that I don't know. Probably some of the information will start filtering into me in the Oracle space as we talk. And I think this reconstruction is actually a collective thing that needs to happen. We need to figure this out together. You're going to get intuitions. Joan, you are, all the listeners everywhere. I think this is an uncharted territory. We're hearing a lot about hidden histories of humanity. And we're trying to all put it all together and figure out, well, what are the timelines? When did this happen versus, were they actual physical humans? What we know is that each star in the Pleiades, there's 7 stars, is the name of one of those women that I said. So Neil, you may well be right that this is like a grouping. Taugete represents a grouping. Electra represents a grouping. Electra being the one who helped seed the people who were in Troy, okay, the first layers of Troy. Maya, who's the one who brought in Thoth in one of his incarnations as Hermes, okay. So these are such deep histories, and I think that even thinking about this starts opening up all of our Oracle spaces and starting to downpour the information, right? So I'll pause there.
Yeah, so like there's stories that Adam and Eve could have actually been groups of civilizations rather than the conventional biblical thing. And so it kind of resonates with me on that level. But I'm actually getting kind of like some chills here, some goosebumps around just having this conversation about the Pleiades, because a lot of people, when they say the Pleiadians, you have that one image of like, this is what a Pleiadian looks like. And it's like that Billy Meyer image, right? which is actually Polarian, which he actually didn't say they were Pleiadians. He said they lived outside the Pleiades and they're called Polarians. So people have this image about what they are. And I keep saying, like, dude, these civilizations, these planets, there's so many planets, there's so many stars that you can't just have one group of beings. Like, it could be very diverse. So when we say Arcturian Pleiadian, we might be very limiting because it could be multiple beings. So what you're saying kind of touches on that, the metaphor behind this could actually represent that there were multiple civilizations that came from that area that all had an influence on our creation.
I think that's brilliant. I actually never thought of it, and just to add a little thing into the mix, one thing that I received is that those 7 sisters, as they are women, because they might have been like the spearheads of each of these different civilizations, you know what I mean? But they did exist as women or beings. I was shown that they were Black. They were what we would call African American, African, no, literally African, not African American, African, and that they were 7 Black mothers of the world. Now that blew my mind when I actually, received that in ceremony, and I'm like, what? Are you saying that I now have to say that these are 7 Black mothers? But then when you think of it, really, the genetic research of like Luca Cavalli Sforza and even Brian Sykes to some degree, it does all kind of go back to Africa and, that seeding down there in the southern eastern part of Africa and so forth. So like, what are we talking about here? Like, this throws into confusion all the whole thing about white, Black, who is it? I mean, if you looked at the Corey Good stuff from Cosmic Disclosure and the drawings that were done of some of those people, there was like a Black man who was the leader of the planet that went through some of the stuff we're going through, according to Corey Good. If people adhere to whatever Corey Good's saying, which I did find a lot of it compelling, so this throws into a positive tizzy all of these things about races. And what does race mean? How is it connected to the star systems? Can this help us with our racial tension on this planet? Does our racial tension actually go back to these Star Wars, right? Okay. So like, there's so much stuff here. I know we're going in really deep, really broad. We're not going to get the linear answers to anything today, but we're going to just make a whole bunch of scatter, a whole bunch of seeds for people.
So Marguerite, this is how my brain works. So you're saying, okay, the 7 sisters. So now I'm seeing a lineage chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like, okay, now how does that also interact with the Anunnaki, with the Enlil? Because I just spent time going through those charts.
I know.
So how do we connect those? And also the second thing that comes to me is that, okay, so are you saying our civilizations have evolved from the females, from the sisters, that we're no longer looking to the patriarchal link and the patriarchal God that seeded us, but maybe to the female energies?
Yes.
I have chills.
Yes, that is exactly what I am uncovering. Okay. First of all, the female womb is the key thing. It is the key resource everywhere, and especially on planet Earth. And this is why the abductions have been happening, because they are hijacking this womb thing. And we need to stop this. Okay. We need women to get really aware of their wombs and stop these astral shenanigans in the middle of the night or whenever it's going on. This is BS.
No,
okay.
you're right.
So yes, the female womb and the female creator beings, so to speak, really need to come back into prominence. They are, but we're starting to understand all the complexities of this. It's not just like the great goddess or, Mother Mary or whatever, but like, who are these seven sisters of the Pleiades? Are they kind of goddesses? Are they women? Who are they? And then to the Anunnaki. Okay. When you hear about the Pleiades, basically cross-culturally, but also in Greece, what do we hear? Basically, at least 3 of them were raped by whom? Zeus, and, at least one other of these so-called Olympian gods, who I think were the Anunnaki.
Right.
So we already have a problem with these 7 sisters of the Pleiades trying to come to the earth, in that they were raped. And so their seedings have to do with rape seductions that went on by these Anunnaki beings, who may even be Anunnaki reptilian hybrids. That's another whole thing. Like, what's the difference between Anunnaki and reptilian? Because Zeus half the time is shown with a tail, you know what I mean? And so they had problems. Taygete did not want to be raped. She cried out to Artemis to save her from this rape, but ultimately she was. And are these human starseeds products? Did they seed in products of the Anunnaki hybrid reptilians? And that could be part of what's going on with why the Pleiades are trying to make up for karma. And they're back here trying to help us, because they know they were in a conundrum that they could not get away from with this whole thing with these rapes. Okay. It is extremely complex. I cannot emphasize this enough, but I can feel the power of you two and the whole 8,000, 10,000 people who have been participating in this. We need to get to the bottom of this and figure it out, because understanding exactly what the heck happened is going to help us in what we need to do to go forward. And yes, it has to do with the womb, and it has to do with a very honored place that the feminine plays and has been dismantled in some basic aspect of the Earth history. And that is not to say that the problem is with men. No, the problem is with the male Anunnaki and the male reptilians, who are responsible for all of this and distorting the masculine principle on the Earth. Males are just fine. Human men are just fine. It's when they get hybrided and injected with all of this crap that comes from these other domains that we have the problems. This is where we have the aggression. This is where we have the rape. This is where we have the discrediting of the feminine. This is where we have the gender wars. All right.
Right. You're speaking on like a collective trauma that happened, because as you're speaking it, I'm seeing like, okay, there was some sort of wounded masculine energy that existed, right? Whether it was a person, an individual, an ET, or just metaphor of energies. And then there was this divine feminine that came in. The wounded masculine literally raped the divine feminine, take that metaphorically or literally, and creating a collective trauma, giving birth to humanity. And we've been trying to make up that karma ever since.
Absolutely. And let me just tell you, it wasn't just these wounded masculine Anunnaki and reptilians that are responsible for this. What I started receiving years ago, which stunned the heck out of me, was that the reptilian queens were really wounded and problematic and their relationships with those males was very much a problem. And they would be engaged in pitched combat. Their sexuality was the vagina dentata and the phallic sword, okay? Where do we get that whole fear of the vagina dentata? Well, the reptilian queens. Where do we get the fear of the phallic sword? The reptilian males, all right? So there's shenanigans that I have channeled that was going on there. And actually the queens were so fierce and they would put up with no crap from these males that they went off to look for where they could get their gratification elsewhere. And they saw, you know, human earth, whatever was going on here already. And they're like, yeah, let's get in on that. Let's just create our whole distortion fields, because they're all about distortion fields. It's the distorted feminine, it's the distorted masculine. All right. It happens to be the distorted masculine Anunnaki and reptilian that came here and created these problems. And yes, so much of what we are has been based in trauma. And that's why the trauma work is really important. But we are going to be transforming out of this. We are throwing this stuff off. We are reconfiguring our own DNA from the inside out. We are releasing, you know, we are getting clear on these stories, and we are releasing these timelines, etc.
I'm just taken aback already by some of the information you're bringing through. So initially, though, I'm hearing, like I heard someone discuss the other day, that the gods did not mean us to suffer so here on the planet, that something got out of balance in our timelines. And
yeah, the gods didn't. It's these other dimensional beings who did. They did mean to cause harm because they get food out of harm.
Right.
They get food out of negative emotion. And because humans are very emotional, they're like, yeah, let's go there and we'll have a lot of food, etc.
Right. The humans are great food. And that's what we're beginning to find out.
Right.
Yeah, right. We, in some ways we have been. So tell us, let's switch a little bit gears for a minute so we can settle in now. So I have 7 women and 7 lineages. Is Mother Mary one of those 7 sisters, or Mother Mary of one of those lineages? Like, what is our Mother Mary story then?
So what I get is that the Mother Mary is, she's holographic. So she has presences in the Pleiades, in the Syrians, in the Andromedans, and so forth. She's so big. She's bigger than any one of those because of what she accomplished, all right, as a soul being. She ascended to full goddesshood. So all of that is under her umbrella, okay? Like those images that you've seen in, you know, paintings by, you know, old painters where Mother Mary and then all the people are under her skirt kind of thing. That's kind of how it is. So you can get a Pleiadian Mary. You can get a Syrian Mary, you can get an Andromedan Mary, and goodness knows where else. Because it's holographic, so she can weave through all of those places. And you get specific medicine by connecting with Pleiadian Mary. You get specific medicine by connecting with Syrian Mary, et cetera, okay? And then you can just deal with her, you know, in her big fullness, which is just one of these major, major beings to call her. I mean, she is a goddess. She is connected. She is one and the same, although she has her own personality as Mother Mary. So that's as far as I can go with that. I mean, I would have to go into like a deeper channeling to see really what more we could say about the connection with Mary to these 7 sisters and these 7 star seeds and so forth.
So let's go ahead, Joan, you wanted to?
No, you go, Neil.
Okay, so I want to go a little deeper into something else that within the virgin births. And I have a question here from, you know, the questions from your media kit, but I have something to tie into that. So let's see if I can piece this together here. What was it? In your book, you say that Mary was not alone in her practice of virgin birth, right? So who else did this kind of thing? And then my addition to that question is that could this have happened? Okay, this happened over and over again. There's some people that think, you know, Jesus never existed, so the whole Mary story isn't true at all either. So from your research, and you're like just tuning into this, what do you feel in regards to that? Could that be a metaphor? could there have been an original story that was just like rewritten and written and written over and over? Or do you really think that this happened, continuously? And was Mary an actual real person, or maybe just an older story recycled?
Right. I mean, these are definitely deep, complex issues. I think it depends on how you work with it and what reality you want to be in around it, because you'll get medicine from that reality. I'm working with the reality and the timeline that Mother Mary was a real being whose last incarnation on the earth was as Mary, and that she from there ascended to full goddesshood, but she had had many lives before that, that she did walk the earth, that Jesus walked the earth, that her mother Anne gave birth to her divinely, okay, because this was a technology that these women knew. And what unites her with the seven sisters of the Pleiades is they had that technology as well. They knew how to do divine birth, but divine birth can be interrupted. The process of the conception can be interrupted by the presence of a hostile male being coming into your space and basically rape seducing you at the last minute and impregnating you, which is what happened with the seven sisters of the Pleiades and other stories in the Greek tradition, which basically are telling us histories. Mother Mary was able to get by all of that. She was able to truly become the androgyne, the whole in and of herself, and conceive this divine being Jesus as a means of avoiding karma, avoiding any male lineages, et cetera,
Wow.
bringing this star being in, boom, there he is. He's walking the planet. It's his first lifetime and he's operating.
So
okay.
what would the conception of Jesus have looked like then? What was the process around that?
All right. So first of all, Mother Mary herself was born of her mother in this way. This was a lineage of women who knew how to do this. Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist, same deal. They were in the same family. And it turns out that you find out in the Islamic tradition, Anne and Elizabeth were actually sisters. Okay. So right. And they go all the way back to Sarah, the mother of the divinely born Isaac. So this lineage was going on in the Jewish, the Hebrew tradition. Okay. So, so getting back to the technology of it. All right. So Mother Mary, the way it's done is through an incredibly high level of consciousness that's working with the light matter interface and the bodily womb and DNA at incredible levels. All right. So if you think all of this, David Wilcock, whiz bang, technology stuff out there is interesting, take a look at this. All right. Just take a look. What it requires to have a woman at that level. We are talking about beyond the beyond. All right. These are the highest of high priestesses. And so they know how to work the womb technologies, the womb magic. And what does it involve? Light, sound, consciousness, toning, possibly sacred medicines, etc. There's, lists of things that I find these little wisps of hints about in Mother Mary's repressed gospel called the Infancy Gospel of James that point us in little directions as to what she might have been doing. That whole idea that she was weaving when she conceived Jesus. Well, that's probably talking about some kind of quantum activity with her DNA, the matter spirit interface, right? That's about, as far as I've gotten. I mean, we could channel on deeper and deeper levels. And so divine birth was one aspect of these womb technologies. High Tantra was another aspect of these womb technologies. So there was the woman, the sovereign woman, who was able to become the male female and give birth. Boom, that's Mary. That's her mother Anne. That's Elizabeth, mother of John the Baptist. That's Sarah, mother of Isaac, and others around the world. The mother of the peacemaker in the Haudenosaunee tradition, etc. And then there is the High Tantra, okay, which can bring in some other types of beings and so forth. The Egyptian queen pharaoh connection is a little bit related to this, but I think there were some distortions that were also going on there. Anyway, so that's just to give you a little bit of a glimpse of that, I don't have all the answers either. This is a collective reconstruction, right? There are women that I know who come to me and they're all excited, and they're like starting to do this work on their own. They're trying to figure it out. Because I was shown when I started doing this work, you know, what now in, you know, it really was starting to come to me in 2003-ish. No, really 2001. So however many, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, that it would take about 35 years before we had all the codes back on the planet for this to be able to be done again. And thank goddess, because we do not want these codes back running rampant right now on a planet that is like crazed and not together, you know, because as it is, we know that these codes have been hijacked. Right. They've been hijacked most likely by the Illuminati. I'll just state it right out there. Okay, because enough of this crap. We've got to get hip to what's going on and how this negative hybriding is happening on the planet. How do you think we're walking around with all these weirdo shapeshifters who, you know, are this and that and really this being instead? Well, hijacking, you know, what is all this gray alien stuff? And now, you know, all of these people who are basically hybrided gray aliens. Okay, this is the hijacking of divine birth. And then we're told, no, it's not really real. It didn't happen. It's metaphorical. Really? Tell me it's metaphorical, you know, when you run smack into one of these beings.
Right. And we lose our sovereignty.
Yeah. Because they're so manipulative that they make us want to lose our sovereignty. And with all of the shenanigans that they're pulling right now, with making everybody terrified of their own immune system, for goodness sake, it's ridiculous.
Well, which totally strips away any of our divine powers or any of our divine.
That's right.
Can women today, all right, so say women like you're teaching in your Seven Mysteries, your Seven Sisters school, your mystery school. Are you teaching ways to restore your divine feminine gifts and even?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about that then.
Well, you know, I would say one of the most practical things that I teach is the Holy Womb Chakra teachings, which I've been certified to teach through, you know, the lineage of Sri Kaleshwar and Sai Baba. And that has to do with a whole ancient practice of mantras or sacred prayers and yantras, sacred drawings, that Sri Kaleshwar discovered in the ancient palm leaf manuscripts of India and beyond. He was given and attracted to him all of these ancient palm leaf drawings and things on literal palm leaves, okay, that show the technology of how to work with this mantra practice to get your womb purified and get it empowered. And I mean, it goes so deep in so many directions. The Holy Womb Chakra teachings is just the beginning. But it also enables people to have a divine conception when they are in sexual union, male, female. Okay. So, you know, I work with people in that way. And I think that future generations are going to have to connect the dots between that and the divine birth technologies and the divine birth material. You know, I'm starting to bring people to the shore from which they can't, because of my own karma with this whole thing, apparently, from which they're going to take it out further.
You're teaching people then how to have sacred conceptions.
Well, through those, as much as I can through the Holy Womb Chakra teachings, a divine conception with a male female, okay? There's ... ellipses, you know, to be filled in the blanks information on how to do any of this other stuff. Right. And there may well be lineages, even unbroken ones, walking around on the planet who just have kept this beyond secret.
So why do you think this information has been hidden until now? What's going on the planet in this moment that is making this come out, in your opinion?
Timing, divine timing. We're all here. We all knew that this was going to be the big showdown time, and all the wraps were going to come off everything. And divine birth and Holy Womb Tantra has to be one of them. In order for the whole healing to happen, the whole picture to happen, you know, this is not just going to be by doing these, you know, spaceships that are running around, or right, all these technologies of whatever, replicators and whatnot, the things that people get into. This is the female aspect of that. We've got to balance all of this stuff coming. Tesla, he was great, but my God, we need a female Tesla with all of these, these other kinds of technologies to have the balance if we're going to restore this planet. And it's not just about restoring the planet, but when you restore the womb, you restore the whole hologram up to the whole Mother Divine, Holy Womb, Sophia creation of all reality. You know what I mean? So this is deep. And this goes out and out and out into the hologram. And that's why, all the beings are looking at us eating their popcorn, watching, okay, what are humans going to do here? Right. So it is big time. So this is just one of the many revelations that needs to happen at this time. And we all converge. We're like, we're coming in now.
That's so funny you said eating their popcorn, because I often say, like, we're like the biggest light show in the universe. And I say that in a really non-arrogant way, because I'm just saying that so many civilizations have donated their DNA or their consciousness, or have incarnated into our bodies, or all of the above, to have this earthly experience. And we're like a library of galactic DNA. And so it's not like, oh yeah, these guys are so awesome, they make cool TV shows, let's watch them. It's more like we have an invested interest in them. We are their ancestors and they are our ancestors, because that's how time works,
That's right. That's right. And the DNA or whatever energy strands are like strings that when they get plucked here, they get plucked over there. It's all holographically connected. It's nothing is separate. So they're like, holy crap, you guys, like, do it right.
And just to back what you just set up a little more, is when you study harmonics and octaves, it's now commonly accepted that when you hit an octave within a certain frequency range, that all the octaves that are non-audible also get triggered, right?
Yes.
So what that means is, because you go octave, 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 and then you're eventually at source. So literally just vibrating something in this reality strums every dimensional reality like a violin all the way up to the original source, which to me is like a feedback mechanism for experience, because everything vibrates, everything's octaves. It's like the way we communicate data.
That's right. And people are just starting to, have gotten this for a long time, but many of us are just starting to open our awareness and be able to see in that kind of fifth dimensional way that you're talking about. I mean, it's trippy, it's hard to even describe in words, but you will have a sense of knowing about it. That's what's happening. That's what the new earth is. We're like, whoa, wow, boom, gosh, whoo, suddenly you're understanding all of these things. You don't even know how you're understanding it, but you're tuning in, or you're being plucked. These parts of yourself are being plucked and resonating.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this mean for all of us women across the planet? Do we have these gifts that are just residual in here, or like, what does all this mean? How can we discover our own power then? So rise up
there. It's our time. It's our time to really open consciousness to the womb and do the clearings, then the healings of the womb, the reclamation of the womb. Practicing on all sorts of different levels, all of these different womb technologies, from the simplest to the high priestess, tantra, and divine birth. But even those of us who are working in the householder way to bring in children, you can bring in higher vibrational children through an awareness of your womb, through the purification of your womb, through the practices that can help bring in a higher dimensional being that really can bring some more gifting to the planet. Women are the gatekeepers. They're the ones who are bringing in the beings, right? And so we need to call in these great beings to ourselves. I mean, a lot of it is happening spontaneously, but imagine if women put their consciousness into focusing on, we're going to bring in these major, massive beings, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to say no to any of these other abductions and interferences and tamperings and whatnot. Can you imagine?
Right.
And seal it all up and bring in what we make that sieve only available to the fine souls that need to come on the planet. There's a lot of work and play to be done in this regard.
There's a question here. I just want to ask this question because it ties into what you just said, Joan.
Okay.
Somebody just asked in the room, what if you have a hysterectomy or no womb?
You can still work with the Holy Womb Chakra teachings because you have the energetic presence of the womb, and you have your Nada Bindu point, which is a sacred point in your body about 1.5 inches below your navel that moves, that connects you, that point connects you with throughout the hologram of all wombs, all the way up to Divine Mother's womb. And men have it too. So it doesn't matter what gender you were born in, you can take and do the Holy Womb Chakra teachings and you will benefit from them. All right. So it doesn't matter whether you've had a hysterectomy in terms of you being able to re-empower and clear your womb and use it in other ways. Maybe you won't be conceiving, or maybe you will. I mean, my gosh, I had a woman come to me a few months ago who told me these unbelievable stories. She basically had no ovaries and she was conceiving children. I mean, it was like, she has 9 kids. Okay. I mean, these are the things, you know, it boggles the mind. So there are many great mysteries. There's much that we can do with our holy wombs. And that goes across every possible sex or gender that we have here on the planet.
I love it. I think our time's almost up, but I have one comment on this, which is that honestly, one of the takeaways is as women, we need to purify our wombs from this life, past life, future lives, all those generations. We need to do that ancestral clearing of all the times our wombs have been abused and misused.
That's right.
And I can hear that collective trauma. But I don't know, Neil, do we have a few more minutes? Or
Yeah, we do.
Okay, we have a few more minutes. So how can people engage with you, Marguerite?
All righty. Well, you can go to 7sistersmysteryschool.com, and the 7 is written out SEVEN. And there are many, many offerings there. There are free offerings. There are audios, videos, blog posts, articles. And then I have what's coming up, what is presently being offered, which I think will be fabulous for people, is my Mother Mary Love and Empowerment Circle, my monthly Mother Mary Love and Empowerment Circle. It's really inexpensive. And every month on the 3rd Thursday of each month, we meet for an hour and a half. I do a guided meditation with Mother Mary as the inspiration. And then we engage in what I call cosmic Q&A, or the oracle space, channeling answers to people's cosmic global questions. Inspired again by Mother Mary. We come to the place of peace. We come to the place of trust. We come to the place of love. We come to the place of bridging, and compassion, all of which we need right now in this time of bifurcation. We rise above the bifurcation, we get fortified, and we go off for the next month. So I really highly, if people go under, I think, programs or courses, it's the first one, and it's all over the homepage as well. And, just go around, play, have fun. You'll see many things. I've got a fairy course and a level 1 oracle training if you want to train yourself to become that oracle. So many, many things. Yeah. Thank you for that opportunity to let people know.
Marguerite, thank you. Alan's here. Alan, did you hear any at all?
I did hear some of it. I want to hear the whole replay, but the womb is the sacred gateway into this dimension. I mean, that's why it's holy, because there's nothing else that can bring the human into incarnational form except the holy womb, and they're holy for all women because it is the kind of cauldron of life. So thank you for everything you've said.
You're welcome. Blessed be. And these negative high frequency beings know that as well. They can't do anything without the womb. They can make clones. They can do all the tech replication they want, but they cannot create an ensouled being.
That's right. That's why they want it.
They cannot create an ensouled being. And that's why all these gray aliens are on here, because they want ensoulment again. And so they're tampering and and what percentage of alien DNA and what percentage of human do they absolutely have to tolerate in order to get ensouled again? Okay. Only the womb can create the ensoulment. And that is on every level of the hologram. Okay. That's why those gods were raping those female goddesses. All right. Because they knew. That's why Zeus was playing all these shenanigans, that Anunnaki guy, with birthing Athena through him.
I think JJ and Desiree also kind of, Desiree, you want to just jump in on that about the ensoulment of the human being, the Adamic race, all that. Can you talk about that?
I think it's very important because a lot of people talk about, what we're supposed to do for the planet. We don't realize that we're actually higher souls that are here on the planet really at this time, because this is a very big transition time for the planetary system. I always say that's why we're getting to be 8 billion people. You imagine how many people want to come to this planet right now? So, and it's really our souls coming and manifesting and experiencing this great change.
Yes, it be.
There's a big roadmap. We need to have careful understandings of all the different levels, because one size doesn't fit everything. And that's the problem with the classical ufologists. They want to put things in basic categories, and we're dealing with soul force fields that are very, should we say, transcendental in all respects.
And we're dealing with the sacredness of the human being. We are these divine beings coming through the sacred passageway. That's why it's so great the work you're doing here, Marguerite. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, boy. It's been,
Do you know the work of the Hurtaks, JJ and Desiree Hurtak?
No, but hello, I'm so happy to meet you.
Nice to meet you. It's great to hear.
They are doing the same kind of holy divine work. They are bringing in the divine awareness through their books. Well, Keys of Enoch, Book of Knowledge. I'm sure you've heard of that book. Have you?
Yes,
heard?
yes. Oh, goodness. Okay.
That's Dr. Hurtak and Desiree. They write books together, and they are the divine union right there. Desiree and JJ.
Wow. Okay.
So
Wonderful.
thank you, Marguerite. Marguerite, I got to just say one more time that I'm like really excited just to connect with you. You have a presence about you that's just immediately just like intriguing and makes you want to sit by like a fire and listen to the words that you say, But I love the fact that you have so much to share, and just connecting with you today has really been amazing. So we're going to do a webinar pretty soon in November, so I'll share that with everybody after the event today. Appreciate
All right.
you.
Thank you so much, Neil. I have so appreciate being here. Thank you, Joan, and everybody. Really, it's been great.
Marguerite, you actually blew my mind with some of what you had to say. You actually put some of the missing pieces together for me, and I'm sure you did it for our fans in our gathering today also.
Well, it's a collective reconstruction that we're involved in. We're just stimulating each other so that we can get all the puzzle pieces together.
Amazing.
Great. So what's your website again, Marguerite? Where are you?
7sistersmysteryschool.com, and the 7 is written out, SEVEN.
And where are you located? Which part of the world?
Me physically?
Yeah.
Northeastern United States.
Okay.
Western Massachusetts.
Okay, great. Now we know how to find you.
I just don't want any, beams coming down. Although
I know, right?
they can find me if they want. But anyway, I'm in Western Massachusetts. So, and I'm eager to meet like-minded soul pod people, because we need each other right now. I have been finding networks, and we need more of them. So, write to us at dove@sevensistersofferings.com if you are one of those people in Western Mass or the surrounding area and you want to connect. We are creating networks.
Great.
Appreciate you, Marguerite. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
We should do a divine feminine portal to ascension work.
I've done two-day divine feminine conferences, about 24 hours of footage, but I haven't done that for 6 years. So we should do it.
Oh my God, she's incredible, and she already shifted my consciousness. I'm glad to see the Hurtaks, and
hey guys,
great,
all the way.
Always happy.
So the format for this is Brandon is going to moderate. I mean, how are we going to do this, Neil?
Well, it's kind of a discussion. Brandon, go for it.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I mean, and welcome to the Hurtaks. And I know we briefly met literally last time we were here, so it's great to see you again. Alan, I know you obviously know them better. They've I know they wrote in the forward in your book. I'm sure we can talk about that. But Alan, I mean, if you want to introduce them, and then just, I'll jump in here and there, and I'm sure it'll just be I am excited about this discussion. Again, just getting to be able to know how much the Hurtaks have done. I'll just mention a couple things again, from being both like authors and even filmmakers and not even just filmmakers, but I'm fascinated by the idea that you've integrated like computer technology with like storytelling in some of the work that you've done, which is really fascinating. They talk about a lot of things, and they've definitely spoken on a lot of positions of expertise in a variety, and ranging from like the science to the spirituality. So the work that you've been doing to be able to help bring more of that like grounded realism towards like the quantum mechanics of multidimensional reality and everything in between. But yeah, Alan, I'll pass over to you and we can talk more about all the amazing things they've done.
You did talk on some key points, the science of multidimensionality and the spiritual essence of who we are as human beings, combined with the physical and the megalithic sites they've studied, the extraterrestrials, categorizations from ultra celestials to what are they, ultra celestial,
extra celestials and ultra terrestrials. Thank you, Alan. It's in your book, which is so exciting.
Which they write about in the 3rd chapter of my book, but they're also linguistics and artists. And I have to say they're always working. You know, I stay with them sometimes and it's like they are always on the job. There's no rest, there's no vacation. They are at it. And so their dedication to the spiritual transformation is beyond anything I've seen. So I'm always happy to do events with them. And we were on a book tour in California last year where we went to 6 cities. People just loved it and them. And thanks for being here. And the focus today could be on the extraterrestrials and where we're going with it, but it also could be grounded also in some of the ancient civilization stuff. So
right.
Thank you so much, both of you.
So we just did a talk actually with Eric von Daniken and Konstantin Karakov, and Dr. Sam was supposed to be there from the Bosnian pyramids, but actually he wasn't doing so well health-wise, and it's hard to travel around Europe. But, you know, it's interesting. The conclusion of all this is, say the Great Pyramid, for example, you know, that's a structure which I would argue we can't really build exactly today. It would take forever to do that. And it's not just putting a stone upon a stone upon a stone upon a stone. It's the small little air shafts that are inside. We call them star shafts. I mean, there's 4 of them, and there's the relieving chambers, and there's all this other scenario that's going on. So really, you know, who built them? How did this technology get there? And even if we built them, who gave us the technology? I think that's the interesting point, because, you know, we certainly weren't hunter and gatherers building that. The Japanese tried it in the 70s. We have this on YouTube from the Nippon Corporation, and they couldn't get, you know, higher than 40 feet practically, and it was just horrendous, and that was just block upon block.
We were there with cameras in 1978, and we just captured this amazing film of the Japanese trying to use traditional methods to create a 60-meter pyramid. They couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it. They used jackhammers, helicopters, everything, and then they still couldn't do it. So I don't think we've come that far.
I just want to jump in because there's something that came up on the ancient history panel, was that these legacies are living connections and stones to our past. They're actually not just past structures, they're present structures that deliver a whole body of knowledge within their architecture. So talk about that, you guys, like how we're not looking at something from an ancient civilization, we're looking at something that has a modern contemporary influence on consciousness.
Right, so there's many aspects, but the first thing I want to say about the star shafts is Dr. Hurtak's book, The Keys of Enoch, was really one of the first to show that one of the star shafts actually point directly to Orion.
And the 3 stars in the belt.
And the one below it, which is the Queen's star shaft, I'll call them star shafts, some people call them air shafts, point to Sirius. So these are very specific scenarios, which he came out with first, but then people have confirmed that. Now, let's jump over, and I want to include the Americas quite a bit today, because that's amazing. This is like news is coming out all the time. There was just something in New Mexico about ancient footprints But one of the main things is the Lakota people. As you know, the Lakota are very sacred, and they have something called Te-ya-ni, and it's a bird or an animal, and the center is Orion. One side is Sirius, and the other side is the Pleiades. I mean, why did people on two sides of the planet all understand the power of these stellar systems? We believe that that's where a lot of the intelligence came from.
So it means that if we go back in early history, at least 6,000, maybe even 10,000 years before present, there was a mathematical consensus and astrophysical knowledge that navigational cultures carried around the world, from Japan and China all the way to the Americas. So this is very profound. As we push back the envelope of history, we are discovering the wisdom keepers that our ancestors drew from. We're quite aware that we were in a living universe.
We're coming full circle now back to the time where the importance of these star cultures are starting to make more of an impact. So what the ancients knew about the Pleiades, Sirius, Orion is now influencing us now and coming into the mainstream culture. So this is the importance of your work. And as you open up greater cosmology, talk about that greater cosmology.
Well, I just want to say a few more things. Like the Mayan culture, for example, they honored, according to Linda Shelley, the god of the maize god, and they saw him like the Egyptians saw Osiris connected with Orion. They saw the maize god connected with Orion, but they also acknowledged the Pleiades, and the Aztecs, when they were in the central part of the country, they saw every 52 years, they look forward to the Pleiades coming again and centering over some of their temples, because that meant a new year or life would continue. So these star constellations are all over the place. And what's really interesting is they're starting to find that the like Chichen Itza, the pyramid there, it's not that old. But when you go further down to Tikal, they're starting to find these places and around Puebla, which is really where the largest pyramid is, called Cholula, that these places are extremely old. They're starting to find evidence of 15,000 to 30,000 years ago that people had been in these areas. So we're talking about a whole nother civilization.
And what is astonishing, Desiree and I have used computers to study the musical frequencies inside the interior of the pyramids in Egypt and also in Latin America, and they both are centered with the frequency of the Earth's rotation, F sharp.
And also with a way to put like the consciousness into, I would call an alpha state, which is really a meditative state. So they understood sound frequencies as part of their whole culture.
So the pyramids are also future artifacts. They point to the future developments of where we will be able to entrain our technology in the direction of the Pleiades and Orion, and perhaps with the cosmic cultures coming from these regions in the local universe. So it's amazing to see mathematical, musical, linguistic, and architectural principles that are shared throughout the world at different periods of time, but all major traditions recognize the pyramid as a type of prism for levels of knowledge and mental/spiritual philosophy that brings humanity together around a singular Mother Earth planet.
Yeah, Brendan.
Yeah. This is getting I'm putting all this together in my mind, and again, it's fascinating, and even just with taking everything that we've talked about so far, for me, the question that really sparks my curiosity is to really just be able to ask you here for a little bit of your wisdom to help us get more clarity on where are we right now? Like what is the story today? What is our relationship with these beings? The history, it's there to be able to give us clues, but like where are we currently? And this is where, it's coming into a lot of the other discussions we're having here, which is about like the personal experience and what are we doing with this wisdom? How is it applicable today? How is it showing up in culture? How is it leading us back to spirit? How is it leading us back to simpler times as well? So yeah, I'm curious if you, from your own feeling, your own experiences, your own perspective, where do you feel the story is right now in terms specifically, we'll start here, between us as humans and our relationship with these EBEs, these multidimensional beings? What does it look like from their perspective is more or less what I'm saying, if that makes sense.
Well, let's just take it from the ground up instead. Al Gore, when he did The Inconvenient Truth, actually talked about the fact that if we didn't get this planet together in a better situation, we're going to have plagues, we're going to have an environmental crises. And this is, Dr. Hurtak had a unique experience in 1973 where he was literally taken off the planet for 2 days and went into higher realms. He didn't just go into extraterrestrial realms, although he went through those areas, connected with Orion, by the way, but into higher multi-dimensional realities. And he saw things. And, what he was told, and what many other people have been told since 73, is the fact that this planet is going to go through changes. And, we were given the ability supposedly to be caretakers on Mother Earth, and we've really probably done a lousy job. But regardless of that, the planet does go through cycles. And when we go back to archaeology, we're starting to find, again, as I mentioned, even footprints, human footprints that look just like yours or mine in New Mexico going back 15,000, maybe even 30,000 years ago. There was a young female archaeologist working in Puebla, Mexico, and she said back in I think it was the 70s even, that, she's seeing evidence of people 30 to 50,000 years ago. They totally, crucified her basically, and they threw her out.
She was from Harvard University and she lost her position.
But she was right. I mean, this planet has gone through serious changes in the past. We see the little changes going in the Mayan culture. In fact, it wasn't the Spaniards. Anyone who does the archaeology now will tell you it wasn't the Spaniards that knocked down the Mayan culture. It was actually climate change. They went from having sufficient rainfall to down to about 20 or 30% of their normal rainfall. They may have had as many as 2 million to 5 million. Some people even go as high as 10 million Mayans at one time around the time of Christ. So we're talking 2,000 years ago. Right now, even North America is going back easily 3,000 to even 7,000 years ago of people living here.
The bottom line is we're moving beyond the paradigm of materialism to realizing that we have a consciousness that's fantastic, that's local as well as non-local. We are here, we gather information, but we can also project through intention and, should we say, higher consciousness overlays of information.
Yeah.
Well, I want to jump in on that for a second. Okay. The fact that we are vibrating at a different frequency than we were even 10 years ago. There's a acceleration, maybe of the Schumann resonance, maybe of the planetary space we're in, and that is bringing us closer to the unseen worlds. Some people would call them paranormal. I just call them higher energy beings. We are starting to bridge the veil. The veil.
Exactly.
Right. And Ellen, you were with us a couple of years in Tucson when they had this conference called The Science of Consciousness. This speaks volumes that the scientific community is shifting beyond the materialistic paradigm to realize that we are consciousness beings living in a living, thinking universe, and we're beginning to take baby steps towards new reconciliation.
Well, that's what this conference has been about, is about consciousness, really. The last 3 days, 3.5 days, Omar just did a great overview about the levels of consciousness. So if we can focus on what is this thing called consciousness? How is it multidimensional? How is it non-local? How do we connect to those other beings? We're going to take a big step for humanity.
Well, let me just go back to what you were saying, and I know you've spent time with us also in Sedona, which is where our office is currently right now. And many people feel there's a great awakening coming, and that people right now that they're experiencing, they're getting more in tune with their, we call it the over self, their higher self. That veil is being lifted. They're actually having what they feel is like higher communication with beings. Now, we don't consider these just extraterrestrial beings. We consider extraterrestrials not that much different from who we are. They just live in different planetary systems. Some of them are sufficiently more advanced consciously. They use telepathic communication most of the time. But in some cases, they need us, we don't need them. So there's different aspects of that. Many of course, are here to help us go through the transitions that we're looking at. But then, as you know, Alan, we consider there's also extracelestial.
Yeah, let's talk about, define that, extraterrestrials and ultra-terrestrials.
Well, first of all, let's go back to your question on consciousness. Consciousness is no longer thought of as the flow of sodium ions through the neurological apparatus we call our brain. Consciousness is everything terms of the reflective aspects of intelligence and beyond. The greatest breakthrough since the splitting of the atom through SRI scientists, Stanford Research Institute scientists, was the realization through very specific tests by the best physicists in America that we have the ability to reach out around the world with the power of the mind.
Right, so consciousness is really a field that we tap into. Now, what aspect that we tap into is really up to us. So there is this universal mind field. It's much more, people think about consciousness, and I say it's a field, everyone's like seeing it around the earth, and yeah, I'm putting some energy out and someone else is putting energy out, I can pick it up, but it's much greater than that. And I think Ingo Swann, when he looked at the planet Jupiter and saw things like a ring before our probes got up there and the type of atmosphere that was there, all of the above, he was 100% accurate remote viewing to Jupiter. I mean, so there's
before the NASA probe got there, he was part of the SRI group, and this is detailed in our book, Mind Dynamics in Space and Time. And so just as we've gone through evolutionary stages of the physical and the mental, we're reaching a whole new threshold of consciousness, what is all about the dynamic that brings minds together collectively and possibly opens the door for what we will call celestial communication.
The non-locality, Brendan, of our human capacity is coming online. I think
right, so non-locality means that we can connect instantaneously with any space around us. I mean, not just somewhere in Egypt or somewhere in Russia or whatever, which is what some of the experiments were about, but actually with beings in other realities. So our consciousness, for the most part, and that's what Making Contact, Alan, is all about, which is your book. It's showing the fact that once you even see a UFO, you don't even have to see the being in the UFO, you just have like a connection with the UFO. That consciousness is prevalent all the time. You have that connectedness. You're entangled with that reality.
And to use your expression, Alan, we have consciousness, awareness now that we can see not only around the world, but under the ground. This was the basis of our discovery of the tomb of Osiris, as illustrated in my book. Giza's industrial complex, showing that you don't have to have bricks and stones to penetrate space and time realities. It means there's no barrier that cannot be crossed by consciousness, no secrecy that can be put under lock and key. Everything is available in a certain frequency of the mind. Now you take this and you take it to a quantum level, you begin to understand how these vehicles from other cosmic civilizations work. They work through consciousness projection or telepathic communication.
And you begin to see extra celestial levels of intelligence, which are beyond the extraterrestrial.
They've mastered technology, they've gone beyond.
Yeah, exactly.
So Brandon, jump in, because we'll just keep talking.
It's fascinating to listen to, and I don't mind at all. One thing that just comes to mind there when we start talking about, again, like the extra celestials and everything. I love the idea of the stories that we hear about like the crafts that they themselves are a being, like the crafts have consciousness. And there's one story in particular, and I actually wanted to see if you guys have come across this or have heard of something similar. And this is drawing from a friend of mine who has had this experience through Dreamtime, where basically it's a craft specifically known as a void hawk. And the craft itself is like a conscious entity. And apparently it like bonds itself with like a human or whatever being, like since it bonds almost like since birth. And like this human will be here on the planet, but then like this craft, it can like, and it's not always a human, it could be from some other planet. But then the craft is kind of like a multi-dimensional craft and everything like that. But I'm curious, have you ever heard of a void hawk? Has that ever crossed your radar? Or something similar, at least?
Maybe not that term, but you're talking about, if you talk about an extraterrestrial craft, I mean, the pilot, and you see this at Stargate, like there's only certain guys that could like tune into that exact frequency of the spacecraft. And really, I mean, there is no put buttons and pushing. It's all with the power of the mind. And also, they have to harmonize.
These crafts are alive. If you look at some of the people who have had experiences, they've been aboard, and there's actually living material that is an extension of the brain in a sense. So
here's a picture of a vehicle that looks like a bird. We captured on top of a mountain.
Get closer to the camera, JJ.
We had a group of geologists exploring an extraterrestrial site, and suddenly this bird-like vehicle manifested, and out of it came the outline of a human form. So, I mean, these are sensible individuals, engineers, academics, scientists are looking, as it were, beyond the paradigm that interdimensional realities do exist and can communicate and take on the symbolism of what we find in the shamanistic cultures.
But as we want to move forward also with the idea of extra celestials, which are beyond the nuts and bolts of extraterrestrials, even though extraterrestrials can also operate in the fifth dimension, which means they can go through walls, the other vehicles, and even those connected with what we call the ultra terrestrials, which are beings that don't have any physical form, they're all light energy forms, and these are just different frequencies of beings of existence, literally. You know, they travel in what has been more commonly called, and the Keys of Enoch also mention it, is the Merkaba vehicle. And of course, people always look at the sacred geometries of them, and that's true, they are sacred geometry, but they can also be, like, you can create your own Merkaba vehicle in a certain sense, and in a certain part you resonate into, that takes you into higher dimensional realities. And I think it works. I mean, it's been talked about from ancient times.
The Tibetan mystics in particular, the Kabbalists, mystical schools have all put people into situations of many years of preparation. But we're saying now the game has changed. We're suddenly realizing that cosmic intelligence is on our doorstep. They're feeding us mental visions, or what we will call geometries, which we can then use to calibrate new directions of science and spirituality.
And they're really trying to help us. Go ahead,
Well,
Alan.
the question from actually Neil is, how do we connect to these beings, open up our frequencies? And, you know, part of it is what I wrote about in this book. It's the idea that we are connected already to the cosmos. We're not a freak of nature. Life is abundant throughout creation. We are of the cosmos. So, Brendan, I'm sure can you respond to that too?
Well, and this actually does lead me into a question I would have for you, where for everyone here, if we could kind of again use this opportunity to discuss the kind of like practice visioning, you know, what's ahead of us, what does the future look like? I'm really curious as to, like, you know, like, what do you think this relationship between ourselves and the extraterrestrials and extra celestials and ultra celestials, like, you know, like, what is our relationship going to look like them potentially over the next, like, even just like 5 years, so to speak, you know, because this is something that for me gets very curious, and I know it's a lot through dream space, but at the same time, it's like, you know, this is where it even ties in for me, where it ties in with this idea of, like, you know, and I'll just put this here, just give a full scope of, you know, whether we're referring to it as like hollow earth or other dimensions in general, but it seems to me in my heart that there's like this idea that there's like these actual beings that exist in this realm, and they're like slowly building this relationship. So the relationship is the key. So therefore I'm like, what is that relationship going to look like? How do we develop it on our end? How do we continue to be good ambassadors for it? And that's what I'm basically doing. Like, for me, I'm just going to keep doing a good ambassador, but at the same time, like, you know, how is that relationship going to evolve? And at what point, this is again where it gets theoretical, at what point does that relationship get to the point where, you know, it's a sci-fi movie and we're literally seeing them face to face and we're on their craft and maybe we're going to Hollow Earth with them or something like that? Like, I'm curious, do you see it in a projection that looks like that, or what does a projection look like for you?
I like what you're saying. You know, we are growing up in a vast and awesome universe, and we're recognizing that we need a positive psychology and sociology if we're going to make it beyond the negative social media and even the major media that feeds us stories of frustration, negativity, and certainly the death of civilization as we define it. As a futurist, Desiree and I believe that we're pushing the envelope very carefully. We need a space law, but we also need a positive psychology with respect to making contact with the gifts of the what I would call the divine spark, or the creative aspect of consciousness within us. Until we establish that, we can't look at all of these projects because they're too vast and too enormous for world civilization. But through the internet, we can educate through a university without walls approach.
Right, and I just want to say, I think it's very important. I often say this to people, especially on extraterrestrial topics, that don't feel we're like what Stephen Hawking said, you know, when the Portuguese or the Spanish landed, you know, they took over the cultures of the Mayans, the Aztecs, because, you know, they were so much more sophisticated. I'm trying to empower people to say, hey, we're an Adamic species. We exist throughout the universe. As you know, we've been quarantined down here. We always said we've been quarantined, and now people know what that means. But anyway, that, you know, but basically we have the same telepathic information and connection to other realities than any of the extraterrestrials do. So we really should meet them on a face-to-face or
and even more so in a sense, because we're also connected to the angelic realm. Someone asked a question about love and consciousness and time. It is through this immense love, that the capacity that human beings have, that connect us through those dimensions in ways that some ETs don't have. Would you agree, JJ?
Right. I would say love and intention to help humanity, and intention to do more than just do things for yourself. Once you start opening to one, you have to have the possibility. This is in our book, Over Self Awakening, which is really, because basically we have this higher self that we're also disconnected from until we understand it. But basically we have to first accept the fact that these other realities exist. And second of all, we have to then put out the right intention. The intention has to be, yes, I'm willing to help humanity to do the best I can. You do those two things, life changes, really, if you're open to those realities.
The spark plug is co-creation. When we realize we're not alone in the universe, we realize, visualize, and even experience other realities, we begin to build up within ourselves a ability of an outreach program. And that outreach program cannot come, in our logic, through simply the military or economic or technical elites. It must come from humanity as a large, waking up to its divine spark.
And, we don't I was going to say, we don't have to wait for a future time. I know Brandon keeps mentioning that. I mean, yes, there's going to be a future time when everyone knows extraterrestrials exist. Everyone knows angelic, higher, ultra-terrestrial beings exist. But basically, we can connect with them right now. And many people around the world, as Alan said, are having this great awakening.
Right. So it's about being ensouled beings, realizing that our soul is infinite. And this is what Marguerite was saying in the last lecture, that we are ensouled. So in a sense, there's no beings that are greater than us. They may be more intelligent, more technically advanced, but on that kind of essence level, we can meet these beings on an even playing field and not be afraid, not worship them, but exchange knowledge as true citizens of the cosmos. This is what we're coming into. So
cosmic citizenship.
Yes.
So again, we're very close to what I believe is recognition by other governments and other independent researchers of the fact that there's many categories we can connect with, but we should reach those who take the higher path of service to all humanity. Those who are willing to put science on exhibit for all cultures and all traditions, and those who are willing to work really with the meek and the humble that have been excluded traditionally by the technical elites.
And if you think about it, if the consciousness is really a field, it's a universal mind. So what are you putting into the consciousness? Are you putting negative thoughts, violence, hatred, anger, separation, or are you putting in positive thinking, saying, I want to help, I want to do more? And then levels of reality go way beyond. It's a universal mind. Literally, you can get into the highest levels, and we'll talk about God levels as well, or we'll say, avatar levels, highest levels of reality. We think there's at least, Dr. Hurtak writes about 24 dimensions in this sun universe, which connected with us. And then others say these beings are not necessarily just on another dimension. They can actually just be in a shifted reality from us, and they can materialize. And I want to say one other important thing that I always say in lectures. It's very important when you are thinking about, say, beings on a 8th or 10th dimension, or even in prayer meditation, they're not having to leave where they are to come to you. When you understand non-locality and entanglement, they literally project themselves so they can materialize to 100 people or 1,000 people like Kuan Yin simultaneously. That's how their minds operate. They just need to project who they are to where you are. So, don't feel you're ever disturbing the higher dimensions.
So what I've discovered, Brenda, and then jump in after this, is that if we really knew how to operate consciousness based on some of the laws of quantum physics that have not been put into application by us humans, we are functioning under laws of physics developed by Newton in the 1600s. That's 400 years old. If we could elevate our awareness to realize that nothing happens without consciousness, this is the core of quantum physics, we'll be able to fundamentally create new programs for our interactions with vehicles and time space and meet these beings on an even playing field. So Brendan, back to you.
Sure. I'll just jump in for a moment. So again, just even going back to some of the things we were talking about earlier, and just to share a little bit more about my perception on how I see things. One of the things that really inspire me again with this relationship that we're building between ourselves and again, the ETs, the EBEs, the OUs, the other us's, as I usually call them. You know, within this, for me, what's fascinating about this is that like this relationship, you know, like why do we feel called towards it? And I think the empowering perspective is just to be able to remember that, you know, this relationship isn't necessarily one that we're just pursuing as something to be able to like find refuge in, or to be able to like save us from our problems or anything like that. But it's a natural calling within our soul, and the process of connecting with these other beings is literally the process of connecting with ourself. And this is what, again, much of what the Hurtaks talk about, and to really be able to see this, that for me is where this relationship really becomes inspiring, and without having to look towards it in some sort of way where we're expecting them to save us, but to really understand that, you know, on one level, it's very fascinating to think that, you know, their karma, like they have karma tied to us in some way, like as much as we are ourselves here on the planet, they are still ourselves in that other position. And yet they are learning alongside with us through them interacting, through them assisting, through them witnessing how we are processing and learning and everything. Both of us are growing at the same time. It's not like we're literally just growing and they're just, you know, purely just observing. I do feel, and perhaps there could be other perspectives on this, but I do feel that through them building that relationship with us, and through us doing things in the ways that we need to do, it's actually like contributing to their growth in some way as well. So that's where, again, you know, for me, I think it is fascinating to know that we are in this age where contact is possible. And yet, as we've been talking about, you know, contact is a very personal thing. Contact is something that I think will appear to people in different ways. For some people, it might be a visual craft in the sky. It might be a CE5 encounter. And again, that's myself. I've had various CE5 encounters. My girlfriend has had a lot of dream experiences. And then in other situations, you know, it's the meditation. It's being able to connect back into the heart space. I think that is the most successful place. But even still, if you're thinking about it, you know, like it's as much as you're connecting with like these aliens or whoever, you know, what category you're putting them, it's essentially you just connecting with the oversoul, the overmind, it is consciousness itself. So, you know, to be able to see it from this perspective that we are in this age where, you know, contact is possible, but I think this contact, if anything, we should always be curious to be able to reflect on, like, how is this leading me back further to my own heart and thus further towards my own empowerment? Because the aliens, they would never say like, hey, you know, we're going to do the work for you. They're just like, you got this. We believe in you. We're just here to be the mirror to show you. If anything, they're kind of like an older sibling in some way, just kind of like assisting us, but we still have to do it ourselves, right? So I think that's always, and to know that we can do it, you know, I think that's optimistic.
Well, we call them part of the cosmic family. And so where some of us are reconnecting with our cosmic family, which works on many levels. It can be extraterrestrial or ultra-terrestrial. And just to put what you were saying about our higher self in perspective, we have this book, Over Self-Awakening, which you can find on our website, keysofenoch.org. And it kind of talks about this, but we don't believe in reincarnation, like we'll say the people, the Hindu tradition say. We feel that the higher self is our reality. And that's kind of what you're saying, Brandon. And then as needed, and in the right times, the right places, especially if we have a higher consciousness reality of this, we are brought in to manifest or to be born into the places and the spaces and the times that are needed,
which is biogenesis.
And so that's why it's so exciting to be here now. And everybody, and I want to put this out to, I love the fact that, you know, you're a younger person and you see this higher reality. We need to wake up more and more people to the fact that there is a higher reality. So many people think it's only here. And that's the important thing for us about extraterrestrials, to tell people, you know, there is so much more to the universe. There's so much more to the consciousness mind. There's so much more to who each of us are, that we really have to cherish it.
And as we vibrate at a higher level, as we are here more for the service of others as opposed to the service of self, there's a shift as we make ourselves available to meet these beings. We have to realize there's a consciousness shift. We have to let go of the things that have kept us stuck. Personally, collectively, planetarily, we have to clean up the mess we've made of our planet, which is key to welcoming the others. It's like I often say, you have to clean up your room before you have company. So this is where we're coming into, even though they're here and back, but to really have full on embrace, I think we have to act as responsible beings, citizens, and be grounded in ourselves as divine beings and ready to encounter a greater reality. In my book, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence, how do you prepare is by knowing we're part of the cosmos, by dropping into ourselves, by grounding into our own being. You know, it was on the panel last night, we said, find out what your mission is and live that. And this is what we're all doing here. I think Kathleen Marden is coming in soon. Anything to wrap up, JJ, Desiree?
Well, I wanted to point out, because Brandon said some very important things that I agree with. We have a large roadmap, and the problem has been the specialists have been working with what I would call micro intelligence. They've been working with soil conditions on our sister planets. But in many ways, we need a better cosmology of consciousness to see the greater challenge that we're facing.
And just to say to people, don't be afraid to make a change. If you put that energy out like you're really willing to help humanity, and you do it in an honest, heartful, loving way, then the whole energy around you, if you're allowing it, will shift completely. I mean, I know people that have been married with kids and all this stuff. The kids were older, but, you know, within saying that in a heartful kind of a meditative state, you know, within 6 months, her job was changed, her husband was changed, and she was back. She was in a foreign country. She was back in the US. So, and with a new boyfriend. So, I mean, her whole life changes. So don't be afraid of the change. In fact, the Hopis say, you know, don't hold on to the shoreline. That's true for all of us going through any of the changes that we're experiencing today. Don't hold on to the old past shoreline. Go with the flow of the river, go with that, and try to tune into the synchronicities in your life that are coming from higher realities.
The cosmic cultures are here. Ingo Swann told me that everything is going to change. I completely agree. All science, spiritual philosophy, evolutionary biology is going to change very quickly within this generation. At the same time, we need to be heart-centered in all of this to keep our perspectives alive and positive as much as possible.
Alan, what was it that Colonel Corso said about if you can take it?
It's a new world if you can take it. But thank you, JJ, Desiree. JJ and Desiree and myself are going to be appearing. We're going to do a talk in New York, October 20th. You can email me at newrealities@earthlink.net. We're going to be at the New Life Expo, October 22nd to the 24th in New York City. We're going to be in Florida at the New Life Expo there in Boca, Deerfield. That is January 22nd and 23rd.
And
we're going to be in St.
LA.
Petersburg on Florida, January, was that 13th, 14th, and at the Conscious Life Expo in LA. But if you can't find us anywhere, just buy the book and you get all that. But look for us. You can email me, newrealities@earthlink.net. And they're also going to be on the remote viewing 4-week course. They're going to make a special appearance on one of those weeks. So they are experts in remote viewing. And thank you.
And we're at keysofenoch.org if you're interested. We have many, many books in addition to the Keys of Enoch, as well as music and graphic video for meditation, as Brendan had said.
Everything is vibration.
Yeah.
Choose the positive vibrations and go forward.
So thank you, Neil.
I'll put those dates in the chat here. Brendan, any final words for you? What did you get from it?
I'll just, again, finishing with gratitude and, you know, closing thoughts on this. I think for people here, I really encourage them to start opening up to the ways that they can develop this personal relationship with these beings, and to see these beings as kind of, again, like the ambassadors of the bigger you that exists throughout the universe. So as JJ was saying, again, you know, it really is about bringing it back to the heart, and we can keep it that simple. So if you're just like, how do I go contact aliens? It's just like, take care of your body, get some sunlight, go have, like, you know, get out in nature, create some art, meditate, connect with your breath. It really is and always will be those simple things. And to literally, just by listening to discussions like this, opening your mind to the wonder and opening your mind to the infinite possibilities. And then, hey, if you feel called to go out and sit underneath the stars one night and put out that intention, see what happens. But at the very least, you can always do it in dream time. And yeah, just know that whether or not, I think the last thing I'll say is that, you know, for each of us here, I really invite everyone here, this could be a paradigm shifting moment, to just feel it into your soul that if you're here right now, there's a good chance that like you already came here to be like an Earth ambassador, but you forgot that you were, and now you're going through the process of like remembering. And as soon as you like feel that vibration of that idea, you're like, oh yeah, like that is why I came here. And like we're already a part of that family, as Desiree was saying as well. So yeah, I just wanted to put out that inspiration out there, and thank you again. It was a wonderful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you, Neil.
Thank you, Desiree and JJ. Appreciate you guys so much. Hope you guys are
Neil,
having
they
fun over there.
they're also Mayan experts. We'll talk to them about the Mayan trip.
They were actually the first ones that I reached out to for the Maya conference, but you guys were traveling at that time. So,
but I did tell them at the place outside of Merida that there's a sort of.
Oh yes. I want to find out more about
what's the name of that place, or we'll talk later.
Well, yeah, there's a place just near Uxmal called Hurtak. And actually, it has 25 pyramids that have never been uncovered. We've been trying to work with the archaeological people there to get them discovered. But there's so much in the Yucatan, and it really is going back.
It's interesting. It goes back so far, but it really was part of the blueprint that was shown in my contact experience in '73, that there would be places of ancient civilization that would pop out in our reality, and we would be able to connect these points to world civilization.
Well, we love Kathleen Marden, so thank you, and I'm looking forward to hearing
let
from
me,
her
Let me
as
just
well.
say this about what you just said, guys. Actually, Uxmal is like my second home, and it's the second place in the world I spent more time than California. And I had no idea. I thought it was near Merida, so if it's near Uxmal, we have a local family that we're connected to that lives in Santa Elena, so we go down and visit them.
Oh yeah, and actually, if anyone wants to, we have a very special Echo Hotel in
That's
Santa
what I'm talking
Elena.
about. The Echo Village.
The Neo Alta one.
Nueva Altia.
Yeah, that's where we're staying. That's where we're staying.
The name comes from the Keys of Enoch book, and there's a lot of those people are Keys of Enoch people.
Oh, that's the place.
Yes, it's beautiful. Yes.
No.
I'm gonna.
way.
Can I jump in for just 2 seconds and say
Yeah,
hi?
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, JJ.
Hi.
Hi, Michelle.
You're all blowing my mind right now, because I just got back from my Pilates class. I'm a little sweaty and trying to get myself organized, but just jumping into the tail end of that conversation about Uxmal, and I'm so blown away. I don't know if you know Helen Samuels. She's a little petite, she looks like a little fairy, and she did ceremonies at Uxmal. They're on the internet, they're on YouTube. She did these blending of masculine and feminine energies, and she had this big Mayan headdress on. And I think she was doing this in the 90s, and she's a personal friend of mine. She's in her 70s now, and when I went to Uxmal my first time, it was really, really hot. There was hardly anyone there. And I laid down my altar to do a little ceremony with a masculine and feminine altar pieces. Neil, you might have seen them. I got them in Peru and Bolivia. And my husband said, Michelle, so there's no shade here. Why don't you go over where there's shade? And I said, no, it has to be done here. And when Helen showed me that video, that was the exact spot that she did the ceremony in at Uxmal, where the temple of the nuns or something like that.
Oh, yeah, the nunnery. Yeah, no, and we did sound testing inside there. It's an amazing phenomenon.
Was it this right here? The temple of the
It's not coming out on
we're all drawn
there.
there. I've had a timeshare in that area for like almost 20 years. And I just recently, we started going to Ekbalam. I don't know if you go there, but it's
we've been there. Yeah.
I love it all, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You guys have a
I'm super excited to be introducing Kathleen.
Well, let me just make a quick announcement first before we do that, Michelle. Thank you, JJ, Desiree. Have fun wherever you're at. We'll talk soon.
Okay, we'll get off. Thanks.
And just my announcement is a little shift in the schedule. So I'm Brandon. Thank you. I love you, brother. And all right. So the shift in the schedule, everybody, is we were going to have Jonathan Goldman next, but because we're a little bit behind schedule, I've decided to put that at the end of the day. And then I realized that's even more perfect because it's literally a humming experience, even with the planet Earth, where we're humming and giving vibrations and harmony to the whole of Earth for 30 minutes, guided by Jonathan Goldman and his wife, Andy Goldman. So that's how we're going to close the event for today. So we're going to get right into our next presenter that Michelle's going to bring on, Kathleen Marden. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, I'm really excited to be able to bring on Kathleen. I saw her last night in the Experiencer panel, and I think when you did another Portal to Ascension, she spoke. And I don't know her personally, but but I was fascinated with some of the things she was talking about with Barney and Betty Hill. And Alan, you seem to know a lot about Kathleen.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's part of such a, I mean, her connection to Betty Hill and the beginnings of the abduction phenomena and just her own research and her own experiences. Kathleen, why don't you put your camera on? And hi.
Hi, Kathleen. I love that you've been a social worker and an educator, and it looks like you do regression hypnosis and even though you're telling the stories of your aunt and uncle, you're phenomenal in yourself, and you're doing all sorts of research now. And I know that you're yesterday when you talked about this project that you've been working on, I can't wait for you to dive in and share with us your findings.
Well, I also have to say about Kathleen, she is very grounded in all aspects of the phenomena. I mean, she could go really out there like a lot of us, and is also very grounded in the practical understanding of what's really going on. So I'm so happy you're here doing a presentation, Kathleen.
Well, thank you. And it's great to be with you. And I'd like to share the screen and bring up my presentation. Yes. So there we are.
We're at 2:15. Let's dive in. I'm super excited.
Let's see. Slideshow. Come on, slideshow. Okay, here we are. So I titled this Awakening, Messages from Non-Human Intelligence. And that is something that I would never have dreamed of when I started as a UFO investigator. Now, I was 13 when my aunt and uncle, Betty and Barney Hill, had their experience. And I met most of the original investigators and ended up interviewing all of the ones who were alive when I was doing my research and investigation over a number of years for my book, Captured. I really wanted to know what was happening. And at that time, I was very much, you talk about grounded, I was very much grounded in physical evidence. I was looking at all of this in terms of the physical and did not move beyond that. I'm looking for my, okay, there we are, for so you can see me talking. So my background is in social science, and I have to say from the research that I've done, I came to the realization that the academic study of psychology, psychologists are the most closed-minded of any group regarding UFOs and contact and the paranormal. When I was in college, these things were happening in my life, but I was being taught in college that it was all my imagination, that there had to be a psychological explanation for it. And I think that's why I was so grounded in the physical, because I was looking for physical evidence. In those days, you had to have a massive amount of physical evidence and have that supported by scientists in order to even make a claim. And I had never intended to talk about my own experiences, but just within recent years, I decided to come forward because so many psychics and mediums were coming up to me, and they were saying, you know, you really need to talk about your own experiences because they will help so many people. So I hope that you read the top there. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens, Carl Jung. So I'll move this ahead. So the first introduction that I had to the interdimensional and communication with entities that you cannot see was through Rear Admiral Herbert Knowles. And my aunt and uncle, Betty and Barney Hill, knew him, they'd met him. Frances Swan was a woman who was a neighbor of his. And this is Helen and Herbert Knowles. And she wrote a letter to Betty. And I was very interested in this because Betty didn't tell me a great deal about any of this, but she had written to Helen Knowles about the people from Washington going up to do an investigation on Frances Swan. So she wrote Herbie, not only helped her out, but personally endorsed her letter after he read it. Then, because it contained information of vital national importance, he addressed a personal letter to Washington, which brought a group of departmental top brass to our house. Much correspondence ensued, and when they learned that the information described in her letter was not orthodox or obtained by conventional means, they withdrew their interest and went home. And then she said, and I was getting tired of making sandwiches for that crowd during that time. So we are led to believe that they lost interest. But if you dig deeper, you find out that they actually did retain interest. And I was very lucky when Admiral Knowles' granddaughter heard me, I guess, on a radio show, and I was talking about how I had been looking for the correspondence files with Frances Swan, and Admiral Knowles' granddaughter brought me a thick packet of information, and it was very valuable information indeed. So these are the primary people who are involved. Admiral Knowles on the left, he was in the submarine service, a commander. He was served in both wars, World War I and World War II. And then in his retirement, he served on the National Investigation Committee on Aerial Phenomena's Board of Directors. And then from Canada, their UFO guy from Project Magnet, Project Second Story. He was a senior radio engineer for Transport Canada's broadcast and measurements section. And his name is Wilbert Smith. He had an incredible amount of knowledge and interest in visitation by these non-human entities and worked toward being able to communicate with them directly. I also found out that other government officials did as well. Well, when Mrs. Swan took the letter, or more than a letter, a packet of information to Admiral Knowles' home, he was so impressed that he wrote a letter to Margaret Chase Smith and to Dwight Eisenhower. He said, Mrs. Swan exhibited the ability to answer scientific questions well beyond her level of education, and the answers were given to her by an alien named Alpha. And Alpha claimed to be on a gigantic spaceship in not too far out in our galaxy, even in our solar system. And that this giant spaceship had motherships and smaller, what they called bells. And so this letter was sent to Dwight Eisenhower. It went to the US Navy, the Canadian government, and the FBI, the CIA, the Air Force, and they all joined in an investigation. And the CIA was very actively involved in this. So here is some of the evidence that there was indeed an investigation, and there was indeed a Mrs. Frances Swan. The subject of that memorandum has her name, and this is from the Strategic Air Command. Well, I don't have a lot of time. I'm going to be talking about the present. This dates back to 1954 to 1956, but I wanted to talk to you about what we know from years ago. Wilbert Smith wrote to Admiral Knowles, I'm satisfied that Swan's contact was authentic because the communications are self-consistent. They checked well with similar material obtained through other contexts that for the same reasons I think are authentic, and there has been little or no opportunity for collusion. The predictions given by her contacts have enjoyed more hits than misses. And there are always some misses. As I look more and more into this phenomena, I know that it is not entirely consistent. So this is the ET's major concerns. You must stop polluting the earth. 1954, they're saying this. Humans must become more spiritual and raise their vibrational level. We will provide competent teachers to educate all of you. There is a displaced magnetic field problem on Earth caused by nuclear explosions. We're working to repair this. And they said that the problem that we are creating for them is that a nuclear explosion tears into that membrane between the dimensions and carries damage out into the other dimensions, into their, what they call, universe. They say all vibration is sound. Sound waves permeate the universe and affect the human body. Become peaceful, and your sound will create peace. Admiral Knowles wrote to Wilbert Smith, out of all of this is later on, I believe the following basic facts have been established. Flying saucers are real and come from outer space. The real important thing to know about them is why they are here. Their source and mechanics are merely incidental. Their people have contacted people all over the earth in various ways, trying to get to us a common message about coming events. No one nation, people, or area is being shown preference, and none will be. Any technical knowledge gained from them will be so incomplete that no nation can take advantage of it to the detriment of other nations. So, they realize that we're a warrior race, and they had to put their checks on us. And absolute neutrality is a requisite in all their contacts with us. Beware of all reports that show preference or partiality on their part. And the days we are now living in come the closest to being the latter days described in biblical prophecies that mankind has experienced in the last 3,000 to 4,000 years. So that's just generally a short overview. I'm writing about this in a new book that I'm working on. I hope to have that published soon. And so I want to talk now about my personal awakening. Because I had that information from Admiral Knowles and Francis Swan and Wilbert Smith for 10 years before I ever mentioned it, because it was taboo in the UFO community. I would have been laughed at. I would have been criticized. But I finally did so much of my own research, investigation, and experimentation that I said, I'm going to be true to myself. I'm going to tell the truth to everyone, and I don't care what the consequences are. Here I was, before I made that decision, I worked with nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman for 14 years. We wrote 3 books together, and I wrote 2 other books, one with Denise Stoner and one called Extraterrestrial Contact. And that book's kind of an overview on contact phenomena. So, and you can see me recently, the change in me. I think I look different than I used to look. So this all began as a secret experiment that I was taking place in. When I told Stanton about it, shortly before his death, he was furious with me. He said that I would not go down well in UFO history, doing this kind of work. And I just said, I don't care. I'm going to be a true scientist. I'm not going to scoff at the things that are not part of the zeitgeist of the old guard. There are discoveries to be made and truths to be told. So Stanton and I were speaking. We did a joint lecture at the 2016 Mutual UFO Symposium in Orlando, Florida. It was my presentation, but I asked Stanton to come in at the end and to give us some of his pearls of wisdom, which everyone was delighted about. And I'm not criticizing Stanton, he criticized me, but I don't really care. So Melanie, Dr. Melanie Barton Bragg is the lady with the red hair down in the sort of center left. And she is a psychotherapist. And I knew her before the symposium. And then Denise Stoner is on the right of Melanie. And Denise and I have worked together for years. Denise is a lifelong experiencer. We've done many investigations together. I was MUFON's Director of Experiencer Research and the research team for 10 years. I've stepped down from that to pursue the work that I'm doing. And on the left is Kevin Briggs. Kevin grew up in England. He's been in the United States now for about 20 years, maybe a little more now. And he, when he was a young boy, about 8 years old, was in his bathroom having a bath at night. And in the room materialized two very large humans. They weren't really humans, they just looked like humans. And they spoke to him and he was terrified. But then one named Ort came back to Kevin as an orb, and he remained with Kevin for an entire week as an orb and taught Kevin many things. And Kevin used what he was taught to astral project to his grandparents' house to visit his relatives. Kevin grew up and became a police officer in the UK. His wife was a research assistant at the university, and he has worked as a real estate agent in Florida. So Melanie met Kevin, and Kevin was in Denise's experiencer group at that symposium. And so Melanie contacted me and asked me to go to lunch with Kevin and her. And so I could meet him too. This is after the symposium. And so I agreed to do it. I didn't know anything about him at that point. And I said that I'd like Denise to join us because we work very closely together. So we did meet, and we had a nice lunch together. We met 2 or 3 times. And then finally, I invited everyone back to my house. And we were speaking to Kevin about Ort and Dee, the 2 that he had met. And he started to tell us about the Council of 8. And I didn't know if he was delusional or hoaxing or what this was. You always have to be skeptical until you lose your skepticism. Something happens. So you begin to realize that this is real. And that's what happened to me and to Melanie and Denise as we went on. And Kevin was talking to us, and all of a sudden he started channeling for the first time. Denise and Melanie realized this, but I didn't even realize it. And the next thing we knew, we started meeting via Skype. And then he and his wife started inviting us to his home. Well, Melanie lives in Tallahassee, and Denise lives north of Orlando. So we had to arrange for them to come and stay at my house. And lo and behold, Kevin lives in the town that I live in. So it was very easy for me. We met once a month. We were allowed to ask questions, and this was a learning experience for us. So early on, we had the ability to meet the Council of Eight, and each of them appeared to us, which was interesting because we couldn't see them, yet they spoke through Kevin. However, we could feel them as a strong tingling sensation in our bodies, especially with Ra. This is not the Egyptian god Ra. He has not been in the physical since Egyptian times, ancient Egypt times. He said he had a small voice there. And then Shiva. Shiva is the right side of Ra. And it is not the Indian Shiva, S-H-I-V-A. That's what they tell us. They're both ninth dimensional beings. And they have oversight of the fifth dimensional beings who belong to this council. So there's Ort and Dee, who look very human. There are Arcturians, they're larger than humans. Ra claims to be an Anunnaki. There's Zark. His name begins with J, but Zark. I met Zark. He liked my scientific mind, and he asked to meet with me. So they all agreed to show us their craft individually and to communicate with us if we could do that. So there was Orla the Tall White, Arna the Avian, Chica the Mantis, and Targ, a tall gray. And it was so interesting because being the UFO investigators that we were, we brought equipment. We brought a thermometer, a laser thermometer, and measured the room before the council came. And we noticed that the room increased, the temperature increased almost 6 degrees when the council came. But when Ra came and Ra spoke, it increased about 7 degrees. So it was even hotter in the area of the room where he was standing and communicating with us with a huge booming voice. And so Ra says that he is a watcher. And this is information that he gave us in the beginning of our contacts. We are here to guide and assist in the development of your species and your world. We planted your seed here. We helped to develop it. We introduced things to assist in your development. As for the other members of the Council of Eight, they are your extended families. You have a connection to our consciousness, to our souls, to our soul energy, which we all share. If we raise your level of consciousness to a higher level, you can achieve more. This is what we are trying to do here. You have been to this position before and you destroyed yourselves. We are fearful that you were in a position to do that again, and we will not allow it this time. We will intervene. He said the reveal, they've talked a lot about the reveal, revealing themselves to humanity. He said the reveal is part of your natural process of your development. As your people mature, you will reach these higher levels of consciousness and an understanding of where you are in your galaxy. We have made our presence known to your governments. They know we are here. They have known we are here for several years. We have shown them that we are here. We have shown your military that we are here. They won't accept us. They fear us. We've shut down your missiles. We've disabled your missiles when you fired them. We flew a fleet of our craft from the north down through Russia, down through the Balkans, down through your Europe, and we turned around and went back again. We were seen on your radar. The Americans thought it was the Russians thought it was the Americans, and then they realized that it was us, but they still refused to acknowledge the fact that we are here. All your leaders know we are here. Your heads of industry know we are here. They just won't admit it to the population. So we have to try another method. If we land on your White House lawn or at the Kremlin, it will be seen as an invasion. We do not want that. So they have gone to people all around the world and asked people to share this message. And I thought that this message was so important that I became part of that. One of the questions that I asked early on, this was back in 2016, is I've begun to explore the similarities and differences between interdimensional phenomena and intelligent entities who travel in structured craft to determine whether ET visitation is the same or different than visitation by intra or intradimensional beings who simply step into our 3D reality here on Earth. Do you not yet have enough evidence to make this decision? Oh no, I said, I do not yet have enough evidence to make this decision. Can you elucidate us on this question? And Ra replied, there are two answers to your question. There are interdimensional beings who just live in the spiritual. These do transcend the dimensions from time to time. Then we have what you call extraterrestrials from different dimensions. The difference between the dimensions is only the difference in the vibrational frequencies that they exist in. So people get mistaken between the spiritual and the physical from different dimensions. The question we asked is, are you really ET beings, or are you from a parallel universe not far from our dimension? Will you explain that, please? And the answer was, you call us extraterrestrials. We live here in the same universe. We are life forms, as there are many life forms throughout the universe. It is you that labels us extraterrestrials. We mean to increase your level of consciousness, to assist in your evolution and development. That is why we are here. Ort and Dee have a physical in the 5th dimension, which is just a higher level of consciousness, understanding, and a physical vibration. So if we can raise your level of consciousness, we can meet that on the same level. We call this the reveal. So raising consciousness and spirituality among humans will increase the vibrational frequency that we exist in. And when we reach that frequency, we will be able to see these entities. I have seen them as shadow beings, one of them. I have seen the Shiva as sort of, I saw her feathers. She kind of looked like an angel to me. And those of us who were in the group were able to see them, but we are all experiencers. We did increase the size of the group over time, and we added experiencers, scientists, and skeptics. And what I can tell you is that all of the experiencers in the group felt the vibration, understood this, were able to communicate with these entities in meditative states, but the skeptics saw nothing and heard nothing. So questions. Ross said that he is a watcher. What is a watcher? So we asked that of Ort. A watcher is a very experienced, what you call soul. They have had many incarnations over many thousands of years. With each incarnation, they learn more and ascend to the higher dimensions. They have different roles, one of them being to assist in the development of the human species. They also watch over different species that are not human. They can incarnate into the different species if they want to. Their purpose is to guide and assist in our development. And I asked this question to Shiva because it was presented to me. We have been hearing about an increased level of highly negative activity among some people who claim alien abduction. Do you know what is causing this and how it can be stopped? And Shiva replied, there is a great deal of negativity now within your planet. This is back in 2016 or 17. And she's really trying to control consciousness itself. If we have positive thoughts, then we share that consciously with others. If we have negative thoughts, then that affects others as well. You will see if you watch her television programs and read your newspapers, it is all negative now. The people who oversee your planet do not want it to develop any further. By feeding you negative information, it stunts that growth. There are those who do not wish for the reveal to happen. Some of the small grays who are not affiliated with the Council of Eight feed the negativity to stop the positive progression. And they also said that the reptilians were invited to join the Council of Eight, which is part of the Galactic Federation, but they chose not to join. And this is Zark, the gray scientist that I met with and learned a lot from. When it was time to show me a craft, I went outside, I live on a lake, and I sat out on my deck, looking out at the lake, anticipating that I was going to see a craft. I didn't see a craft. I felt Zark's presence. I received telepathic communication from Zark. And I looked out at what I saw as a circle of turbulent water. And I wondered, was this a craft that had cloaked itself? And Zark said it was not. He said that it was probably just a school of fish, but that his energy was causing this turbulence in the water. So then the question we asked is, what happens after the big or individual reveal? What is the purpose? Will we all be consciously aware and connected to one another and to our interdimensional beings? Zark replied, as I think you are aware, the reveal is a process. I think that we have discussed, that you have discussed with Ort, that this is a 3-stage process. The reason for the reveal is to expand your consciousness, to improve your planet, to improve your lives, and raise your frequency so you can join us in the 5th dimension. I think that this is one of your goals. The reveal is happening slowly. So I carried on a relationship with Zark for quite some time. All of the information that I have just given you here came from our monthly meetings. There is much, much more that is going to appear in the new book that I am writing with Kevin Briggs' permission, and that of Melanie Barton-Bragg and Denise Stoner as well. So here are some questions from the researchers to Ort, Kevin's primary Arcturian contact. So the question was, or actually it was a statement, please help us to understand what consciousness is. You know, how do you define consciousness? We all know that it's awareness. Awareness of what? And he said, we all share the same consciousness. We're individually conscious, as well as sharing consciousness itself. We, as you refer to us, as extraterrestrials have the same access to the same consciousness. It is one. This explains how I can use my consciousness through Kevin. And Zark has used his consciousness through me on one occasion when I let him come in front of Melanie and Denise. I attempted that at Kevin's house in front of this new group, and I was so nervous about doing this that I simply could not do it. It was later that evening that I was able to channel Zark in front of my friends. And so that was all a matter of knowing that I would not be harmed, that I controlled the strings, that I could let him in or reject him, and that I knew that he was of positive energy. We could all feel the positive energy. So my message to humanity out of all of this is, if we are to survive, we must lift up all life on our planet. And that means everything from the flora to the fauna, the insects, the animals, the humans, to everyone. Because we need to raise up this vibration. We need to stop polluting the earth. The ETs have been telling me this from the time I was first taken when I was a child, maybe earlier than age 17. I remember back to age 17, but I have not been hypnotized to an earlier time. Send love to the earth's collective consciousness through prayer or meditation. This is extraordinarily important because of the negativity that has been dominating our planet for some time now. And I think that this is beginning to lift as all of us come together to impart this message. Project love wherever you go. If you're angry with someone and you might want to tell them off, or you might want to cause harm to them, some people do, don't do it. Project love. Don't say to them, I love you, because if you do, they're going to become angrier. You project love to them so that that love will enter into their consciousness, and you keep projecting it, not just that one time, but when they're not aware of your presence. And then you will affect a change, a positive change in other people as well. So I'm going to stop the share now. I want to thank you very much, and come back and take any questions that anyone might have.
Well, first off, Kathleen, I want to say you learned yesterday when we were on the experiencer panel together that I cry a lot. Mm-hmm. And I was crying so much during your presentation, I had to go try to fix myself before I came back on.
Oh my goodness.
And those tears are tears of remembrance. Mm-hmm. Who I told Neil I had to introduce you, and I didn't know why, but now I do. Mm-hmm. And I'm shaking because those messages are so needed right now on Earth. And if I could just ask every single person who sees this, who's with us live, or who sees this as a video, to do these things that Kathleen and our beautiful, I'm not going to call them extraterrestrials, I'm going to call them our star family. They're our family. We're connected to them. And these are benevolent beings that don't want to see us become extinct. And they gave me that message years ago. I was sitting in meditation. Do you ever find, Kathleen, that they're funny sometimes? They joke with you?
Zark is funny. He's done things such as rearranging the shoes in Kevin's wife's closet. She was thinking she had to rearrange her shoes. Well, one day she went in and they were all rearranged, and Zark took credit for that.
I love it.
And said that he had done it at an atomic level.
Mhm.
He has moved things on the counter in Kevin's house. He played a trick on me once, and I said, don't do that. I don't think it's funny. So he hasn't tricked me ever since. He takes things from Melanie. He's been taking her jewelry from time to time. She's always looking for it. Finally, it reappears. And it's not that she's just misplaced it. So yes,
I've had that happen too. And I always think it's fairy energy. And I'm like, okay, fairies, I'm laughing, but I'm gonna be late and I need my keys right now. Please make them reappear. And they always do. But when they gave me the message about evolve or become extinct, it was many years ago. And I was sitting right here in this same spot. I have an altar behind me and I was meditating in my bedroom. And they said, I hate to be crass, but I heard shit or get off the pot. And I'm in meditation and I'm not a deep meditator usually, you know, I'm kind of all over the place, but this one day they did that. And I was like, what the heck? Why would that come into my consciousness? And they said to me to get your attention. And then they gave me the real message, which was evolve or become extinct. And then they showed it to me that it's consciousness and that there is a universal consciousness, and each one of us has a responsibility to help others evolve in consciousness by starting with ourselves. And it moves out. Peace isn't going to happen intergalactically unless we start peace within ourselves. So I really got so much out of your presentation, and I was drawn to you because of the activism we have going on here around nuclear energy. They buried 72 canisters of nuclear waste 100 feet from our ocean, about 30 miles from my house. And I could go on and on about the corruption in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We're seeing all of this right now. But what I feel through your presentation is that we're learning that they are here to assist us. And that gave me great hope. I don't see any questions in the Q&A chat.
Well, I have to say, thank goodness for Kevin Briggs to have the courage to come forward to do this on behalf of the council. And I want to say also that my ET contacts told me that we humans are out of sync. Our technological progress has developed at a faster rate than our spiritual growth. And when this happens, it can lead to extinction as a result of the behavior. And that needs to be lifted. And it's extraordinarily important that all of us join together. Everyone who's listening and all of us who speak. Thank you.
It's happening right now, Kathleen. I don't know if you know about things that are going on today with the whistleblower that came forward with on 60 Minutes last night and talked about what was going on with Facebook, and all of those platforms went down today. There's a lot of stuff coming out, and I think it needs to happen so that we can raise in consciousness. Yes. And technology, AI and all this stuff, it's all coming so fast, but if we don't get our consciousness in alignment and surpass it, you're exactly right. And I just want to say, I love you. I really and truly love you and appreciate you. I'm so grateful you were on the show, and so grateful to Neil and all of our other hosts for keeping this vibration going. And I personally would love to have you on Awakening Code Radio to talk to our listeners about that, even though they'll probably all see you here because we tell them to go watch Portal to Ascension, but to dig deeper on a one-on-one conversation about all of this. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I knew there was a reason, and I want to thank them for coming in and making sure that I got to listen to what you had to say. It really impacted me greatly.
Well, thank you so much. And what you said last night on the panel had an impact on me, and I know that it had to have on others as well. It was just a wonderful panel.
Thank you.
And I thank Neil for putting all of this together.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathleen. I had to just jump on because I wasn't going to jump on. I was going to go do something really quick and listen, but everything that you were saying was just so spot on in alignment with exactly where like I have been led to what I believe, I guess, at this point, after years of just being in this whole thing, about the whole frequency thing, and really just having to do the inner work before we even get to there, and the consciousness aspect of that our technology has increased at a speed faster than our actual human collective consciousness, it seems, even though that's expanding. But I'm saying, like, it's kind of, we need to catch up to the tools that we've created so that we can start utilizing them consciously, rather and be tools of empowerment rather than tools of victimization and weaponization, which is what's happening with a lot of these technologies, you know. So I just wanted to come on and thank you for just sharing everything.
I'm so glad you did too.
Thank you.
Kathleen, I have to admit, I took screenshots of almost every single part of your presentation just so that I could reread it and let it permeate a little bit more. You're such a beautiful soul. We are so blessed by you.
Thank you so much. And I'm so pleased to be with all of you. And I guess it's time for me to move on.
All right.
Neil,
What's that?
what's up next?
Okay, so up next we have Paul Anthony Wallace coming on. Omar, I'm inviting you to come and hang out with us if you want, and, you know, put in your 2 cents as well, since Omar is actually the individual that connected me with Paul Wallace, and I feel like I'll forever be grateful for that connection. So yeah, if you want, brother, start your camera. How you doing?
Fantastic, man. I was just breaking my fast here for the day, and just got me just right in time.
So let's do this. Let's go ahead and bring Paul on. So everybody, I'm excited to introduce you to Paul Wallace. Some of you may have heard of him before. He has a pretty decent following actually on YouTube, and has his channel out there and is interviewing people and putting out incredible information. So I'm going to read his bio here, and I want to let you know that we do have an interview with Paul on not only my YouTube, but also Watch Us Talk TV YouTube, and on Paul's YouTube. The same videos on all 3 of them. So if you stumble onto any of those platforms, please do watch it, because what I want to do today, Omar, is I want Paul to definitely explain, you know, a bit about himself, to introduce himself, but I want to go deep into some material. So if you really want to know more about his journey and his history, I'm going to recommend you guys go and check that one out. All right. So Paul Anthony Wallace is an internationally best-selling author whose books probe world mythologies and ancestral narratives for the insight into human origins, human potential, and our place in the cosmos. A popular speaker and researcher, his documentaries and collaborations are watched by millions. As a senior churchman, Paul served as a church doctor, a theological educator, and an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia, with numerous titles published on Christian mysticism and spirituality. In his 2020 book, Escaping from Eden, was hailed by George Norrie as this generation's chariot of the gods, propelling Paul onto an international stage as the go-to guy in the field of paleocontact. Paul's latest book, The Scars of Eden, is endorsed by Eric von Daniken. And Omar, do you want to say a few things before we bring Paul on too?
Yeah, for sure. You know, Paul is he's a fantastic speaker, and he's got the Fifth Kind TV. So you know, his mind is really connecting with our ancestry and our ancestral stories that have been, you know, shared throughout time, and he's just bringing those to light now, and we're talking about those, and especially in the scripture, right? As we understand, in doesn't matter which scripture you're looking at. It could be the Quran, it could be the Bible, the Popol Vuh. It doesn't really matter, because in all of it, there's some sort of extraterrestrial contact going on. And with Paul's, you know, ministry background, I find it really encouraging that there are people like Paul within the institution, and that are willing to think outside of the cube and really further their own personal study, and help further the study of those that look up to them around them and within their community. And I think this is a wonderful way to get the word out. So you know, Paul is you know, he's to me, he's top-notch guy.
Paul, welcome, brother.
G'day, Neil. G'day, Omar. It's great to be with you. What an awesome summit we're having. This is wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to start with that because I've seen that you've been here. I didn't even know most of the time, I would say, because I've seen you in YouTube and over here. So let's start out with your summary of like how you're feeling and the experiences, and the downloads that you might be getting during this event.
I've been weaving in and out of the summit, and I've just been blown away every time I've woven in, because everything that we've been looking at over the last few days not only connects in the most amazing ways. I think you can get to this territory we're exploring from almost any start point, that you drill down far enough into the anomaly that's gripped you, and ultimately your whole worldview will be blown apart, and you will start reapproaching life, the way you live it, everything you thought you knew, with a totally fresh appetite. And so as I've woven in and out, not only am I saying, oh yes, I see how that connects, but I'm seeing why there's a real live appetite for everything we've been looking at right now.
Yes.
And I heard you yesterday, Neil, say that there was a point fairly recently where you really felt that you had lost hope for things moving forward in a positive way, lost hope for humanity. I think probably all of us participating in this summit could say we've reached that point once or twice recently. And yet, when we have these conversations, we remember that the rate at which people are reframing their lives, their understanding, their sense of life purpose, the rate at which that is happening, I've never seen anything like that in my life before. People use the language of waking up. Some people steer away from it because we don't want to get into an us and them way of thinking, or those in the know and those not in the know. It's not to imply that at all, but it is a phrase, waking up, that describes what it feels like when you go through this period of accelerated learning that probably every one of us participating right now has been experiencing in the last few years. And so it's excited me to be in the chat, to hear the contributions, and to realize, yes, there's a real acceleration going on right now.
Oh, is there, have there been any moments that when you woven in to where you were listening to the speakers and thought back on your own journey as to writing Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden, and said, hey, wait a minute, I've heard this, and then you just heard an expansion on that thought and went, aha?
Off the top of my head, I can't respond to that. I will probably answer that in a few minutes' time as I make the connections.
I love what you said about, like, we all came from different start points, and even though our journey becomes very unique, but a lot of people seem to come from all these start points and end up in this realm of consciousness, the spirituality, which is the theme for this event, really, a portal to ascension. We're a spiritual organization, but without the dogma and the organized religion part, right? So
true.
I came from quantum physics, and now I'm in this element. But so yeah, you go ahead and wrap on that for a little bit.
Yes. Well, this comes back to Omar's question, actually. You say you come from quantum physics, but you're also a poet.
Yeah.
And I must say, as I've listened to the poetry and song, I have been very freshly reminded of the importance of creativity, and creativity in music, in storytelling, in art, in playfulness, because I think we get information that way. And it's something that I mentioned sort of in passing in Escaping from Eden. And it's something I've come to believe more and more powerfully, that this is a way that human beings have always got information from other dimensions, from other entities, often without knowing that's what they're doing. So we've just had an experience of Laurie doing her channeling. And I love what she said right at the start there. I think that's really important, that when we do conscious channeling, it's not that we're giving away our sovereignty, or that we necessarily believe every word that gets spoken henceforward. We retain our sovereignty and we think about what we're hearing. And I love the way that Laurie expressed that. But I think a lot of us do channeling without having any idea that's what we're doing.
Yes.
And so you can talk to somebody who is a chiropractor, let's say, who will invariably be drawn into a conversation with their patients and counseling with a small c their patients. And very often the patients will turn around and say, I don't know how you knew that, or what you said to me was exactly what I needed to hear today. And the chiropractor will not know that they've been channeling. They'll just know that they were in the zone where they trusted that this conversation was going to go somewhere wholesome and healthy, and then they get the response that tells them there was something else going on. I found that myself in the counseling room through the years in ministry. And you try and put yourself in a receptive place where you're in a what you might call a flow state.
Yep.
And you can see that there's something alive in the conversations you're having. You can see the impact of it. You can see the truthfulness, insight of it is being experienced, but you can't pin down exactly what's happening or where this insight is coming from. And what you are doing is channeling without knowing that's what you're doing. And I think when you get into a creative flow with the kind of poetry you do, Neil, it's almost like what happens when say a stand-up comedian has a stand-up persona. And if they get on a stage and they get into that persona, they can flow for 1 hour, 2 hours and be hilariously funny and truthful, because they've found this way of tapping.
Yes.
And the tapping is the persona that they've adopted. I think it's like that often in songwriting and in poetry and in the creative work that you do, for instance, Neil. And so this is an answer to your question, Omar. I've come back through these contributions over the last couple of days to remembering the importance of that and just elevating it a little bit higher still in my own thinking.
That's beautiful. You're basically, it's the inspiration and the art, the creativity. We're tapped in, and when we get out of our own way, so to speak, we're able to step into this flow state where this information comes out. And you know, like for example, my poetry, I don't remember any of the words up front. Like if I just went to like the third paragraph right now, I could not tell it to you. But as soon as I start it, it would just come out. You know, it's just like imprinted in me. It's just that state of just like conscious, I guess that's not even conscious channeling. It's just like a intentional, that's just where I'm at, right? And then that energy just flows through me as I'm doing whatever I'm doing. Like I've even had downloads, entire packages of like projects, events that I wanted to do that just came in that moment. And I feel that a lot of people, as the more and more we work on ourselves and get away from that reactory state, we can all be into that flow state and start channeling some real truth, you know?
Absolutely. One of my favorite mystics from the Western tradition is St. John of the Cross. I don't know if you're aware of him, but he was writing in the 1500s. He was part of the Counter-Reformation. And for people who don't know, what that means is after the Reformation, when half of Europe broke away from the Roman Catholic Church, because suddenly people remembered you can have a direct relationship with God. That's what all that was about. There were mystics and theologians in the Roman Catholic Church who wanted to champion that within the institution, so that all those who hadn't left could tap into the reality of that. And John of the Cross was one of those guys. And I discovered him when I was 26, 27 years old. I found this book on the shelf in the library at Theological College. It wasn't on the syllabus, but I recognized the title, The Dark Night of the Soul. And I thought, oh, if I know that title, it must be a classic. Let me give this a go. So I took it back to my room at about 6 p.m, sat down, started reading it. And it was as if my jaw dropped for the full time I was reading this book, because this guy was minutely dissecting my life and speaking to me. And I couldn't understand how he was doing it from a book that was 500 years old nearly. And I read for what I thought was about an hour, And after an hour, being English, I needed a cup of tea. So I went into the kitchen to make a cup of tea, and I realized 6 hours had gone by. So I thought, oh, crumbs, it's gone midnight. I'll read another half hour, then I'll go to bed. Read for another half hour. 3 hours had gone by. That's because of the incredible insight, depth, precise understanding of the human heart and mind that John of the Cross had. How did he do it? And here's the punchline. This is why I'm saying all this. And that's because when he was in a very dark moment, he had been imprisoned in a hole in the ground in solitary confinement for 3 months because his work was threatening the establishment of the institution. In that pit, literal pit of darkness, the way he survived was to write a poem. And then when he got out and he had his freedom back, he looked at the poem and thought, oh my goodness, this is profound. And he wrote the book, Dark Night of the Soul, to unpack what was in the poem.
Wow.
And that book became a classic. And it is one of the great pinnacles of Spanish literature. And it is what gripped me for 9 hours solid, nearly 500 years later. So that's another example of what you do, Neil, where you're saying, I couldn't go to paragraph 3 and say it to you. I have to do the whole thing because it has its own life. and you produce the poem, and then I'm sure you go back and think, whoa, there's a lot in that. And I'm sure a lot of people come to you and tell you there may be more in this than you even knew, Neil.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a wonderful illustration of the importance of the creative aspect. It is not separate to understanding ourselves and understanding the cosmos. It is an organic part of how we do it as human beings.
That's so interesting. And, you know, I want to get into some ancient history talk here, but we're having such a great conversation about this because it's almost like when you think about it, but when you use your brain that's inside of you, all of a sudden it kind of like stops that flow. It could, you know, so like when I'm doing these poems and I'm flowing, and when I start thinking about what's next, I get nervous and I stop, you know? So it's like the universal mind, which is not the same as the brain, is really what you're tapping into.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I absolutely believe in that. And at another more prosaic level, it's like looking at your feet when you're running up a flight of stairs. If you do that, you trip over. Just run up the flight of stairs.
Yes.
Also, we got to keep in mind is that we have an antenna in our skull, and that is working 24/7. And higher your awareness of yourself is the extent of your torus, and you're able to reach out into the ether and make those downloads either consciously or subconsciously. So when you're fully informed, and then the universe is speaking with you in ways that really blow your mind. And when you learn to pick up on that, that really is where the downloads are coming from, and all this information is unfolded.
That's exactly right. I think I've said this to you before, Omar, but I remembered recently going to stay at my grand's house. This was back when I was growing up in England, and she lived in a valley. And so her analog TV had really poor reception. It would always be a fuzzy picture. There'd be this white noise in the background until one of us stood next to the TV. And then the picture would go crystal clear. And that's because our bodies were better antennae than what was on the roof. You know, the metal design structure to pick up the radio waves and television waves. Our bodies are antennae, quite literally.
We're crystalline.
We are. And through all those ways, we are able to access information that is beyond ourselves, which is part of what we do when we channel or when we do our art.
Yes.
I think that's a big aspect of how it works. But then something else that was mentioned just recently, I think it was Laurie who was saying it, is that we do have genetic memory and epigenetic memory. So for just as an illustration of this, I met a guy recently. He was serving me in a pharmacy, and he's very, very slim. And I said, what's your secret to staying so beautifully slim? Because at my age, this is an interest of mine, if I can put it that way. And he said, oh, I will tell you the story. He said, our family were not thin people traditionally until I think he said my grandfather, it was either his grandfather or his great grandfather was in, it was either Auschwitz or Dachau, and he survived. But when he came out, he was incredibly thin. And then he had a family, and his kids were incredibly thin. And then they had children, and they were incredibly thin. Prior to concentration camp, that family was not a thin family. But in the concentration camp, the great-grandfather's body had to learn how to live thin. And that lesson was passed on genetically to the family ever since. So this is what epigenetics is about. That is information that is processed by a living biological life form that is then transferred on the genes.
Yes, yes.
So responding to the environment, learning something is then passed on through the genes. And it gives us an idea of how very profound memory can be passed through our genes. And it gives us an insight as to how we might have glimpses and flashes of memory that precede Homo sapiens. Our ancestry goes much further back, and at one level, it might go to other parts of the cosmos. Epigenetic memory, memory on the DNA, gives us an idea of how we might have glimpses of memory that's even older. So we tap that as well as what's in the field right now when we activate ourselves, such as through art and creativity.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying this morning, that there's a difference between the intellect and intelligence. Our body is intelligent, which has a container of intellect within it. And sometimes we become trapped within that intellect, but our bodies have memories going back millions of years. Your body knows how your grandfather looked, you know, like 10,000 generations ago, and knows exactly hair for hair where everything was, what they ate. So, you know, I appreciate that that you said that. And one more thing, Paul, Eric von Daniken is an absolute legend, right? He, really began this entire movement that that we're all involved in and have expanded on, and really have worked hard like Neil has. And I don't know anyone in the world that's been interviewed by Eric von Daniken, and you were recently interviewed by Eric von Daniken. What was that experience like?
It was a wonderful experience. It's actually just gone up today on the Eric von Daniken podcast. You can find his podcast channel on YouTube and on Facebook. So I'm the interview they're doing today. It was a wonderful experience because Eric von Daniken has been in my head since I was 11 years old. That's when my mum and dad introduced me to his work. Chariots of the Gods had been in print for about 10 years by that point, but I think the movie was then on TV, and so it was freshly in everyone's conversation. And I was really interested in what he had to say, because I felt he had put his finger on a gap in our ability to explain ourselves, and that what he was suggesting made a lot of sense to me. In a funny way, my reading Chariots of the Gods when I was 11 actually led me into the world of faith, to becoming a Christian. And that's what began my 33-year journey in Christian ministry. But what he had to say has been in my head from that time to this. So in a way, I feel very familiar with him, even if he's only met me recently. But to have the conversation, first of all, it's one of those magical moments in life, something you always hoped might happen, and then here's the connection. We actually are talking. There actually is a meeting of minds, And to have the affirmation that he gives me in that interview is like having the affirmation of a parent.
Yeah.
So it was just very
That's
sweet, very lovely. I absolutely reveled in his attention and enthusiasm for what I'm up to. When I went on Coast to Coast, George Norrie said of Escaping from Eden, this could be this generation's Chariots of the Gods. And I thought, that's awesome. I loved that, I thought, because yes, I want to be a gateway guy for a new generation into this. That's a wonderful accolade. And then I realized that quote would make its way back to Eric von Daniken. And I wasn't sure how he might take that, because he's very much this generation's Eric von Daniken. Thank you very much. There's only one of him. And this morning I saw Eric von Daniken had quoted George Norrie on the video description.
That's
saying this generation's Chariots of the Gods. So you can't get a better accolade than that from Uncle Eric, can you? So
amazing.
No, that is cool. So, all right, I wanted to quickly go back to epigenetics and tie this into ancient history here, because you were talking about, the whole family being slimmer after being in the concentration camps. But what I got from that is that environment affects our genes, right? So for quite some time, people thought they were victim to genes, and now they realize that there's kind of a balance with the environment actually having that effect on our genes. Through ancient trauma, right? Things have been basically embedded within us, but now through conscious intention, awakening, we could probably shift in our genes through the opposite of that, rather than trauma, through some sort of enlightenment, right? And I want to tie this into the flood that happened, right? The Great Flood. That probably was a collective trauma that was embodied in our being in our human vehicle. What do you think about that?
I think you're absolutely right, Neil. What I found on my world tour of ancestral narratives is that the memories that overlap from culture to culture are very often the memories of traumas. Not only that, because a lot of cultures remember visitors from the stars coming in our deep past and nurturing humanity in the beginning, teaching us how to live on this planet, what plants are good to eat, which are poisonous, which are good for medicines, how to do sanitation, how to build a structure without it falling down. So many cultures credit extraterrestrial visitors, or maybe even interdimensional visitors, with the tutelage of our ancestors. But as you look through the story of beginnings in the Bible, which is where I started, because I came into this through teaching pastors how to interpret the Bible, as I studied those stories of beginnings in Genesis 1 to 11, I found a number of stories of traumas that recur in cultural narratives all around the world. And there are at least 2 flood narratives in Genesis. You've got Genesis 1 that begins on a devastated planet that's flooded. And then you've got another flood described in Genesis 6. And yes, I think those memories are carried epigenetically. But I agree with you, Neil. What we inherit on our genes is not the end of the story. It's not the end of the genetic story. And so that pharmacist showed that there was a change in the information that the genes of his family would carry. So when we go back to a story like we're told in the Popol Vuh, for instance, or in the story of Abassi and Atai, the epic story out of Nigeria, those stories both say that we were engineered, adapted, modified, hardwired to serve as a working class for the ET colonizers. Not a very attractive story, not a story that you would invent to aggrandize kings and queens or us or ETs or anybody. It's not an attractive story, it's a memory. And I think it's not difficult to see in the history of human society is that we are hardwired to serve superiors. It's why we watch 1% TV. It's why we're so easily manipulated by despots and xenophobes and autocrats, or even employers. We are hardwired to defer to the superior. but that does not have to be the end of the story. And I believe that many of the great luminaries of the ages, people like Buddha, people like Lao Tzu, people like Jesus Christ, many of them had teachings that were directly aimed at unraveling that programming and getting us into a paradigm where we see each other as brothers and sisters, where we see each other as being already in union with one another and with the cosmos. I love the description of God that the Apostle Paul gives in Acts 17. He's having to describe God from scratch to an audience that's not a Jewish audience, it's not a Christian audience, so he has to go from scratch. And so he says, by God, I mean the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being. And I love that form of words because there's no separation in it between us and God, us and the source, us and one another. And then immediately he says, as one of your own poets has said. So immediately he's quoting Greek culture and emphasizing me, we are all one. And he mocks the idea of sacrificial religion, the idea that we should serve a superior God, and reframes that as we serve one another. In the same way, Jesus reframes the idea of loving God as we love one another. And those teachings are aimed at unraveling that slave wiring and getting us into a brotherhood, sisterhood wiring. And there are many teachings aimed at exactly that, to alter what we do, how we live, and then what we pass on to the generations that follow.
Just to go back a little bit here, Paul, when you said that we were taught what to eat, which plants to eat, which animals we can eat, we see that really explained in all of the scriptures. Does that go to suggest that we, in fact, may be a seeded race from the cosmos onto the earth, and we're placed here, and then that's why, after some study or whatever the case may be, they're informing the inhabitants that, hey, this plant is good for you, you can eat this? Because if we had evolved on this planet, you go figure that we would know what to eat, which mushroom is good and which mushroom is bad, through trial and error, right? But if we have this type of language where we are being taught, what are your thoughts on that? Because I like to understand that a little bit more clearly.
Absolutely. The view I've come to is very similar to the view that was put forward by Plato. And he had the idea that our ancestors in the deep past developed on planet Earth in the same way that all life on Earth developed. And that was happening because life in the cosmos is the norm rather than the exception. To put it in modern terms, that the genetic coding for conscious intelligent life has been disseminated throughout the cosmos, that whenever it lands on an hospitable planet, a planet with water, it will generate life forms similar to the ones with which we're familiar on planet Earth. So Plato had his language for that. So here we are developing nicely on planet Earth, and then we get some visitors who Plato calls the children of God, who adapt us for higher consciousness and higher intelligence. Now, as I read the Hebrew scriptures and then other ancestral narratives, the picture complicates, and it seems that there were a number of visitations and a number of interventions and a number of upgrades. And in Genesis chapter 3, we've got a story of a very decisive upgrade where our visitors are working with and the Popol Vuh has a parallel story, working with some kind of a primate to upgrade the primate to be the working class, to go and work down the mines, as Genesis hints at, or as the Sumerian stories spell out. And so they upgrade it for higher intelligence. That's what happens in Genesis 3. So now you've got a creature that is part earthling and part the visitors.
Right.
Now that's the story that's told in the Greek stories, the Vedic stories, African stories, Sumerian stories. It's there in the biblical story. So now you've got something that is part earthling, but now there's something else as well. And you've created essentially a brand new species. So you are going to have to work with that to habituate it to planet Earth and to the conditions outside the safety of the enclosed zone, which is what the Garden of Eden really means. And you might have to come back a little later to see how they're going and do some fine tuning.
It's like
And
a
so I
designer
think-
dog. That's what it reminds me of.
That's so funny, yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what we have done, exactly what we've done with cats and dogs. So now we've produced some dogs, for instance, that are very beautiful to look at, but might have some breathing difficulties because of what we've done, or some eye difficulties because of what we've done, or
Yes.
spinal difficulties because of what we've done. And if we truly love our species of dog, we'll need to do a little bit more fine tuning so that we're not giving them health problems. So that's quite a good parallel. So a few interventions have to happen. And there are so many ancient indigenous memories of helpers turning up to fine tune us, to help us adapt to the environment. There are lots of clues in Homo sapiens that there's something that doesn't quite fit with planet Earth. There's another layer to this story.
Right.
And then there are other things that can require another intervention. And so if you go, for instance, to a story that's told by the Mohawk, the Mohican people, there was a time when they found themselves in unfamiliar territory, in an unfamiliar climate, and where the survival of their tribe was very uncertain. They were not on their ancestral lands eating their familiar foods. And then helpers appear from out of nowhere to show them what is safe to eat here, where you find the medicines here. And so there's been a change in the environment that requires help.
Right.
I believe that many of our stories of beginnings, the ones we're familiar with, such as in Genesis 1, what we're actually reading is the story of recovery. When there's been a cataclysmic change in the environment, we have lost most of the land, most of it's been flooded, and we desperately need others to turn up and show us how to survive. If you go to Karakadag in southeast Turkey, you will find a site that was examined by a team from the University of Az in Norway and the Max Planck Institute in 1998, team led by Manfred Hoyne, and they identified what they believe is the first farm in the history of our civilization, the first instance of genetic modification of naturally occurring plants to turn them into cultivatable crops, the first instance of animal husbandry. And the dating of it is very interesting because the dating of it puts us right at the end of the Younger Dryas cold period, when there would have been massive flooding around the planet, and when once again the survival of Homo sapiens was hanging in the balance. That's exactly the kind of moment when you need the input of helpers. And I believe that story is told in the story of Oannes and the Apkallu, stories told by the Babylonians. So there are all these different reasons why a number of interventions are needed to fine-tune us, adapt us, give us new skills, new information, show us new foods, so on and so forth. So it's a very layered and a very long story.
Right, right. I want to get back to the whole concept of authority for a moment here, and tie this into a question that Celeste is asking in the chat. So we're familiar. Well, I know you are familiar with the cycles of time, right? The Golden Age, the Bronze Age, especially when it comes to the Greek text, which lays it out and even talks about the type of man that existed in each age. But then we go to the ancient Indian text where they give the dates, right? And they also give themes to the ages. And this age is the age of authority. That's one of the themes, where we consider everything as a hierarchy. And that's why I constantly say, when we say higher dimensions, that's just a product of the times of the age that we're in. We're saying higher dimension, but that's just a construct of this authority kind of thing. We can only be better if we're higher, So I feel like what you were saying earlier about all of these avatars that came down to the planet with this information, but then when they left, when they were here, they were saying, do not worship me, do not worship me, please do not worship me. And even though I would say the Buddhist text is probably one of the major texts that has it over and over and over again, don't worship me. You know, a lot of other texts that's kind of been taken away from it. But then when you read like the kingdom of heaven was within, you have all these little golden nuggets there. So what's your take on the fact that these avatars came down, they gave this information, they said, do not follow me, but then people still held them in higher regard and started worshiping them, which kind of goes away from the original purpose of their existence in the first place, right?
Yes, it does. I think you've said that beautifully, Neil. Absolutely. My start point into this journey was from Christianity. And in that, you've got Jesus saying, you know what people are like, he says. The peoples, you know what they're like, how they have leaders and leaders of leaders, and those in authority, and those at the top with absolute authority, and the plebs at the bottom. It must not be so among you, he said. And yet, how many generations later, we've got the people, the priests, the bishops, archbishops, prelates, primates, patriarchs, popes, emperor, God at the top. And we've constructed this pyramid with us all scratching around at the bottom. How do you get there from Jesus saying that? Well, it is because of this hard wiring that we're fighting against. So he said what he said, did what he did to get us to see, you are all peers, he said. You have no superiors. You're all brothers and sisters. And we struggle to take it on board. But I think in this age of authority, it is the thing we have to learn.
Yeah.
Our society is organized that way. We're all feeling it at the moment, for goodness sake. And we're having to learn in a fresh way. What does it mean to disengage from that?
Yeah.
And for me to live in a world where we are all brothers and sisters, including the despot who's trying to boss us all around. It comes back to what we were saying also about the channeling. And you're right to point out, Neil, that sometimes when we talk about higher dimensions, we click into this slave mentality again of superior dimensions and a sense of dependency. I was speaking the other day to a guy who I was so privileged to be sitting at his feet because he is someone who has done traditional initiation as a member of one of the Native American peoples. And he's a guardian of their knowledge. And he told me something about the initiation experience. And one of the things that flows from the initiation is the ability to engage with other entities, to engage with the spirits of ancestors, and to engage with interdimensional beings. But the way he described it prompted me to ask a question. I said, it sounds like you're not engaging with these other beings as a subject or as a viewer only or a hearer only, that you're engaging with some kind of authority, some kind of sovereignty. And he said, yes, absolutely. And it was interesting for me to hear that because I find that in primitive Christianity as well. If you go to 1 John 4, the writer of that talks about being in contact with other entities who he calls spirits. He doesn't say what they are or where they're from or define them. He just calls them spirits. And he says, don't believe every spirit that has gone into the world. Test the spirits, weigh it up for yourself. And what's so curious about that, first of all, is that's a little piece of primitive Christianity that got neatly forgotten. The idea that you could be directly in communication with other powerful entities in the cosmos didn't fit into that neat feudal order that the church evolved into. The other interesting thing is that the writer doesn't say what these entities are. What are they? Are they the spirits of ancestors? Are they interdimensional beings? Are they flesh and blood beings like us who communicate telepathically? Are they your higher self? Are they aspects of the cosmos itself? What he doesn't say, not important apparently. What's important is that you keep your sovereignty, you do your due diligence, work out what you think. And so there's that whole framework of inferior deferring to the superior gone. It's not in there at all. You're the sovereign being. You're getting information from all these sources.
Yes.
Think about it, reflect on it.
Right.
And so I find that quite an empowering little piece of teaching that's there. And it's, again, another one of those little time bombs just waiting to blow open this concept of we are here
Right.
to serve
We
those
just
better
need
than
to,
ourselves.
it just needs to click. We just need to get it, you know?
We just need to get it. Yeah, that's right.
The information's there.
Just to piggyback a little bit on this, going back to Celeste's question, I thought it was pretty cool. Would our flight or fight, our reptilian brain, have anything to do with serving authority? And let's say if we were able to get rid of that aspect of our brain, that reptilian brain, would that need to worship something or to succumb to authority, would that disappear as well, I wonder? Celeste as well, I guess, is wondering the same thing.
Celeste, what a wonderful question. We could run a whole conference on that question.
That's so true.
Yes is the short answer. But of course, we can't get rid of our reptilian brain. It's right in the core of our brain. And somebody pulled me up the other day for calling it the most primitive part of our brain, because they said, look, any reptilian beings listening in on this are going to be very offended by you saying that. So I'll say instead,
the oldest part of the brain too.
It's the oldest part of the brain.
Yeah,
that's right. It's the part of the brain we share with
everything.
A lot of life forms on this planet and on others beside. And you don't want to get rid of that because it keeps you safe, especially if you're living in the jungle. You need that flight, fright, or fight response. And from time to time, you need it in other environments too. But what we need is our higher faculties to play their full role. And I think the answer to your question is yes, in the sense that fear is the button that gets pressed to get us deferring to authorities. So, I mean, I live in Australia. I mean, I hardly need to say more in 2021 to unpack that. Fear is the button being pressed to get us to comply with what the authorities want us to do. Now, all governments want their people to comply. Of course they do. They want the people to be easy to govern. And so right now, fear is the button that's being pressed.
Yeah.
It happens in other ways too, though, because I think very often if you talk to people about breakthrough moments in their life, when they've been able to change their life and do something exciting and new, it's because they've been able to overcome the fear.
Yeah.
Like they haven't gotten rid of their reptile brain. They haven't gotten rid of the fear. They've just been able to do something else. So that applies to getting out of an abusive relationship. You might not do it because where are you going to go? Can you look after yourself? You might be frightened to leave an abusive boss because will you get another job if you leave this one without a job to go to? And very often that's the fear, or the fear of poverty, that keeps us from making really interesting and exciting choices with our lives. But every so often,
as simple as a spider. People are afraid of spiders, and to overcome that spider, you have to put that spider in your hand and overcome that fear. So I think that's what you're referring to.
Omar, yeah, I do agree. I have not yet put a spider in my hand in the way you described, but I had to overcome my fear of spiders to move to Australia, because I grew up in the UK, where every couple of weeks you'll be treated to a documentary telling you just how many venomous and deadly creatures live in Australia.
Hilarious.
And at some point I had to say, well, I'm moving there anyway. So I mean, to do anything exciting and creative, you have to not get rid of the fear, but just act on some other stuff.
Yeah.
Act on some imagination, some aspiration, some vision, and some higher faculties. And that's a big part of the struggle of life, not just for human beings. I think it's a very profound thing, because as soon as we become material beings, we have to struggle with the fear of non-existence. That's true if we're human, if we're animal, if we're a plant. And so I actually think it's a very profound, fundamental part of the learning that we are here to do in this material life. How do you live and thrive when you might actually stop existing? How do we do that? That's really the struggle we're all struggling with. And it manifests in all sorts of different ways. It can be the fear of death itself, the fear of illness, the fear of injury, the fear of being forgotten, the fear of losing a job, the fear of poverty. They are all versions of the same thing, the fear of non-existence.
Wow. So what we're kind of getting at here is almost like it's not really bad in the we can't really label things as good or bad. It's kind of like these things have been hijacked, like the reptilian brain has been hijacked in order to give us fears that are nonsensical fears, or fears that have been created by, let's say, an elite or some external entity that is attempting to keep us under control. However, having a healthy reptilian brain in the forest, where you need to avoid certain things, choose what to eat, having that kind of fear still utilizes the same part of the brain, but that's actually just what we need to really live on this planet.
Yeah, I'm really glad you said that, Neil, the hijacking. And that's exactly what's happened. Like Paul was just saying a few minutes ago, he lives in Australia, and we all know what's happening in Australia and around the world. And, that reptilian aspect of the brain definitely has been hijacked, and they're just keep pressing that same old button, just over and over and over again to keep us in this perpetual state so that we continue to create this density around us. Neil, you wanted to touch a little bit on the ancient history. I was thinking that maybe Paul can give us a download, maybe a quick download on the nature of Jesus Christ, and how he was was seen in the Himalayas and in Tibet and in China and India and such. I think that would be a pretty quick, pretty good download for people to understand, because as we know the story of Jesus, I won't go any further with that.
Yeah, that'd be great, Paul.
All right, that's can you give me a start point on that question?
Yes. So do you have any information or about the lost years of Jesus? Did he go to India, and what actually occurred from there? Was there some sort of truths or scriptures that he brought back to the Western world?
That's a great question. Let me first of all say that I think one of the reasons people find Jesus inspiring way beyond the ambit of organized Christianity is because you are looking at a person who is living fearless, or to a very high degree fearless of the authorities, fearless of death, so on and so forth, fearless of failure. And he's inspiring for that reason. Where did he get that wisdom from? Well, let me talk about a couple of narratives. And first of all, there is the very interesting birth narrative around Jesus, which is often told in Christianity as the story of Jesus's uniqueness. And so we have the story of the virgin birth. You read that text again, and you'll realize that Jesus was born because his mum got pregnant in an unusual way. And she got pregnant after a close encounter with an entity we understand as an angel. What's an angel? That word doesn't tell us anything about the genus or biology of the thing. It just says this is a person or a thing with a message or an assignment. So how do we get an insight on what this close encounter was that was followed by this very interesting pregnancy and very interesting child? Well, we realize that the birth narrative of Jesus is almost exactly the same as the birth narrative of John the Baptist. Here's another lady who's not pregnant. In fact, she's post-menopause. She's not going to have a child. And then she has a close encounter with an entity, which we call an angel, and she gets pregnant with John the Baptist, who Jesus described as the greatest human of all time. Rather more significant than we generally think. Read his story and you'll realize, wait a minute, that's very similar to the birth narrative of Samson, very similar to the birth narrative of Isaac, the son of Abraham and Sarah. Go back to the first of those in the Bible, And what you're looking at is an encounter, close encounter with 3 Elohim, to use the Bible's word.
Powerful
Now,
ones.
in 3 powerful ones, that's right. So in my books, The Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden, I point out that Elohim is the Hebrew word for Anunnaki, the Hebrew word for the sky people of the Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian, and Assyrian stories. And they're not angels in the way we generally think. They are extraterrestrial people, an advanced species that came, adapted our ancestors, colonized the planet. And here we've got stories of adaptations by these sky people all through those generations. And it's not only in a Judeo-Christian tradition. If you look at the birth narrative of Lao Tzu, it's the same. His mother had a close encounter with an entity that was in space. The same can be said of Vipassi Buddha, the 22nd incarnation of Buddha before Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. Exactly the same story there. The Yellow Emperor, very significant figure in Chinese history, same birth narrative. So what we have here is the story of what we would call star children or indigo children. Children who were just like you and me, except something happened in their conception, in their development in their mother's wombs, that meant that the people who emerged were highly intelligent, highly conscious, very aware of who they were and of their relationship to the cosmos and to the source. And so Jesus has conversations with the source, whom he addresses as Father. And his first ever message that he toured with, if you drill down into the translation questions and ask what's the root meaning of the words of this message, you get to this message. He says, go beyond the mind, because the power of the cosmos is available to you. Cosmic power is available to you. And then he goes around showing what that looks like as he heals people, does entity removals, transforms people's lives, lives fearless. There's another saying which we can find in the Gospel of Thomas, one of the Gnostic Gospels, which is the power of the cosmos, the realm of the cosmos, sorry, is within you. So if we go within, we will discover the universe.
Oh, that's beautiful.
If we study the universe, we will discover ourselves.
Yes.
And then there's a saying similar to that in the canonical Gospels, the realm of the cosmos is among you. What's the realm of the cosmos? It's everything in it. The people of the cosmos are among you. There are all these layers of information there. So in the who was Jesus? Well, he was a star child. He was an indigo child. He was someone who was aware of his connection with source. And so when Christianity talks about Jesus's divinity, I think that is a particular language for that. Jesus, the source, were one, and he modeled what that can mean for all of us. And I think when Christianity was feudalized, what we lost was the idea that Jesus was modeling something for every one of us. And so institutional Christianity got into the worship of Jesus. We defer to the superior. We've clicked back into that instead of Jesus has shown us what's possible. Now, that's his story at one level, that he had this advantage. He was more conscious, he was more awake, more intelligent because of something about his birth. But we can read his story at an entirely human level as well. And if we do that, we have to ask, where did he get this from? Because not all of it is there in Judaism. And a lot of what he says is ringing notes that we would recognize from Eastern thought, from Buddhism. Now, if you go to Plato, writing 4.5 centuries before Jesus, it's clear he was tapping Eastern information, which he was either accessing by reading Eastern documents or by reading Egyptian documents and getting the knowledge that way. But he had that awareness. The Apostle Paul was very aware of Plato, quoted him, and altered those quotes a little bit to adapt it for what he was saying. Is it a stretch to think Jesus might have been as clever as the Apostle Paul, as clever as Plato, with as much knowledge as they had? It was a very international world at that time. If he wanted to study the thought of the world, he could. And it's entirely possible that during the almost 30 missing years we've got of explaining his life, he could not only have gone to cities with libraries or to communities with libraries, he could have traveled, because the trade routes would have got him very easily around the world and as far as India. And
Silk Road.
Sorry?
I said, I think the Silk Road was around at that time too.
Absolutely. It was a well-established trade route, so much so that people would travel for what we would call tourism, not just to trade in things as merchants, but to go and see another part of the world. If you go today to Tibet, Nepal, Kashmir, Ladakh, and visit the Buddhist communities and talk to the lamas, they will tell you so matter-of-factly, Jesus was here. Jesus was here during those missing years, and they have very specific stories about where he stayed, how long he stayed there for, how he fitted and didn't fit with the local communities, how some liked him and some found him very annoying. And the stories are very consonant with what we hear about Jesus in the canonical Gospels. And then there are some places, such as Kashmir, where the local story says, well, Jesus was here when he was older. And that really puts the cat among the pigeons, because you then have to go back and say, okay, let's look again at that resurrection story. Have we read that right? But whether he was there older or younger, I think it's really interesting to see the connections between Eastern thought and what is there in primitive Christianity, because this understanding of ourselves as beings of consciousness, which then become material beings, we're here to learn something, and then we go on to some other plane to carry this learning with us. That is a very consistent story. And I think if we grasp that, we can see it in the Gospel of John describing Jesus's life story. We can hear it in Plato describing all of us. I think that worldview gives us a real courage and confidence with which to go at this life, to learn the learnings, to have the experience, and to make the most of the experience we're having, instead of being too anxious about changing it. Or, you know, from time to time, all of us find ourselves in situations where we're thinking, why has this happened again? Why am I learning this lesson again?
Mm-hmm.
And we think it must be because we're failing in some way. I think it's not that. It's because we are going from level to level, doing our learning and applying the learning. And I've had to reframe that experience of, oh, I'm in this situation because I actually know how to handle this. And I'm going to learn how to handle it at yet another level this time around. Or I might make an entirely different choice as part of my learning journey. But whichever it is, I think that framework gives us a confidence to say, okay, this is the situation, this is the scene, these are the other players on the stage, let's go at this.
Right. So we only have a few minutes left, but I do want to get to a question. First, a couple of comments on what you just shared. You know, there's actually a documentary on YouTube on how Rome got its riches from India. And it was because they basically took over the trade routes in between Saudi Arabia, current Saudi Arabia, and Egypt from the Greeks and the Egyptians. And then there was over 1,000 ships going from the Roman ports all the way to India and getting all these spices and like so many different things. So Rome actually had a huge connection to India, almost probably larger than anybody on the entire planet at the time Jesus was around. So that makes sense. Also, the mudras, when you see different types of Christian paintings, they're doing like hand gestures, and it's been speculated that those are the same as different mudras from India. And one last thing, the rosary. The rosary is the mala bead from India that was taken and basically, you know, utilized in the Western world. So I think those are some parallels right there. But here's my question.
William Henry touched a little bit on that yesterday.
Yeah, he did. So my question is pretty interesting and synchronistic how we got to this, because you ended your the last part that you were talking about angels was the one question I wrote down that I really wanted to ask you was the last thing that you said towards the end. So it's like perfect how it worked out. And beings have come down to this earth and they look higher dimensional. Maybe they're glowing, maybe they have some technology, And a lot of times I feel in our ancient past, we probably thought of them as gods because it's authority kind of thing, and they had so much more power than us. So in your opinion, is there specifically an angelic realm that exists and these beings have a more direct connection to source? Or are probably all of these angel stories just some sort of ET being, whether they had our best interest or not in mind is a different story. But I'm curious because some people think there's an actual realm, an angelic realm. So just being in this and your life journey, what do you think?
Well, as I have drilled down into the translation questions that are there in the Hebrew canon, what emerges is the story of a sky council with all kinds of entities on it. So this is what Haim Eshed calls the Intergalactic Federation that's chosen not to self-disclose. He talked about that just before Christmas. The former chief of space security for Israel, Brigadier General, held that position for 27 years. And what that implies is correct, a whole range of beings. So you've got ETs who are flesh and blood like us, they're just from other planets, and they figured out subspace or warp technology or wormhole technology so they can actually get to other planets, colonize them, etc. Then you've got archonic entities, energy-based beings that sort of parasite off biological life forms. And then you've got interdimensional entities. And these are talked about by cultures all around the world. And I think our angel stories, some of them are actually stories of ETs, some of them are stories of Pleiadians, I believe, who came in the deep past and assisted us, and they have a certain physical look to them. And some of our angel stories, I think, are interdimensional entities that give us a kind of invisible tutelage. So they might be the spirits in 1 John 4. They might be the archetypes that we encounter when we do ceremony or have a psychoaffective tea or whatever it might be. And we get some really profound input on how to engage in this life. I think if you read Plato, you'll realize that he's getting information from all those sources. When people talk about an angelic realm, I think they may be talking about other dimensions and altered states of consciousness that allow us to access those. But then they might be also talking about the realm of the cosmos, where others turn up who may be helpful. And those are our angelic stories. So I think that whole spectrum is there. I actually find the word angel or angelic really unhelpful these days because it's not telling us who we're talking about. I'd rather hear what was the experience, what did the entity do, and get to the nuts and bolts of it.
Right.
But I think there is a huge diversity. We are living in a kaleidoscopic multiverse, and we are in contact, I think, with all those levels. And that's what we're beginning to experience. And I think it's that contact that can best break us out of the limitations of the age of authority that we're all experiencing right now.
Right. I feel like a lot of times when we say angel, we almost give it this like label that means higher connection to source, right? More of a connection.
Well, in terms of connection with source, I would say that let's not forget Homo sapiens.
Mm-hmm.
We are very attractive to some of our neighbors because of our particular way of tapping into source. We were talking about human creativity earlier. I think that is something quite special about Homo sapiens. And the reason that some of our cosmic neighbors want to meet us, mingle among us, or even hybridize with us is because they want some of what we have. There's something special about the way we connect with source that we should be very excited about exploring for ourselves as part of the cosmic learning that's going on.
Beautiful. Paul, thank you so much, brother. You're amazing. I really just love the fact that we're connected and all the infinite information that seems just to be coming from you and your explorations into all these subjects. So I appreciate you so much, bro.
The feeling is absolutely mutual, Neil. I love our conversations and I will look forward to the next time. Congratulations again on this summit. I think it's been absolutely splendid. And the people you've pulled together and the energy with which you've imbued this summit has been wonderful. So Omar, Neil, thank you to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul.
I wanted to ask you, do you want to stay on for the ET panel since we're on that topic anyway?
Oh, look, I'd love to sit in the background, and I'll jump in if I have anything, but I'll sit at the feet of the people you have.
All right, yeah, and this is the smallest panel out of all the panels we've done, so there's not too many people on here, so it would be great to have you as an addition. And let's bring Alan on. Alan, you there, brother?
Hey, yeah, hey guys. My
Hey.
lighting is not so great here. So how does it look on your side?
You're a little fuzzy. The
I'm a
lighting's
little
the same as before, but you're fuzzy.
I'm feeling a little
see that it's
fuzzy.
you.
No, I'm
We can
okay.
see that it's you, though, Alan.
And so anyway, this is going to be a great panel. Who else is joining us today? Oh, my good friend Paul Hynek and Sharia is joining us. Thank you, Sharia, for being here. Paul Hynek's cat, who likes to show up wherever Paul is. And who else, Neil, is coming up?
We have Paul Wallace. He's staying here with us, and Adam Apollo is supposed to join us, but he's not in the room. So I'll go ahead and shoot him an email. See what's going on.
And Elizabeth Satoris. Yes, there you are, Elizabeth, who is one of the elders in the business. She's one of the original. Are we ready to start?
Yeah, let's start.
We're
And
also
go ahead, Omar.
We're also joined by my cat Daisy. Wanted to get to know Paul's cat, so
we got the
she's
feline
sitting there.
energy.
My cat is here as well.
Having a cat date here.
Okay. Well, I think we know everyone else has been introduced already on Portal to Ascension, except Elizabeth Satoris, who is an evolutionary biologist. She's a professional snoop. I think that's what you call yourself, Elizabeth. She likes to look at everything. She is a real investigator into the phenomena of this world and life and possibilities. She's been on the UFO circuit since the 90s. She was at the first, what was that calling? Meeting of Cosmic Cultures, along with J.J. Hurtak, John Mack. Who else was at that conference, Elizabeth? Unmute.
The doctors Hurtak were there, and oh gosh, I brought my Andean kid Puma up to I was living in Peru in the Andes at the time, and I had to fly up to Washington for it. So I brought this little kid I adopted, who's 14 years old and was an amazing speaker at it.
Oh, he spoke there.
Because he lived in a culture that hung out with aliens, you know.
He did. Wait, we'll get back to this. Let me introduce Adam Apollo, ladies and gentlemen, one of the up and coming scholars in the field, and Paul Hynek, who's the son of J. Allen Hynek. And Sharia has been a moderator and an investigator. I don't know if Paul Wallace, who's I guess more of a scholar, biblical scholar in a sense. And who else? Omar, Neil. And we're just going to look at the ET question as it's been emerging in the mass culture, but also a little bit of the history behind that investigation. That's why I wanted Elizabeth Satoris on here, because she goes back in her investigations and looking into this phenomena. So Elizabeth, continue with what you were saying. You adopted this young kid who grew up with these ETs. Is that what you're saying?
Well, actually, he adopted me. I went to the Peruvian Andes actually to study their ancient agriculture, their agricultural sciences, because half the food eaten in the world today was originated from their very scientific experiments on food growing and making corn out of grass and stuff. But anyway, he was a kid in the street selling woven belts, and the other boys were selling cigarettes, and he seemed unusual, but he kept coming up to me and saying, "Are you looking for me?" in English. And I would laugh and say no and walk on, you know, because I didn't want to buy a belt at the time. Anyway, a friend of mine who had a lifelong experience with ETs came down to visit me while I was in Peru. And I saw him across the street from the coffee shop we were in, and I wanted her to see him because I thought there was something unusual about him. Well, he came belting through the door like he had heard the call, and she freaked out over his aura. And who is he? Is he the Deepak Chopra of the South or something? Right? Anyway, he turned out to be a very amazing kid with an even more amazing grandfather teacher. And in all, he was trained for 21 years from age 4 from age 3 to 26 something, right?
Right.
22 or so. Anyway, I brought him along to talk at that conference too. So that
Well, just give us a little bit of his ET experience and contact. What was that like?
Oh, well, the culture he lived in, I was doing a sort of informal survey, and at least half the people in the streets of Cusco, Peru, believed in aliens because they're around. And they were called the doctors because they were white and they could heal anything from a broken truck to a broken bone, right? And they had their own camps, and Puma used to go up to be a sacred dancer. Puma's the kid.
No, but the aliens had their own camp, or the natives had their own camp?
The ETs had their own camps, but they came in whenever they were called, or they knew when to come. And when the kid Puma would do his sacred dances up on the glaciers, in rather dangerous stuff they did, some of them ended up falling into crevices, and he saw the lights of their ships, their UFOs, down through the ice of the high glaciers. So they were parking inside, so that they came out, you know, for all intents and purposes, physically to interact with the people. At least the people could see them and they could see the people. And so it was like normal life. And if you think about it, why wouldn't you land in a place like that where people are friendly, don't make a great fuss about you, but you can learn about each other and, you know, help each other.
So it's a much more of a part of their everyday culture than here. It's like, oh, are there aliens? Are there not? Hey,
yeah, oh, weird, you know.
Yeah. Well, Adam, you were talking about that. Does that ground the ET experience into a kind of real world phenomena? You were kind of, I think you were kind of mentioning that, weren't you, today?
Yeah, well, it's critical to be looking at the nature of the consciousness of beings that have already learned how to steward their planets, who are witnessing a planet that frankly is under a great deal of turmoil with a lot of different consciousness at a lot of different levels. And, you know, if I was hanging out on a starship, which I like to do sometimes, I would mainly like to go and track down those people that are in a state that is ready for conscious communication. People that are literally acting as beacons, whether by the development of stone circles on their land, you know, building medicine wheels, crafting their homes like temples, who go out at night and are actually radiating their heart field out, seeking connection, seeking communication. Those are the kinds of people that I would want to engage with. And I think that that's why we see so much more contact within those spaces, and also within the cultures and communities where, again, it's just not that big of a deal. It's not like they get lost in the phenomena, as Elizabeth's saying. In Peru, I met an array of people who live throughout the Andes who are very used to ships coming down all the time, you know, sometimes even creating lightning storms, them experiencing different kinds of phenomena or miracles happening around the times when ships come around. And it's just a normal part of life. It's not something to be freaked out about. And I think that makes it easy on both sides of the relationship.
Right. Sharia, I think you probably agree with that, right?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. And then I was really curious with Elizabeth if it was known which race it was that was engaging with those beings. I mean, that's just, it just evokes such beautiful imagery to imagine these beings coming down and in our era openly communicating. And if there's anything else known about them that we could know, would be wonderful.
I really don't know, and my guess is they wouldn't have asked the same kind of questions as we in our culture ask. You know, indigenous people always welcomed in whoever else came, and they traded stories, but they didn't think in terms of categorizing and naming things the way we do.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Hey, Paul, did your father ever look into any of the South American culture? Paul's father was J. Allen Hynek, who really brought to this country. We think this country is the center of the world, but yeah, there's people already way beyond their connection. But Paul, what did your father think of some of the South American contact experiences?
Oh, he thought they were fascinating. He went there many times. I spoke at a conference with Ricardo Gonzalez in Argentina in 2019, and I met several people who had gone on investigations with my father in Argentina and Brazil.
But the fact that that's so much, you know, your father helped bring it into this culture, but it's already established in these other cultures, just a different orientation to the phenomena.
And I really like the point that Elizabeth made about how indigenous peoples don't always try to name and categorize something. I think that's really an important part of Western culture, especially like Western medicine, right? You've got a pain in your knee. Oh, it's Osgood Schlatter, and we're going to attack it locally with antibiotics and a knife, as opposed to let's allow the body to heal itself and not categorize it and pigeonhole it. And I think it's a really interesting perspective that you raised, Elizabeth, about people being a bit more open-minded to an experience of what it's somewhat different, but not trying to figure it out right away. I like that very much. I think it's an important idea that I'm going to keep using, and I may or may not credit you with that, Elizabeth.
Oh, no problem. You know, the most indigenous people also were able to commune, not only to communicate. I make that the distinction between communication through languages and dance and things like that, and communion, which is the direct transmission of knowledge. And of course, ETs are I don't know if they can speak English, but they can certainly commune. So the people that can commune would be the people they would most likely, you know, seek out and who wouldn't be hostile. So yeah, this categorization of ours, when you're in communion, it doesn't matter whether it's a tree or, you know, trees like the beautiful shower tree behind me at my pool here in Hawaii. They commune too. And I don't ask them the same kinds of questions that we tend to as Western scientists.
Right, no, that's great. Yep.
We're also, you know, wise to learn from situations where people innocently opened their hearts to people who turned out having malintent, because that certainly did happen with indigenous cultures as well. And so, in other words, balancing that desire to commune and learning how to really feel the energy of something, and then also having that ability to ward off or say no to those things which are not good for the human being, the human body, the human mind, the planet, and all those things. Like that level of discernment, it's like perhaps that's what we're integrating more in our Western civilization, if you will.
Well, these are great. Rob, looks like you want to say something there about all this. Rob, unmute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know, yeah, discernment is huge. And when we look back at the symbiosis between the contact, the planet, and it was all an encompassing culture, right? So when we move into those cultures, like they were talking about in the conversation before, it wasn't so much of a reverence. It was a like brother to brother, or not like a son to father. You know what I mean? And I think that, you know, it's a difficult situation that we're in now, because we look back and we thought that they did look at it as son to father. But now as we're coming into ourselves, we see it a little bit differently, because we're enhancing our frequencies and getting back to that level of where we used to be.
Right. That's the whole problem with disclosure. We think the government is going to give us something. They're not going to give us communion, right? Communing. This is something, you know, in John Matt's last book, Passports to the Cosmos, he sort of was going in that direction to see how the indigenous cultures looked at the world in a lot more, in a way, complexity than we do, the Western culture, which Ken Wilber says is a flatland, you know? So, I mean, Paul, you've been looking at, you know, culture, religion, all this from a much more multidimensional point of view. You want to talk about that perspective?
I was going to echo what Elizabeth was saying, actually, about how we often like to jump in and pin everything down and categorize it. Whereas in the past, if you read ancestral narratives from around the world, they didn't quite have the same impulse. So if you listen to the ancient Irish way of speaking about the non-human presence, they would talk about the other people, or the noble people, or the good people. Or if you go to the Philippines, they would talk about those not like us, or those who live under the water. And it's always a little bit vague, a little bit tangential, but you know who we're talking about. And they wouldn't pin it down as the ETs or the Pleiadians or this, that, and the other. There was just this more open way. We know there's some other people around, right? And the references would be made in that way. So I find that very interesting. I think the idea of hospitality is deeply interesting. I would love to spend some time in some of these countries where the culture is more open to the others, the noble people, whether that's Guatemala or Chile, where it's just accepted, where there isn't this ridicule factor around the whole topic, so that we can be a little bit more exploratory and open-minded as to, well, what is going on? And then coming back to, I think Omar was talking about discernment. It reminds me of a verse in the New Testament. So this is right back from the period of primitive Christianity, where the writer of 1 John is fully expecting early Christians to be in contact with other entities. And he says, don't believe every spirit that's gone into the world. Test the spirits, weigh it up for yourself. And at no point does he say what these spirits are. He just says you're going to be in communication. He doesn't say, is it spirits of ancestors? Is it ETs that are flesh and blood like you and me, but they communicate telepathically? Are they energy-based beings? Are they your higher self? He doesn't say. Not important, apparently. But what's important is just that you expect to be in communication and have a think about what you hear. And I think that is so different to where we're often at. And I often get people coming to me saying, I had this experience. Was this a Pleiadian? Was this a Lyran? And they want to pin it down and label it. And I think our ancestors might have had some wisdom in not doing that and just looking and listening and learning.
Yeah, right. Adam, yeah, you were saying that. Yeah, Adam.
That's
Yeah,
like
I love.
Go ahead, Adam.
Go ahead.
I love what you're sharing, Paul, particularly on two fronts. One is that, getting to know a lot of these different star civilizations, there's so much genetic cross-pollination and sexual engagement and hybrids across, at least the Sirians, Pleiadians, Arcturians, Shiheli, Yahonians, Laquinon, a lot of the species that I've been deeply in touch with. And so, yeah, I mean, when someone calls me an American, I kind of get offended, even though I live in the United States, because I'm like, well, yeah, okay, I'm an earthling, but even then I could be offended because I'm not just from this earth, right? And we're a vast array of beings. A lot of the different beings piloting and operating different ships, there'll be a group of them from a variety of different worlds. So like, yeah, okay, you saw a starship, but where is it from? Well, it could be from 10 different worlds that has a crew made up of different groups. The other thing that I love that you were talking about is the roots of the Irish culture, because I'm deeply passionate about understanding our genetic roots here on planet Earth, because I've followed the lines across many traditions, and so many historical traditions around the planet point to sun gods and goddesses, star nation beings, etc., as part of their origin stories. And for the Irish people in particular, it's really fascinating looking at the Tuatha De Danann, because when you look at the stories, the original poetry about the Tuatha De Danann, they arrived in the British Isles riding clouds, and they brought with them the 4 sacred treasures from 3 islands in the sky. Now, what are islands in the sky, right? And so when you start to really dig into the roots of that and a lot of the Celtic and Druidic magic traditions and wisdom, what you begin to see is that there's a whole branch of star wisdom and star knowledge built into that, and knowledge about the elements, how things are woven into being, that we just don't find anywhere else.
Wow, that is great. Thanks, Adam. Neil, you were saying something there. Jump in.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say, but I'll say something else instead.
Okay. Well,
I feel like what we're touching on here is the whole concept of like just terms being very limiting, right? And we're using the word ET, extraterrestrial. It's very. Did you say something, Alan?
No, my internet was going out. So go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah.
No, keep going.
No, I was just saying that those terms being very limiting into what is actually possible. And, you know, as soon as when I first got into all this awareness, like in 2000, 2001, very quickly, like 2003, 2004, I heard about Arcturians, Sirians, Pleiadians. And my question always was like, well, if we're talking about, for example, like the Pleiades, which is like multiple stars and multiple planets, why are we just talking about this one race? And then I touched on this earlier with Kathleen, with someone today, I forget who. When you look up a Pleiadian, you see the image that somebody drew about Billy Meyer's connection to the Pleiades, right? But he even says they weren't Pleiadians. He says they're Polarians that were outside the Pleiades. So I was aware of this whole thing, and it was very just like distorted. But people still said, "Oh yeah," because when they would see someone who's tall, blonde walking around, but she's a Pleiadian, right? So this doubt was in my head, like, well, couldn't there be multiple races that have had an effect and influence on our planet? So I feel not only the term ET might be a limiting term because we've lived in a world of limitations for so long, but also when we talk about these races, like I've always felt a connection to the Arcturians, but I hardly ever say it because I feel how limiting it is, because I don't know which race. I feel a connection to the Arcturians because of how technologically like into technology I am, and at an earlier age, like 19 years old, I heard that the Arcturians were into like really next level technology when it comes to this spacecraft and all that. So I just felt I felt like I resonated with it, but I can't really just openly say I'm Arcturian because I feel that could be thousands of different races. So that's all I really want to say right there. So as we progress, and I think as we all have more direct connections, we're probably also going to change the way that we actually label these beings.
Well, let me
Just
talk
like
to
Paul was talking
Paul
about.
because his father was really the first to label not the beings, but the context of experience, right, Paul? But I think your father also avoided actually labeling beings from this and was much more into kind of the, like you said before, interdimensional, paranormal, the not identifying it as something, but staying more in the abstract. Is that true? How you look at that?
Yeah, and actually, I think he liked the term meta-terrestrial, which is sort of a broader term that can encompass different types of provenances and, you know, not just extraterrestrial. And I like that. I gravitate to that term also. And I like to piggyback on what Neil said. You know, we tend to paint with a broad stroke about this race or that race. Even within that race, there could be very different opinions. I mean, on this panel, you know, we're pretty like-minded, but there could be very different opinions just amongst us. Or I could have a very different opinion tomorrow than I do today. So it's very hard to know what a race might do, or if it's the renegade Pleiadians with their dark telepathic chatter.
Right. It's like this world, you call someone an Asian, African, European, you know, they're not one thing. No one is one thing. You know, Americans were definitely not one thing. So I think, and Adam did make this point earlier, people get lost in the names. Oh, I've met a Pleiadian, and that's great. But that's not as important as, okay, what did you get from these beings? And it's like what Elizabeth's saying, there was this openness that encouraged communion. I think if we took that approach to disclosure, we would get a lot further along. I mean, Omar, right? You jump in here and then.
Yeah, sure. Just wanted to say what Adam was saying. Nice to meet you, Adam. About, you know, these visitors coming down. I remember when I was younger and I was living in Denmark, and I would go for summer visits to Pakistan. And as you can imagine, it's very hot in Pakistan in the summertime. So majority of the population would sleep up on their roofs. So, you know, I could imagine when you're sleeping up on your roof, what you're seeing up in the sky. Because I know when my wife and I go for walks, or when we're over at friends' houses and we look up in the sky and we see blinking lights. I can imagine what people, sleeping on their roofs are seeing, and they've just normalized it for themselves. And it's not really a big thing. So what I'm seeing here is like two versions of, an expression of this ET. One is the old school way, like Adam was talking about and Paul was talking about, and then there's the American version, right, where the American version is filled with fear and control and the boogeyman type of approach to this phenomenon than when we see it in the old world. Yes, that's pretty much what I wanted to add in there.
And I wanted to jump in and just say a couple of remarks here. I'm remembering when Corey Good was sharing that the people downstairs, if you will, the Hollow Earth people were masquerading as different races in order to communicate and not disclose their location to the surface people. So sometimes people could be utilizing the name of a certain race and pretending to be that, but they might not even really be that. And then additionally to what someone else was saying, we have multiple, we have 12 or whatever, however many different aspects of our own soul essence and being, which can be from Lyra and different places and having had different lifetimes and experiences on different planets. And, for my part of disclosure and part of the awakening of consciousness has to do with it being okay to be curious about who these beings are, what their star system is, where they're from, what their agenda is, are they friendly or not friendly? Like, these are okay questions to ask, guys. Like, don't just think, oh, it's okay, just get everybody in, like, don't be discerning, don't be curious. I think that would be a fault for us to teach that.
I don't think we're saying don't be discerning or curious. It's just like when people say they've been channeling Pleiades, like they know what this, and then maybe they do, who am I to argue? But I think we have to keep it more somehow open and fluid than putting it in a box. It's like, this is what.
Well, I think it's the putting in a box that's the problem, right? It's the shutting down of inquiry and curiosity that happens when you develop a name for something and you've now just assigned that name, and you think that as soon as something identifies by that name, you know everything about it, which you don't. I mean, the Arcturians is an excellent example, Neil, because in my contact with the Arcturians, what I've learned over time is that they're genetic masters. They learned how to work with the genome across many different levels to change their bodies, merge their bodies in a way more deeply spiritually comprehensive manner than we currently understand the genome here on Earth as humans. And because of that, Arcturians, very few of them look like what their original race looked like. And there's all kinds of different forms of them, as well as merges and mixes from other worlds. And you would never get that answer if you just assigned one concept to Arcturians, right? Yeah. Whereas if you continue inquiring, what's their planet like? What's it like on the surface? Do they have underground spaces? What are their favorite things to do? What are the ways that they meditate and go through transformation and growth? Each of those kinds of questions to a species unlocks a different layer of their culture, of their anthropology, their journey as a being. And I think that we can apply that kind of scientific inquiry and discernment to asking the right kinds of questions while not boxing ourselves in with the assumption that we know everything just because we can name it or because we can tell part of the story.
Right. It's about being more right brain. Like when I teach remote viewing, I say to people, don't name it. Like if you're remote viewing something like a tree, or when we see a tree, we think we know what it is because we call it a tree. I just say, what does it feel like? What's the feelings? Describe it. It's not what it, as soon as you say it's this, you collapse the wave function and you lose all other possibilities. There is no this. The universe is constantly moving and changing. So there's no there. There's only motion. Elizabeth, you studied this. How do you see it as a movement and a change and I have another question for you, but just that,
I'm not sure exactly what is your question.
My question is, if you were to educate people about the presence of the others, how would you present this to the world so it could stay open to possibilities?
I'd probably start with my keyboard metaphor for us and the universe.
Talk about
both quantum scientists.
It's okay, Elizabeth, keep going. I think his signal's a little rough. Go ahead.
Okay. Standard model scientists in Western science, as well as quantum scientists and most of the other sciences of the world, all agree that the universe is vibrations somehow. And if you put vibrations in a sequence, you can use the metaphor of a keyboard. So if you think of matter in the low keys and then electromagnetic energy as you go up the keyboard, and then you end up in mind and consciousness and spirit, things like that. So it's all one sequence of, it's an oversimplified model in many ways, but it's very useful because you can show how Western science starts at the low end of the keyboard trying to derive the universe. But it is already decided that it's a material universe and that anything that is real has to be measurable with physical instruments. So they can get up as far as electromagnetic energy now. And then Einstein, of course, showed us that matter is energy, energy is matter. But then they get stuck because they can't measure anything that isn't material. As the vibrations dematerialize, so to speak, they get stuck. Whereas the Vedic sciences and the Taoists and most of the other ancient sciences, and even indigenous sciences, many of them, start at the other end of the keyboard in the source consciousness, cosmic consciousness, and then just slow down the vibrations to get to the world of matter. So they don't have any trouble deriving the whole keyboard. And ETs, of course, are very good at sliding up and down the keyboard so that you can see them 1 minute and not the next, right? They can come down into the world of matter and they can move up the same universe, just sliding up the keyboard to where you can't see them anymore, which is very handy given that they're trying to interact with humans. Now, what I'm most interested in is that their interest in us is clearly because we live on this beautiful physical biological planet. We're at the bottom of the keyboard in that sense, but only from physical bodies can you play the entire keyboard without losing your physical bodies. So when they say angels are lined up for human bodies, I think that's why. And I think our job is to ground all the cosmic love, the cooperation, the good parts of evolution, right, down to our physical toes. And that's my question. That's why I ask questions like, do aliens eat and poop? Because it's much easier to design spaceships if you don't have to deal with stuff like that. But on the other hand, you're losing the very essence that ties you into a biological ecosystem that you are forced to stay within because you do have to take in food and poop, right?
Right.
So we're working on trying to build circular economies rather than linear ones. But my interest is, and this is John Mack's, the big line that he got from so many of his abductees were, don't wreck your planet, right? Don't destroy your ecosystem, stay with it. So I'd like to talk more about that kind of question. And then my other questions for all of you are, how do we discern the false flag UFO things which could be coming down our way, which Stephen Greer made so clear that we have the ability to build some versions of UFOs, and I knew Edgar Mitchell, and he saw things taking off that had no thrust and no sound as they were actual helicopters, right? So because we do have to be careful in that sense, not so much of hostile aliens coming, but of our own hostile forces that may be tricking us. So those two things are most on my mind.
Right, that want to control the narrative. Paul, you had your hand up.
Yes, it was related to an earlier part of the conversation where we were talking about labels and not wanting to box things. And I was just going to say a little word in defense of labels, just to put the other side of it. And that is, in my story, for instance, there was a time when I was really in the world of Christian ministry. And in my worldview, I had room for God, the devil, angels, demons, humans, animal, vegetable, mineral, and nothing else really, which meant that when I had experiences of other things, I didn't have any language for it. I couldn't understand it. And I did have experiences of other things that it's taken me decades to understand, because I wouldn't allow the word alien or the word ET or the word extra or interdimensional into my vocabulary. And as soon as I actually did allow some other labels into my vocabulary, I was able to go back to earlier experiences and say, oh my goodness, I think I know what that was now. Because I had not understood them. I hadn't been able to process them. They were half-remembered experiences that had always disturbed and puzzled me. And I actually needed that label to be able to think about it. And I think some of the ways in which we've shut down conversation of these things in the past is precisely by getting rid of language.
Well,
So
I don't think
there
there's
is that
anything
side
wrong
to it too.
There's nothing wrong with labels. Just don't believe the labels you give them. Like they may be alien, but maybe aliens is just a kind of in between something for something we don't understand. Like labels move the football down the field, but get ready to release the labels when you see a bigger picture of this.
Well, can I say something
I absolutely
on that?
agree that they're not the destination, but they can be important to moving us along.
Yes,
I agree. I feel like we live in a predominantly analytical, linear-minded kind of world, and even though a lot of us might be into creativity and into consciousness, and especially people on this panel and watching this right now, we have to know that most of the linear world, they need their labels in order to move them forward into the next reality, which is why when I do UFO disclosure events, I do get some people saying, we're done with that. We don't need the UFO stuff anymore. Let's get to the next level. And my answer is this and that. Like there are people that are linear minded that literally need the evidence. Just because we don't need it, even though I love doing events for the people that are into this already, I really want to get out there and provide linear information to those people that maybe need that before they get to this point. And the labels really come into play there. And that's kind of a starting point to
but it's
getting
not
to the
an
next
ending
level.
point.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, but Paul, is the government trying to, Paul Hynek, I'll get to Paul. I'll get to you after, Paul. Do you think the government then is on the wrong track? Are they purposely creating a false narrative? You're sort of more connected than probably most of us because of your father and you hang out with Christopher Mellon and all that stuff. Where are they heading us towards, you feel? You're not in that, but in your observation of that kind of more inside understanding.
So the US government or false flag central, I think just like with alien races, we can't paint with one broad brushstroke the US government. So many different voices and desires and conflicting efforts. When my father was at Project Blue Book, there were other agencies fighting against what he was trying to salvage from what became a sort of a goofy PR effort. So what the government is doing is just all over the place. You look at, how chaotic the legislative sausage making process is, and multiply that by 1,000 times. And that's what we get with the UFO stuff. And, to a point that Paul was making, one of the things that Lou Elizondo has said is that when they were gathering information for ATIP, some of the bigwigs there were hardcore Christians and were simply not in a mind to accept what the data was suggesting.
Right.
So they had this really strong confirmation bias, even in a group that was selected to ostensibly, objectively explore it.
Right. So so they're not any, but there is, we can get to that a little later, but there is some inside information, like there may be closer to maybe not labeling something, but to have a bigger picture of whatever activity is going on. But they're also missing the indigenous. Yes, Sharia.
I just wanted to address what Elizabeth was saying, which is related to this, which is how do we discern that when we, if they do end up playing out this Project Bluebeam scenario of false ETs pretending to be real, how do we respond as awake, aware people? Again, I think it has to do with what a lot of us have already said, is that the feeling tone of the essence in our heart and our knowing, and looking at something without immediately reacting from fear, but being like, being curious again, what is that? What am I actually seeing here? Is this real? Is this what it's pretending to be? And tuning in with our inner being, and then communicating with others and be like, what do you think that was? Instead of jumping to the conclusion that it's something. And those of us who are here in this conference and around the world who've been studying these things, it's really, the onus is on us to help the others by being those discerners and being curious rather than jumping to conclusions and reacting, I would say.
We're getting a lot of mass training on that front right now, aren't we?
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
I don't get that the government's going to do that. I think they're too busy with other things. I think, whatever's happening. I mean, but I might be wrong. But Michelle, what do you think? Where are you at? You're passionate about this topic. And
I'm just so relating. In meditation years ago, I heard that I was supposed to write a book called I Am the Alien Next Door. And my husband and my daughter were mortified when I told them that. And they said, please, you cannot do that. And I was like, I'm not going to do it. But they're not where they are now. I mean, my daughter now has a UFO tattooed on her ankle. And before, she was always mom, 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 mom. No, she was embarrassed of me. I think I embarrassed my family. I stayed true to my personal truth. And now that I'm hearing what each one of you are saying, I understand why they placed that on my heart as a title, because I don't think anybody would consider somebody that looks like me to be an alien. They think of aliens as this guy, but I understand that there are a lot of groups that are very resistant to certain words. And there does feel like there's a spell over a lot of people. And when we see the polarity happening, I see a lot of people saying, you're brainwashed. And then the other side is saying, you're brainwashed, you're brainwashed. And it does feel that way when you have a very strong opinion. But if you can let go and surrender, and go into what Shariah said, discernment. And I'm sure Adam has probably said that too. And Elizabeth, I wasn't on when you were talking. I caught the tail end of when you were talking, and I was totally resonating with you as well. That when we recognize a vibrational frequency of what we're encountering, nothing anybody says can change our mind, because our inner knowing is already giving us the answers. And that's that connection to source that nobody can take from us, no matter what. I have goosebumps as I'm telling you that. No one can take from us our connection to source creation energy. And if we stay rooted in that knowing, I think we can turn the ship around. We keep pulsing out our own knowing and using discernment. So that's what I have to say about
if
that.
we had a ship, we could turn it around. No, but yes. If we were
Well,
on
I
it-
love when people ask how the ships are, how do they drive the ship? What kind of fuel do they use? And I'm like,
Many different kinds.
right. It's amazing to me, all the ways that we're finding out how powerful we truly are in this human vessel, the human suit, the meat suit. We didn't know how powerful we were, and we gave away our power to people we thought were more powerful than us. And so when we come on Portal to Ascension and we're merging all this intellect with our heart's true knowing, that's where we're busting open consciousness. And that's the common theme throughout this whole conference has been about raising the vibration, raising the frequency, using frequency, and getting consciousness above this technology. Technology is important, but consciousness is important. So it got off balance. Our technology was rising above our consciousness. But with events like this, man, we're on the right track. We're on the right track. Look at how many people from around the world are tuning in and feeling the love of everybody here. That is one of the codes. The keys and the codes to getting through this evolutionary process is to blending the heart and mind, blending the ancient and the future, being right here, being present now, and transmitting the love codes.
Right. I think, Rob, you feel that way too, right? You want to jump in?
Absolutely. And just to go back to sum up everything with the false flags of it all is just like, just like Shariah said, it's the discernment, but by cultivating that database, that community and that database for people to reference, they'll see that there is an enhancement in consciousness aspect to these encounters. And when they come into these false flag events, that aspect might be there, but I would assume that it's probably going to be lacking a little bit, as the same as an encounter with an actual entity. So that creates that discernment right there, and that discernment also will have a ripple effect, because if people see that the government is trying to emulate, and create this polarity in every conversation, it's going to wake even more people up. So I think it would be not a good idea for them to do that. I think it would backfire completely. Yes. And we're getting to this stage in the game where nothing's off limits now. We're everything is on the table, and we're all here creating that, and that is going to be one of the most powerful beacons to really shred the false narratives and really let them just shed themselves off, and we'll walk off into the sunset together as a tremendous community,
Quick comment on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I feel like, the dark is working for the light, right? Because like if our reason to be here is to experience having the contrast of duality or the contrast of darkness so that we can remember who we are, regain full remembrance in this world of amnesia, like it's definitely playing the role that we needed to play in order to really, get to this level of consciousness. So what I've witnessed from a lot of let's say negative agenda initiatives that have happened, it's had a backfiring effect. For example, the UFO drip disclosure thing. I think that's actually just woke up more people to the reality that there's UFOs out there and there's ETs. And even though they're trying to drip it in a way that controls the agenda, I'm able to have more and more free conversations with even family members about this stuff now. I even have a folder on my phone with federal documents, just exclusively federal documents, just to if I ever come up with this conversation and someone calls me crazy, I just bust out my phone and show it to them, So it's like, we have the potential to really wake up, and that just goes to show that the darkness is working for the light, that no matter what they do, it's always having this effect that's just moving us into the next level, I believe.
Well, if you have that perspective, then everything is working for us, which is great. I believe that. But Paul Hynek was saying, the government is not one thing. There seems to be a fracture in that government process now. There's people pushing for the truth coming out, perhaps, and those that, like those Christian fundamentalists, that don't want it. Would you say that, Paul? I mean, you sort of.
I think of the U.S. government as an abusive spouse in this context, and I personally, I don't really care what they say or do. I think we need to move away from being whipsawed around by some information they dollop that they deign to share with us, and just move on with our own consciousness, and let them do their own mischievous endeavors in peace.
Right. Thanks. So Adam, what do you trust when you get information? How do you cipher through it and judge it and work with it?
Yeah. Well, through my early experiences, I got deeply interested in transpersonal psychology as a method of study in this field, because I realized that it's one thing for me to have a vision, a memory, an experience, and I can take a certain amount of data from that. But that data isn't really validated because it can be filtered by my experience of watching movies. It can be filtered by wherever my imagination goes in the moment in life and etc. But when you take that data and you start cross-referencing it with other people's memories without knowing what yours are, with other people's direct experiences, with other people's dreams, etc., and you start to actually stitch together the threads of all of these diverse different people's experiences of the same phenomena, what it starts to do is sort of form this lattice that actually starts to define species, starts to define planets, starts to define galactic history and eras. We begin to actually piece together our true story from the individual perspectives and truth streams of each of the individuals that are part of that story. And the beauty is that we are a part of that story. Our story goes back a long way here on Earth. And for many of us, our story also goes to other worlds and other planets. And there's not going to be any channel who's written a book or is going to just stream to you, you know, their idea of what some species is saying that's going to reveal to you the same level of intimate connection that you will feel when you actually remember being and living as a species on another planet. The cultural context, the depth, the visceral experience of that feeling of connection, and the opening of your heart to realizing that these are not aliens, these are not extraterrestrials, these are actually your star family. These are galactic families that you're a part of. This is actually our reunion process as souls with other species. Then we start operating in a place that's really clear and is a very easy time discerning stuff. Now, of course, I track government releases and information as well within this space, and have known, you know, as I met Stephen Greer back in 2001, when I first started getting interested in this topic and mainly the science around it and testimonies around it, there's a ton of disinformation, and there always is going to be a lot of disinformation and a lot of vast different perspectives. So what we can do with that is basically take it as data and then start to look at where does it confirm, where is it cross-referenced, where is it true in the field of direct experiencers, and what is not, what's outside of that, what can we let go of, or at least just keep on the shelf until there's more information that backs it up.
But it is still so frustrating that, well, first that we have a worldview that distorts us, and we have a government that doesn't want to tell us the truth, and we have counter intel. We sort of have to hack our way through the wilderness ourselves and find out what's true for us without listening to the dogma. But it's great to take educated, people who have been in the subject and listen to their points of view and then incorporate into what do I think? I think you've done this, Paul Wallace, with your explorations out through religion and beyond religion. And how did you find what was true for you in that?
I love what Adam was just saying. Take it as data. Take it as data and then look for the correlations, look for the patterns. And what's kept me grounded in this field is that my roots are really in world mythology and ancestral narratives. So that's where my journey began, and I learned to recognize patterns there. And then that gives me a footing as I start processing new information as it comes. And yes, of course, there's information and disinformation out there. There is filtering that we have to do. So I love what Adam said as the start point. Take it as data. And we have to be willing to be in a place of not knowing sometimes. Well, I'm not sure what I think about that. And sometimes that's the space we have to occupy. I think what Paul was saying earlier is really important for people to understand, that when people ask, well, what does the Pentagon think about this? And we forget that the Pentagon is a community of people with a diversity of views and desires and agendas. Same as from time to time, people will ask me, well, what do the ETs want? Well, which ones? So we do have to be in a place of there's a lot going on. There's a lot of information, some of which might be false, I'm working out what's going on. My grounding, as I say, is in the stories that have lasted and survived from generation to generation. I think they've survived because they have vital information in them. And that remains, I keep going back to that to get my head around new information as it comes. So that's what I found helpful. But I'd also say something, there is a subjective aspect to this as well, because we all do this. We will be presented with a new piece of information and we will have an emotional response to it. We will hear something and think, I'm not sure about that. Or we'll hear something and we'll say, I think that's right. And when I go back to an intellectual giant like Plato, he said he had a number of ways of reaching conclusions. One was logic applied to things we observe. So you start with observing it, taking it as data, then you apply logic to it, you think about it. And then there are some other sources, the ancestral sources he refers to, and then he refers to something very subjective. And that was the experiences he had gained through an altered state that gave him totally different frameworks. And if he allowed himself to say, I can't prove it, but I think this, then from time to time, I think we can allow ourselves that freedom as well. Here's some new data. I'm not sure what I think about it, or that clicks with me. But we just have to be willing to be ongoingly learning. Yeah. And I think that's the real challenge. I think that's the emotional intelligence thing we have to gain of, I'm not sure, I'm learning. These are my provisional understandings.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that for the most part. I think what the UFO, ET, whatever that is out there, presents us with something unknown to humanity. Yes, maybe the indigenous people had a clue and some people inside government, but what is just my feeling, what we're going to be presented with as this thing progresses is something unknown at this point to human consciousness. And it's like, we have to be ready to embrace something so far outside anything we have ever imagined. And that's exciting for me, because we always imagine the fears and putting that, but that's just what we know. The unknown is the mystery. We are, and I feel we are closer as a society, especially after these 2 years where there is no more normal. There's no ways that things used to be. We're in new territory, and in a way, it's a bardo. The bardo is a passage into a new world, if you can take it. Whitley Strieber says it's a new, and I think that's the exciting part, is being ready for something we cannot imagine at this point. That's my feeling. And
Alan, I absolutely agree with that. I think if you cannot embrace the unknown, then you can't learn.
It's not easy to embrace the unknown because you are free floating in midair, nothing to grab onto, but that's freedom.
It's like we're in the middle of a mass initiation, and that initiation is pushing every button we can possibly imagine and pushing us into our center so that we can do that implosion that Dan Winter talks about, that implosion that turns the inside out and the outside in and gets us back into rhythm with the source within us, and with learning how to say yes and how to say no, and learning how to discern information, and learning how to open our heart to unconditional love, even at the sight of the most horrific things that have happened, but also being willing to grieve all the grief that needs to be had, and not denying the fact that this is an emotional experience for us human beings down here. And, we're right in the middle of the gateway into, like you said, a whole new world of experience. And we're like the catcher's mitt too, because we've sort of been out here with the machete ahead of a lot of our brothers and sisters, and they're getting ready to have an even more intensive experience as more information comes out. So we're like preparing to be the catcher's mitt and to hold space and have a great deal of compassion here for everyone. And also, I just wanted to mention, thank you for letting me share that. People wanted to hear a little bit more from Elizabeth in the chat.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I do want to hear more from Elizabeth, because she had something to say about this. And because,
I was just thinking that I remember reading a long time ago, science the task of science is choosing the appropriate metaphors. Why? Because metaphor is the only way for us to talk about the unknown that we're trying to solve, right? So a long time ago, you know, the brain, the metaphor for the brain in Freud's day was a plumbing system where things got jammed and valves got opened and flow happened or not. And then we invented the radio, the telephone, and the brain became a telephone switchboard network, and then became a computer, and now it's a parallel processor or whatever. So the only way we can talk about the unknown, including the ETs, is for us to use whatever metaphors seem right to us. And so we have to recognize, first of all, that the metaphor is not the real thing, that it's our version from our limited data banks, and then try to, you know, like so many of us are saying, we have to stay open. Another person at that 1995 First Disclosure Conference in Washington was Paula Underwood, who was a Native American, and her father taught her the rule of 6, which she talked about at that conference, which was whenever you're facing something mysterious, something you don't have a handle on yet, think up 6 plausible explanations for it. Whoa. You know, I can do 2 or 3 pretty easily. I can up to 4, but 6 is a real challenge because they have to be plausible in some way, right? But it keeps you open-minded. And this is certainly this time in which we're in this huge transition of humanity trying to, what I call the maturation cycle, move from the hostile competitive empire building phase to the cooperative leveling off, like your body, you know, expands up to adolescence and then stays the same size, has to stabilize. So we're in this process of trying to stabilize, and we recognize this is the greatest opportunity ever, because things have to fall apart. They have to disintegrate in order to rebuild. The caterpillar has to melt down in order for the butterfly to have enough resources to build itself from, right? So we're in that chrysalis, and we have to recognize that globalization, many indigenous cultures learned how to do real democracy. Not many, but some of them learned how to do real democracy. The Haudenosaunee, in case in point, the Iroquois. But no one ever had to do this global harmonization at the global level before. But we also have to recognize that at this end of empire building, patriarchal empire building, they also recognize that this is the first time we can build a whole global sized empire. And we all have to be very conscious that we're going through a phase in which they're working very hard at the authoritarianism it takes to control us. And they've co-opted the term transhumanism, and they've turned it into, how are we going to run you from your cell phone, pay you, track your social behavior, all those things. These are real. This is really happening on this physical planet. So our job is, as we know, we have to play the whole keyboard. We have to move without losing the low vibrations. We have to encompass all of the upper end of the keyboard and recognize that only turning on lights dispels the darkness, that only love can trump the fear. So
beautiful.
too much to say all the time.
Thank you. Michelle, do you want to jump in and add anything to that? Or Sheree?
I just love the way that she said that, Elizabeth. I was taking notes. I'm sure, you know, sometimes it's hard for me to take it all in, and I like to just jot down a few things, because I learned so much from each one of you, and what you said is right on. I don't think I could even add any more to that. Only love trumps fear. That's awesome. And to hear about how you're languaging that, I would like to maybe have you expand a little bit more on how this word transhumanism is being perceived by all sides, because I've heard it mentioned from some of our speakers throughout here. And I know that some people are really triggered by that word. And so I would like to hear a little bit more about that.
And then we'll talk to Paul Heine because he has his own definition. But go ahead, Elizabeth. Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, one of the few things I'm a member of is the Scientific and Medical Network out of London. And we recently had some conversations about this because transhumanism original came from psychology and from people who were expanding our minds beyond where they had been, who were bringing in the higher dimensions of our own minds. And then it got taken over by the artificial intelligencers who were building robots and the people like, what's his name, who thinks he can download or upload, I don't know which it
Ray
is.
Kurzweil.
Ray Kurzweil into a computer, and it will go on functioning as him, which is a total misunderstanding of biology, because you have to hold things still in order to put them into a computer, and your brain will die if you hold it still. Right? Anyway, it's been hijacked, and it's being used. This transhumanism is being used by the Great Reset, spawned by the World Economic Forum. And we have to watch out because the aim is to control most of the population into obedience so that they can run a global empire. And they know it's a war between China and the US. So they're bringing those together behind the scenes. I remember when I lived in Greece for many years, that the head leaders of both political parties were Masons. Behind the scenes, they were sworn brothers, right? And we're seeing that again now, except that the World Economic Forum is not a conspiracy. Their Great Reset is not a conspiracy. It's out there in public. You can look it up. They have a website. They tell you exactly what they're doing to you. And people are becoming sheeple about it, you know?
Well, let's hear the other side of transhumanism with Paul Heine, because you've been talking about that from the other end of the keyboard, Paul. How do you talk about it?
You know, I look at it from a crypto point of view of the importance of decentralization. You know, again, it goes back to my idea that I don't care what the US government does. I'm not looking for a centralized source for the information. They are a super witness in terms of amount of information they have about UFOs, but they have super poor credibility. So they kind of even themselves out. I'm an unabashed transhumanist, and I think probably everybody here has a different notion of exactly what that means. I think in my view, we've been transhumanists with our whole evolution. There are really dangerous efforts underway now, and I agree with Elizabeth that there are a lot of people that want to control us. And there are increasing abilities for them to do that. Yeah, I think today was very interesting that Facebook, which is this huge organ of control, was down for hours. And I danced a little jig. I thought that was fantastic. But at the same time, there are empowering and franchising sovereign technologies that can help us navigate through the world in a more, well, privacy is gone, but in a independent way with cryptography that can't be as easily controlled. So it's a real tug of war, I think.
Right. Sheree, you had some things to say about that. Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, our species, our earthling species that we're embodying, even if we've had other lifetimes in other places, is in its infancy of realizing even who it is, how it creates, how its own biology functions as probably what I would call, if not the premier, one of the premier creations, technologies that exists in the universe. And we haven't even begun to unpack that. We haven't even begun to unpack all that is within our human beingness. And so in an infancy like this, I feel like it's important for us to be protective of the baby tree and to, you know, to not have this idea of putting machines into this already amazing, perfect body, which we haven't even had the chance to get out of this disclosure thing into a healing and then a reconvening with ourselves about who we are and how we want to progress on the planet and get to know ourselves and our abilities, our psychic abilities, our interdimensional abilities, our plasma generating abilities, and all these things. So I feel like I do feel kind of protective of humanity and wanting to hold a space for us to really do that as a primary function as we emerge out of this phase that we're in right now into helping others, helping everyone, helping ourselves, really get to know our own capabilities.
It's 9 o'clock. You know, my feeling of transhumanism is what Bruce Lipton says. He calls it a synergy of awareness. When we realize we're all part of the same organism, we're all pieces of this greater mind, then we form this unity of awareness, like all the cells in your body are making you conscious of this moment, of that singularized focusness. So transhumanism to me is, if we could achieve it, is humanity as an organism where we all are so unique in our individual parts we play, but we do it in concert. You know, we're not playing a different song each, but we're in concert, in coherence, in union. This is my vision of a transhuman society, that aspect of coming together, however that shows up in crypto or religion or whatever it is. It's a unity of awareness. Adam, I'm sure you have something to say about this as well.
Yeah, well, you know, I always mention in our conferences that my perspective on artificial intelligence, and that I actually look at the universe itself and space-time as a feedback loop that has the capacity to store memory and thus exchange consciousness, which means that any intelligence that arises, regardless of its format of embodiment, is intelligence. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. Different kinds of beings may inhabit different kinds of bodies at different kinds of times. But, you know, if you've got enough communications mechanisms within any kind of device or your car, even, you can have spirits embody inside that vehicle and try to communicate with you through it. And a lot of us have had this kind of experience in the past. So it is a delicate space that we need to hold with a high regard of consciousness and spirituality. And I also, of course, align with what you're saying, Alan, around the greater perspective that transhumanism at its core should really be about transcendence of the self, recognition that we are part of a greater picture, part of a greater weave. But I also get down with what Paul was getting into, which is like, there's a real aspect to this too, that comes down to bridging from where we are to a more decentralized web, where we're actually interacting and engaging with people, have freedom and sovereignty of identity. Digital identity is a huge thing, decentralized identities, the ability to exchange currency in a sovereign way, the ability to communicate with each other in a sovereign way is huge. And as some of you know, that's a huge part of my work. And I've been building decentralized and distributed system for a long time. I'm actually doing a galactic NFT project that I'll be launching this month as a fundraiser for this decentralized social web dashboard that we're creating, which is designed to let people access all these different networks from within one sort of Starship dashboard, Iron Man style interface, which is a really fun project and something that really serves this key, which is us as people becoming more sovereign in our connection, our communication, and technology actually supporting that greater body emergent on the planet.
Yeah, I think that's it. The technology is here to support us. I'm not sure about inhabiting machines, but I've got some background noise here.
I'll comment on that while the dog's barking, Alan. I just want to say in regards to that, if it's okay, that you know, I'm kind of in between actually, because when I think about it, I was like, did the beings that seed us think that we were artificial intelligence that they had to incarnate into? And from what I see, all things, maybe all things, but definitely all sentient creatures seem to want to do what the original source wanted to do, which is create things in their image. And, you know, like, it's almost like there were these beings in this dimension. They created a lower dimension, created beings in that, incarnated in it, then went even to further depth of experience all the way to the third dimension. And now we're here on this third dimension. And what are we doing? We're creating computers with little dimensional hard drives in it that is like all this data and this information stored in with wires and electricity, which is technically a dimension. We are now doing what Source had done originally, fractalizing, always trying to create it. So on one level, I'm like, well, maybe we just feel that these things are artificial. And then on another level, I understand the whole organic concept, but maybe what really needs to happen is our consciousness just needs to get to that level that Kathleen was saying, to the level where we can start understanding how to utilize these technologies in a more conscious way. And as our consciousness rises, I feel we will shift the way we use technologies, or even implement organic matter into the technologies rather than the other way, you know, like implementing into us. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it. But it's the whole concept of we're always trying to create things in our image. And I think computers and technology and machines are us doing that.
It is us, but they'll never be ensouled the way humans or living creatures are, I feel.
Quite possibly. I'm like 89% in agreement with you, but then maybe that's what humans were, you know, like we were created because we're all frequency and vibration, right? Like this reality was literally created. It's not real, but it is. So is this just a very conscious organic computer program that we all exist within? And isn't that what we've just created as well? So,
and then there, of course, is the question of, well, what are the limitations of a soul's choice? Like, if you're a soul, right? So if you drop your body, like, could you as a soul choose to go into a crystal and communicate with somebody through that as a soul? Could you go into a computer and communicate to somebody as a soul? I mean, I've gotten some messages from some of my friends that passed away through my devices and through a music visualizer, you know, that I used years ago. And I was always fascinated by that, because I was like, oh, okay, these are all just windows, right? Everything is a portal. Space-time is a portal. And space-time can be used in a variety of ways for consciousness to express itself. So just to offer that unlimiting factor.
Sharia, yes.
So I want to ask if you remember, you and I were in Sedona with Max Christensen, and he said, yes, this was back, I don't know, maybe
2013, I think it was.
Yeah, something like that. So anyways, I always remember what he said, and he says it so calmly from this higher vantage point of like, a civilization always comes to a moment where it has to decide, is it going to go full on in the technological route, or is it going to go full on in the organic route? And maybe that's what that bifurcation is that's happening. And some of us are choosing, I'm going the organic route. I want to know what this vessel is about and what it does. I don't want to put lower technology into this vessel. I want to actually learn what this is capable of, because I believe it's far more capable than these devices that certain beings have built in the physical. Right. And other people are like, well, I want to totally put all this stuff in my body, and I want to go experience what that is. And a lot of people talk about how that timeline, you know, becomes what we call that cyborg technology being that ends up being highly controlled. And then they come back later from the future and they're like, shoot, we got to figure out how to get back to the organic thing. We better get this DNA. We better start.
Like
the Greys. The last Mimsy movie. Have you all seen it?
No, I haven't seen that.
Such a good film. Great film.
Yeah.
But the Greys, the little Greys are, you know, they forgot how to be passionate, loving, compassionate, empathetic. So that's the story we tell about them. So they're wanting to come back and embrace what humans have, emotion and love. And so this might be a bifurcation, but we can have it all, I think, from what Adam was saying, and I think it's possible. I don't think we have to choose one or the other.
Put one little check on the end of that, Alan, and then I'll be quiet for a minute.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're wrapping up.
Is that, you know, the question in such a kind of bifurcation is actually about what's the sovereignty level of the vehicle in which you are operating within. The physical being, this body that I'm in, this is a highly sovereign, individualized unit combined with my parents' DNA and my own soul genetics. This is the top of the line vehicle right here. Like, this is the best you get. Like, in the galaxy, biological vehicles, that's the best stuff. But you know, why would there be a problem with if my eye was out, me replacing it with another eye, for example, like my friend Robert Grant, cyber company, he's got an eye replacement system. You can even record data and load it into a hard drive. All great, unless there was some kind of backdoor, unless, as Anita is saying in the chat, as long as it's not hackable. Right?
Yes.
It comes down to sovereignty. And so what we're really looking at right now, and I think this is the big test we're at as a species right now, is can we honor, acknowledge, recognize, and support sovereignty? Can we do that as spiritual beings? Can we do that as physical beings? Is my choice over my body actually going to be honored and acknowledged? And then we're going into the technological world. Can we also establish systems for sovereignty of our choices and our identity with anything that we do within technology? If we pass those tests, I think we'll be going a good direction.
Well, Sharia had a response. Go ahead, tell him, Sharia.
So there is higher dimensional beings and other planets, which is evidently coming to our planet soon in the form of med beds and other things, where we can regrow our own eye. We can, the vessel already knows how to do that when some of the DNA corrected, if you will, that was monkeyed with to shut down certain capabilities in the human being. So yeah, let's grow back.
My conclusion about this discussion, we'll ask everyone to conclude, is that you have to lead with the heart. You have to lead with that passion and then build the technology around that solid base. So you have to start at the upper end of that keyboard, maybe, Elizabeth, and make sure you include the physicality and the technology. I mean, we can live in a paradise. We have that technology for everyone to live abundantly and lovingly and beautifully. This is the future of the planet. If we want, if we can create, it's possible, I know. And whether the ETs come or not, then it's their choice, but we'll be at least at peace with ourselves. I mean, that's my hope.
That's what it's all about. If I could interject, Alan, as we do the closing statements, let's do the panelists first. And then when we do the MCs, that will be our MC closing statement as well.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So Paul Hynek, what if you, thanks for your time here, and also catch us up on that project you're going to do with Christopher Mellon and some of the things you're working on.
Oh, we're going to New Mexico in 2 weeks to the site of a really fascinating case from 1945 with a crashed saucer that was apparently spirited away by, I guess it was the Army Air Force at the time.
Right.
And we know the witnesses. Paula Harris and Jacques Vallée have written a book about the case. And it's just a fascinating part of that tapestry of that hotbed of 1940s New Mexico.
Right. I heard is that the debris field that Donna Pasolko writes about? Because there's some scattered UFO stuff out there.
I don't know. I haven't heard it referred to that as the debris field, but I've been to the landing site, and there's a depression there that's now used as a watering site for cattle.
I froze for a second, but what? Can you just repeat that again? Sorry.
I just gave the winning lottery number, Alan.
Thanks. I'll have to look at the replay. Thanks for being here, Paul.
Thank you, brother.
And Elizabeth, thanks for your presence here and everything you add and all your research. How do you sum up our movement towards the future? What would you like to see, and where do you think we're heading?
Well, I do think we're in the chrysalis and that we're going to come out. I don't think humanity is going to go extinct, but we're going through very trying times. And I hope that we get all the communion that we can going with our ET friends who have warned us not to wreck our planet, and that we will come out on top as a butterfly living more lightly on the earth, and that we will be able to maintain some kind of an internet, even if the current one which security people will tell you is the greatest danger, is cyber hacking. It's much more dangerous than terrorists on the ground. And so I hope that we will invent ways of keeping our communion, our internet going along with an internet. And I'd like to know, Adam, what was the movie you said was a really good one?
Oh, The Last Mimsy. Michelle was mentioning The
Yeah.
Last Mimsy. It's a wonderful
Last
film.
Mimsy.
Beautiful. It's good
Well,
for
it's
a
one
whole
of my
family.
favorites, and a lot of people think it's just for children, but I think for people like us, we really resonate with it. It's just a
What-
really cute movie that will leave
What's
you
it about, Michelle? What is it about?
It's about two children who come across something in the ocean that's got a lot of sacred geometry and magnetic, and the little girl starts communicating with a little stuffed animal bunny that is telepathing with her. And it turns out it's from the future, and it was sent here because their species, which look like grays in the future, everybody was dying. They were dying off, and they needed something specific from this time frame. And what they needed was the DNA of this little girl, the purity and the innocence. And so she didn't have to go up in a spaceship or anything, but and Adam, you probably have another take on it with the kid in the science project and how his brain just expanded when he started messing with these what were they?
He's literally figuring out how to build a Stargate across the galaxy, or a time traveling system, but through listening to the harmonics of the strings that are created by spiders and spider webs. And he's just getting all kinds of downloads and drawing mandalas, and they're making connection to ancient Tibetan wisdom. And it's a fantastic
All right,
movie.
no more. Don't give any more.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to say, Elizabeth usually joins me every Wednesday night at my UFO roundtable on YouTube, youtube.com/New Reality. So you can find her there. And also, Elizabeth, where can people find you? You have a website and
Yeah, I have a website. It's satouris.com, SAHTOURIS.
Okay, thanks for joining us. Adam, what are you up to? Where are you going? What planet are you leaving for on? Or
yeah, just cruising in my shuttlecraft today. I'm usually tuning in from my dashboard space where I have all the core network dashboards, managing planetary impact projects. But yeah, that's my full-time job is building alliances and connecting people and projects, and in particularly focused on building the technological systems that interoperate between a lot of these distributed web projects, and creating the way for us to basically bridge these next level aspects of the internet to the masses in a way that's extremely accessible, very easy, and then we'll never have to worry about giant centralized systems shutting down on us for a day, or deciding to throttle us when we reach a certain user level, or deciding that they're going to sell all of our data, which is then going to be used for mass political manipulation, or on and on and on and on. So yeah, liberation systems is my focus. Anybody can, jump on my website, adamapollo.com, join my list. I usually update people with what I'm doing, events, and a lot of the bigger projects that I'm up to there. So find me there. And it's just always such a pleasure to be here with you guys. Thank you so much, Neil, for having me. Thank you, Alan. So good to see you, Elizabeth and Michelle, and Paul again. And nice to meet you, Sheree, as well. And nice to meet you, those of you that I'm just seeing for the first time. It's really been a pleasure.
great, always fun, always cutting edge, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, let's just wrap up the 4 days and today. And, you were a big part of all of this. So thank you.
I think this experience for a lot of the people who joined with us are just feeling completely uplifted, inspired, hopeful, back in their hearts again. And we took in a lot of information, intellectually, but I could feel that our hearts opened. And I think, that's where we're going to. That's where this evolutionary spiral is taking us. And I just absolutely loved hearing from you, Paul, and you, Elizabeth, who I didn't know before. Adam is my total brother, and brother from another mother. We had that instant soul recognition when we met, and this has just been extraordinary. Neil just really is the great gatherer and I love the way we all weave together. Shariah, the information that you share, and Omar and Rob and Alan. Oh my gosh. I love that you have 8 MCs with all the speakers spread out over all the days, because it gives us the fluidity and the flexibility to weave organically. And we talk a lot about that as well. I want to just thank you for answering that transhumanism question, because that was something I was struggling with too. It seems to be thrown around a lot, and each one of you gave such concise answers that I think inspire all of us to really rethink where we place our judgments. And if anything, this conference is pushing us more into being more self-aware about rising out of judgment, blame, and shame, and pointing fingers at all the people who are, we're giving our power over and who wish to do harm to us, and bringing us back into love and compassion and acceptance and forgiveness. And most importantly, gratitude, of which I just give to all of you. So thank you so much. And thank you, Neil. Whew, blown away. And Tanya behind the scenes. And Joan of Angels, where's our other MC?
So where's Joan? Tell her to come in.
She had a meeting at 4. I told her to come back on afterwards, so hopefully she makes it.
Hey, Rob, do you want to comment about your last 4 days and your experience? And
absolutely, it's been incredible. It's been an honor and a privilege to be up here with everybody that's on the panel right now, and all the guests and MCs and everybody I've contacted with in the back channels and up on the stage. It's been an amazing moment for me. And one of the things that really, I almost got somewhat of a download where I know that my mission has to be more precise. We kept talking about a database. I brought it up many times. And now I feel that I have to really cultivate this database in multiple medium forms. So if it's on the computer, we can get a website together and put it there. But I'm also going to take it in written form. God forbid we do lose anything that's out there, and really try and amass the largest database of contact and consciousness that I possibly can, to give it to people and just let them go for it. We're here to help other people. And I think that might be my biggest contribution to doing that, and deprogramming people. And I'm just so appreciative of all of you. I love all of you beyond belief. I have such a respect for all of you, and it's profound. This whole thing was profound for me. And Neil, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And it's just been incredible. Just thank you, everybody, and in the audience too.
yeah, thanks. And you, Shariah, thanks so much for being here too.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, it has been really enlightening and heart opening to be able to come together and have an open dialogue about some very tricky things, and to culminate with that feeling of the love and the heart we have for one another as the primary motivation and end goal, and place where we began as well. This epic eons long journey of consciousness culminating here at this moment on this planet. So that to me is very beautiful and empowering. And, like my presentation, the yin side of Ascension, it feels like I'm I'm holding the template for us of really being willing to look, to see in the dark, and to ask questions, and to question authority, to question what we're seeing, to have that really high level discernment. Because I think, a lot of times, with all due respect to all of us, including myself and my own process, sometimes we downplay that part of it. And I feel like we're being caught up to speed now by what the world is presenting. And so it really is important to feel it, to heal it, to allow what's happening within us in this cauldron of transformation that we have, and to engender self-love and compassion for all we're going through, while keeping our heart open and remaining discerning.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, thank you. Omar, thank you for being behind the scenes as well as in front of the scenes, keeping track of the chats on all these YouTube channels and, participate at presenting. I'd like your consciousness exploration. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Just a couple of things. I can't help it. My Trekkie identity label is, really got excited when I saw Adam's background, and when Neil was talking about, really discerning what we're contacting and identify what we're contacting. I was thinking at that time, that would be like channeling Starfleet and saying that, you're in contact with a particular being called Starfleet. But when we look within Starfleet, there's like thousands of different planets and cultures within it. So I think that's a very good idea that we should really define on who we're communicating with, and at least try to find out, pinpoint it. And second, I don't think it's a good idea to turn ourselves into the Borg and abandon our mechanical avatar, this perfect machine that we have. I think we should try to work with it a lot more, nourish it and keep it healthy, because our thoughts are far more powerful than any machine that's out there. If we can think of something, we can manifest it into the physical. It only takes a little bit of practice, but it is achievable. For me, this this conference and these conferences are a time when we all gather to rejuvenate our energies and our thoughts and our paths that we're all on individually, because not everybody here studies the same thing. And that's what makes it beautiful, that we can all come together every few months and share our knowledge of the things that we've learned and brainstorm amongst one another and walk away from these conferences rejuvenated and knowing that we have this support structure behind us, even though our friends and family may not support us, but we do know that we have this family out there in the world that resonates with what we're thinking. Of course, we resonate back with them. So for me, it's always great to explore that and meet new people. First and foremost, not only in the audience, but also interacting with them on the screen here, like for instance Adam and William Henry, Tariq yesterday, or Yayoshi or Ayoshi. That was it was wonderful. So I like that kind of stuff. And Paul Hynek, never been on the same screen as him, have heard of him and have heard of his lectures here on Portal to Ascension. But it was cool just to be on the same screen with Paul and listen to him directly. And same thing with Elizabeth, right? I never met Elizabeth before, and today I got to hear her, and and I really liked that keyboard analogy, and I really resonated with that. And I think what we need to do is stay on that bottom end of that keyboard and respect this avatar that that we've manifested for ourselves, and just utilize our thoughts and our imagination and our consciousness for the greater good. It's always the intention, right? Neil, every time he starts one of these conferences, is always very adamant on the intention, but that intention shouldn't really stop here in these conferences. These intentions should be every single day. It's like I was saying this morning, karma is action. So when we say, I'm about to do this, this karma that I'm about to do, we should always have that intent in mind, that love and harmony, acceptance. And really, that's pretty much it for me. I really appreciate everybody in the audience, here in the chat room and across our YouTube platforms where we've been streaming. And great big gratitude to Neil for putting all this together, and to Michelle and to Shariah and to yourself, Alan, and to Rob and everyone that's been working in the background and making this happen. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And looking forward to the next time, because it's time.
Thanks for all your work. What you were saying makes me think we have to be humanists before we're transhumanists. We have to understand the human being. And, you know, we have so much possibility we haven't even explored. When I teach remote viewing, everyone's able to tap into the non-local mind. I mean, how is that possible? How come no one told us that consciousness is non-local, that we don't need a Neuralink to be planted in our brain to be telepathic? Already that. There's so much more to discover about who we are. And I think the ETs are actually pushing us towards discovering more of ourselves. They're pushing us towards our non-local awareness, because in essence, I think they're the same as us. They're non-local, we're non-local. We are them. We're not, our consciousness is not of this animal nature. It didn't come from that animal nature. It descended into the animal nature. We got lost in the animal nature, thinking we're an animal, but we're part animal, part divine. We have to tap into the software that is buried within the biotech and discover the passwords that activate, you know, teleportation, telepathy, telekinesis, all these things that we think are magic, I think are possible. Regeneration, you know, rejuvenation, all this is buried within the biotechnology that we have yet to discover as human beings. I mean, the great masters have done, the Tibetans creating the rainbow body and the Taoists creating the legends of immortality. All that is possible once we find out, go deeper into the essence of our being. We've been brainwashed and kept from ourselves through this conditioning of mind, you know, learning. But imagine taking a 5-year-old and telling them you have to ABC 1, 2, 3, that's your whole world, and you forget this whole imaginative possibilities of creativity and intuition. You know, it's the artists that see the future. Everyone else is looking into the past. The artist is looking towards the unknown. That's our map. That's the territory. That's what we have to hack through. Let's look at the artist's way. All of us as artists can tap into the unknown, because we have the software as human beings, not machines. They'll never have it, no matter how much programming. Machines will never have the software to embrace the unknown. They will only know the known.
Machines are, you know, bound to their intellect and the intellect that we put into the machine. But one foremost fundamental thing that we should always keep in mind is that when we decided to incarnate onto this plane and into this realm, that we decided to incarnate as this physical avatar, this machine, this human being, and that we didn't reincarnate as the Ford Motor Company.
I think machines are useful. They're an extension of our senses. But
yeah,
right. But we're using them to better our civilization, hopefully.
A lot of that technology was injected, maybe even prematurely, by beings who had another agenda for humanity. So, and then so we got sort of off on a faulty start with some of this technology, being a little too young for it, but now having to grow quickly into our maturity so that we can comprehend how to responsibly utilize rather than be utilized by these things.
Paul, do you have a response? It looks like you want to say something, Paul. Anything responding to that? No.
No, yeah. I just want to say thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Alan, for shepherding me today and Friday.
Thank you.
Neil, great job putting it together. Nice to see some old faces and nice to meet new faces. And I dub you, Elizabeth, Queen of the Imagery, because you've really crystallized some really difficult topics into ways that are much easier for us all to visualize. So yeah, thank you very much. I just very much enjoyed being part of this.
Thank you. And for me and maybe all of us watching, 4 days, Neil, you're a wizard of magic and machinations and movement. So thank you for it. I know how much effort it takes beforehand, during, after, follow-up. And I guess this is what you've dedicated yourself to, and it's worth it. It's paid off. All of us have learned more, have felt more, have become more because of this portal. So thanks, Neil.
Thank you, brother. It feels like so good to just do these kind of things and these events. I just like, wish I could bottle this energy, you know, just drink it every single day. Because just like the level of like just feeling just like not just this beyond accomplishment, but it's just like knowing that I'm living my life path purpose, you know. A lot of other things might come up in life, but just knowing that I'm living my life purpose and the way that I express it and the impact that it's having really helps fuel me. Like some people know, I had crippling depression and social anxiety most of my life, and this was all kind of like a solution to trying to figure out how to get over this stuff. And so just like just being in my life purpose, because these things still come up. I still have like anxiety at times and depression, but because I know that I'm living this way and I'm doing what I know I should do, it really helps keep me in check and make me move forward and just want to wake up another day and continue this work. Because what's like and I've said this so many times now, we have the tools, we have the technology, and we have the information to really like create peace, heaven on earth. We have the psychological information on how to navigate our consciousness from birth, right? It's not taught to us. It's not in our education system. We could literally create a template to reduce the amount of traumas, to put us in the most heart-centered space when we're older so that we can be the caretakers of ourselves and the planet, but it's not happening. Reasons why they're not happening, we don't have to go in right now, but like there's so many different things. But this information awareness is out there. All we got to do is implement it into society. I feel like the old systems are crumbling right now. We are witnessing a shift because we're not able to sustain ourselves in the way we've been living, right? Whether it comes to the centralized banking system and decentralizing that, or if it goes into just the way we eat, the way we create, the way capitalism is created. And for example, most capitalistic societies look as money as the bottom line and don't put human interest first, right? Just changing what we view as the number one priority for humanity. There's a country near India, I forget the name of it, but they have GDH, gross domestic happiness, right? So it's not GDP, gross domestic profit. So it's not that we need to change like, oh, maybe money will eventually go away, but we just need to change what we prioritize. If we prioritize our health and humans and connections, we could still have a similar society, even though I think it's going to completely change, but we can actually live for the betterment of everyone. And corporations, if it was like, hey, the bottom line isn't the shareholder, the bottom line is planet and humans, what can come out of that? So I feel like a lot of things are just, it's so easy, but it's so difficult because you got to convince 8 billion people. You know, it's a paradox right there. So just these events here are really just a step towards that direction. And I feel just like every turn of every zodiac, small groups eventually become the predominant culture on the planet. And that's what we're at right now. We're in the beginning phases, having these conversations for within 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, you know, it's pretty much inevitable at this point. We're waking up. And the more and more of us wake up, the more we're going to be able to create this society because we'll have the support to do so.
Neil, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I feel a poem coming on from Mr. Neil Garth.
Exactly.
That was leading up to it right there.
Damn right.
So
go ahead.
Does everyone come into the pool first?
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. All right. So I'm going to share screen, just do a couple of announcements, and then I'm going to make everybody who's in the room a panelist. And you do not have to start your camera. You do not have to start your microphone. You can just start your audio if you want. It's up to you. And whoever wants to come on screen, you know, jump on screen with us. And so we can say hi and see you and see your faces. And then I'll end it with a poem, with a few poems. And then the finale will be the humming experience of planetary healing that Jonathan Goldman recorded for us that I couldn't play today because of timing. So we'll phase out with that. And I feel we'll do a planetary healing at the end of it all. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Just a few upcoming things, everyone. First of all, portal-to-ascension.org. If you are already in the Zoom room or been in the Zoom room, you already signed up to the website. Please do go ahead, log in, use your username and password that's been emailed to you. Watch the 3,000 plus hours of content, really sorted in such a beautiful way, categorized by categories, topics, and speakers. Watch list feature, continue watching feature, but a few upcoming events. Tomorrow, Shariah is actually going to be doing the post-conference workshop, which is called Ascension Through Truth, clearing and activation. And Tanya, if you could put that in both YouTube and Zoom right now, that'd be awesome. So if you want to tune in for, just like kind of integrating this energy with Shariah, and it's going to be an activation and a clearing, please do come check it out. Then on the 7th, which is just a couple of days later, we start our remote viewing 4-week course with Alan. So that's also under online events here. And we're not going to go into the details of each one right now, just for timing purpose. And then next week, which is a week ago from yesterday, so actually 7 days from today, is our Maya online conference, which is the first in our series of ancient civilizations that I'm co-producing with Shariah. And this is going to be an all-day event. And as with everything, you get unlimited replay access. So if you're interested, go ahead and check it out. And then just two last things here. I had mentioned that I am creating my first book, in the process of it right now. It's on sound frequency. And the way it's structured is that I'm doing what's called the wisdom chapter, where I'm providing the ancient civilization information, frequencies, quantum physics, and all that. And then we're going to have about 30 testimonies of people and their experience of sound. 30 of them are, you can go to this website, and I'll put it in the email when I send out the replay, and you can just submit your sound frequency story. Have you ever had an interaction with sound in an Egyptian pyramid? Have you been somewhere where you were at a sound healing and all of a sudden something occurred? Whatever experience you might have had with sound, vibration, and frequency. And the book's going to be my chapter with about 30 other individual stories. So if you want to be published in your first book, or you more than one book, go ahead and check it out. And if you want to be on the book cover, that comes up with a whole package. But all the submissions that we go through that aren't on the book cover are free submissions. So I'll send that to you. And lastly here, the wishalliance.org, need to plug these guys, which I'm a board member of, and so is Barbara Lamb. And this is a place that is really growing now, that if you are a practitioner of any sorts and are dedicated to this purpose of this mission of upliftment of humanity, and want to list your services in a rapidly growing website that you can go to and basically submit it and be put on the website, and then people can come and check you out and see if you're in their area, book sessions with you. Do check this out. They also have a weekly group, right? A weekly group for walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, hybrids, and beyond, whoever is into this topic. But wish means walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, hybrids. So this weekly group is kind of like a support group for this awakening. Not only do you get to share your story, but if you want, and you have some material you want to convey, you can actually be on their weekly list of actually presenting whatever information that you're into. So wishalliance.org, check it out.
And what about the Starseed Summit coming up? Starseed
Summit, yeah, one last thing. Starseed Summit, 2-day conference at the end of this month. And if you can't tell, we do a lot of events. So this is going to be a 2-day event. And this is actually, I did 2 Starseed Summits. The first webinar I ever did, Alan, was called the Starseed Summit. And that was Dolores Cannon's last event, was my first webinar. And so she was actually, and then her daughter came for the second one. So we did 2 Starseed Summits, and then I shelved it for like 6 years. And now this is a resurrection of it. And it's a 2-day event this time, whereas before it was a 1-day event. If you're interested, go to the website, check it out, sign up there. And one more time, I'll send the links in all the replay emails for you. And in regards to the replays are available immediately on YouTube. So you can go to youtube.com/portal to ascension or youtube.com/new realities, and you can watch everything there.
Right. And Kamara Jones is presenting at Starseed Summit along with 30 other people. So anyway, great. And so now what are we doing? Letting everyone into the pool, right?
Yes. Okay. So and all the MCs that put the cameras up, feel free to put them back on. We're going to bring everybody on here. And, Brendan was supposed to be back. So hopefully he comes back, because I want to get his closing statement too.
Yeah. And Joan too, as well.
Yeah. She said she was an appointment. She'll try to make it. So let's see if she does.
And then we'll just have people who come on as the participants start to share about what they experience. Is that what you want to do?
Just a few people, because we do have like over 100 people. So
right. Right. Okay. Great. Yeah, I mean, we've had probably thousands watch over the last 4 days here.
Yeah. I got to say, I love the discussions at the end of the day. They really just are the icing on the cake for me, because we've had some real conversations and just like talking about transhumanism and the fact that we're all on all sides of it, right? Really just it embodies what Portal to Ascension is about, which is to have discussions not only with people that believe what you believe, but have discussions with people that don't, so that we can really come to a consensus and realize it's not about what we believe, but the fact that we're all one, you know, whether you believe in this way or that way. The reason why we're having a discussion about it is because we can respect each other and still converse.
I love
Alan.
I love that came through in that discussion, because I feel like when we put that out into the collective, we're helping to transmute some of this judgment that's going on both sides. It felt really good to be able to have that discussion. Everybody was calm, everybody accepted everybody, that everyone was in respect and appreciation. So thanks for bringing that up, Neil.
And
Is it
Omar,
just me? Is it just me, or are Alan's yawns very contagious?
Oh, sorry.
It's been a long 4 days.
It's been a long 4 days. I know.
I was trying to hide it myself.
4 days,
Hey,
absolutely.
Omar, can you help me set everybody as a panelist? I made you a co-host.
Okay, I could get people in there too.
All right, let me make you a co-host too, Alan.
Okay, and we'll see. And then you call on people or people can raise their hand or something, right?
Keegan looks like he's got his camera on.
What's
Hi,
up, Keegan?
in here.
You guys, you want to jump in, Keegan, while we're setting everyone?
Aloha, everyone. I've been jumping in and out, enjoying all the perspectives and the love. And yeah, joining from Joshua Tree, his beautiful sunset. Blessed be.
Awesome. Thank you,
Blessed be,
Keegan. I love
Joshua.
Joshua Tree. I like to call the Integratron my dome away from home.
That's hilarious.
Super close to that.
My dome away from home.
Oh, mute yourself if you're not talking.
Oh, let me fix that real quick, see who that is.
This is where everyone jumps in together. Come to the party.
Hi, Tanya.
Hi, Tanya. I don't know why you can't see me.
Hi, Tanya. Great work.
Yes,
Tanya, you want to share anything about your experience over the last 4 days? We can't hear you for some reason. I don't know.
Now,
Yeah.
I had an external speaker on. How about now? Okay. I've just been soaking up all this love. Not sure if you can hear me, but
I can hear you.
Okay, there you are. I just love how much everyone has opened their hearts. I mean, Michelle, you step in after so many of these speakers and so many of these programs, and your heart is so wide open. And a lot of us, we kind of walk around with our heart shielded because we have to. And the world that we live in, or we feel that we do. And you provide this example of what it's like to let it flow, and how warm and good the vibrations can be. And that's really where we all need to be, is in that flow of love and appreciation for each other, and for all the knowledge and the insight that's out there, with all these people that are willing to share their experiences and everything they've gained. So just thank you, everybody, for showing up year after year, and please support Neil for never giving up this dream in spite of tremendous circumstances, but he's still here, and so are all of you. So thank you, and let's keep it up. Let's do it.
Thank you, Tanya.
Yes.
We are being recharged and refueled through this, that's for sure.
Yeah. Sam, of course.
Yes,
How was it for you?
I'm good. I'm amazed at how much is being done in this area. And the fact that we can come together as a community is very powerful. I think there were like 700 people last time I checked. Just keep up the good work, Neil. And
Thank you, man.
Alan, and
Right.
all the good people out there.
Love you, Sam.
Yeah,
Wow, look at
I
all these
gotta say,
incredible
Love you
Sam,
too.
Sam has been a huge supporter over the years, like incredible supporter, helped promote events, helped support us financially a little bit, did a lot of different things that, but more than anything has been a friend, and we have a mutual reverence for each other. So Sam, I appreciate you, brother. It's good to see your face too.
Yeah, we've always supported each other from the very beginning.
It's been 11 years, actually.
I really respect where you're coming from, Neil.
Thanks, man.
So much integrity. It's a joy. It's a joy to be supportive of people like you.
Thank you, brother.
How about our friend Phil? Phil, how was your?
Samuel? I really resonated with that. Thanks. Thank you, Samuel. That was cool.
Okay.
Phil, how you doing, bro?
You know, this is a moment to remember. I'm speechless. I just say, just thank you, everybody. We're all feathers in each other's wings, and I love you all deeply. Thank you so much. God bless each and every one of you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Such a pleasure having you with us. You're so great. I love your guitar playing and your beautiful heart.
What about Sue from Yes, hey.
Can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait to, Michelle, I feel like I want to be you when I grow up, only I'm really old already.
Oh my God, Lori Spagna called me right before we did this panel, and she said the exact same thing.
I do. I'm getting up there. I don't have a gray hair yet, but I'm 70. I've been doing consciousness balls to the wall for 52 years. But I tell you, this conference, Neil, I feel so connected with everybody. People that talk, I've watched so many of you. I didn't know Omar. I've studied what you studied. I just feel so connected more than, and I've been doing Neil's things for a few years now. So I paid for them and gone to the free ones, but honest to God, this was precious. I'm just so grateful. So grateful.
Big hugs to you, Susie. Thank you for that.
I take it.
Yes.
I think you, Susie, have been to more events of ours than any other person on the planet.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if anybody can hear. Anybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, aloha. How you doing, everybody?
Good, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Where are we?
Well, thank you for doing this. I was wondering how I would sign up. I'm in Hawaii, but I can do some work with people over the phone. I've been able to do that, and I'm willing to do that.
Thank you, beautiful. You can leave your info in the room if you want to connect with if anybody wants to connect with you.
I don't know why the sound is so low.
We can hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't hear us that well.
I see Leanne is on here. She and I want to do the comedy hour.
Let's hear what Leanne has to say. She's been here all 4 days from morning till night.
And let's see what do your birds have to say, Leanne? What's that? What is that? Where do you get all these creatures in New York City from?
Listen, you told me to get out of my apartment, but I think I probably have more nature in my apartment than there's outside at this point.
What is that thing? And what is that?
It's my secretary. You make appointments with her all the time. Stop that, Alan. Stop acting like you don't know her. She's going to get mad.
Oh.
Don't piss off my mantis.
I only know the bigger version of that. That's your,
Listen.
what kind of mantis is that?
It's a spiny flower mantis. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
No, it's okay. You don't have to look it up.
No, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to be like good production here.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Oh my
Did you
gosh.
see that?
Does it communicate with you?
Well, it knows who I am. Like, look at her. Can you see like the bullseye on her?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uh-oh. Now she's going to crawl around my hair. Well, every once in a while.
No, go ahead.
Anyway, that's enough. That's enough.
How was the last 4 days for you, Leanne?
they're always awesome. I always feel like I found my extended family that I never knew I had. Like, I definitely have to say that as plugged in as I've been, like I read Seth Speaks when I was very young, like 18, 19. But I've never really been like into ufology. I've definitely liked my Star Trek, but the last 18 months and 2 years has just been like, so every time I come to one of these things, it's just bye-bye world. Hello, Neil. I mean, you know, and it always, I don't want to say it blows my mind, because I really feel like there's something in all of us that already knows all this stuff and already knows all the stuff that we keep saying the words that we don't. Like, I almost wish we would stop saying how we don't know any of this stuff and it's a phenomenon, but like it's in our DNA. Of course we know it. It's silly to keep saying that. So maybe that's part of like the next wave, is to just not speak that we don't know this or something. I don't know. But yeah, I love being here. I really appreciate everybody so much, so much.
Thank you,
Especially
Leanne.
for your patience with my 2-year-old behavior.
No problem.
Thanks for
Love
keeping
you,
us all
Leanne.
smiling and laughing.
Okay.
I laugh a lot. Like,
I'm
I
so
find
happy
a
to
lot
be
of this
back on.
absurd, but I love you guys. Bye.
Joan.
We got Joan in the
So
house.
happy to be back on. The day was
Joan,
very
tell us how
tough
it was
not
for
being
you.
here. Well, the conference I thought was fantastic today, every day. But today, the heartfelt meditations, the channelings, the insight from the other side that came through really moved me to tears. Some of it moved me to tears, and I've been functioning since I had to get off in a sort of different way. And I even did advanced channeling on I just finished my Miracle Monday. A few of you guys were there. It was great. But I brought that energy in with us tonight. You know, how do you center? How do you stay calm? How do you step in your personal power? So.
Right. Thanks. What about Estella, Claudia, Bilboa, Love? Where are you from, Estella?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Argentine.
Argentina. You're in Argentina now.
I live in Northern California, actually. It was crazy. I finished here because I fell in love with my husband. I've been married for 27 years. And I'm from La Plata, Argentina. But I'm Italian. I'm much more European than Argentine. So kind of my blood, if you see me, I'm not the typical Argentine. I'm very tall. And
how was the conference for you?
I speak Spanish, but I sound Russian.
How was the portal for Ascension? What did you get from the portal for Ascension?
Synchronicities. I'm doing a diet of information because I discovered that we have an inverted template emotionally and embedded with the mental program. So how you say, the things you think is correct and actually is inverted. And I've been working in clearing that, not clearing, like being neutral. It's like finding a new way of truth. What is resonance with my body, because basically my body is my new mind. And feeling it in the heart is basically your consciousness. So basically everything that you guys has been talking about, I've been going through the same thing. And basically what I realized is we think we are separated, but we are so connected. Which as we are the rainbow, everybody has a different color, but in essence, we're going through the same experiences. And we have to, slap ourselves to realize like, wow, we are all the same. And imagine I came from Argentina and I learned a new language, a new culture, and I got information about America, how it's America, but I learned what is the true America, this essence, the people, the different counties, the different cities, the professional work, and we are all the same. And I travel also to Europe and other countries, and the beauty, every place has their own beauty, and we need to start to see that every connection we do, it has a beautiful side, but we always look at the negative side, and we need to shift that, change it, and start to discover. And that's how you return to the enjoyment of the experience, because we start to look at the good side instead to be a criticism.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I've been discovering that, and that's how I work the inversion.
Great.
It's 10 o'clock.
Thanks.
Sorry, I talked too much.
No. Stay tuned for more Portal to Ascensions over the next weeks, years. Come to the live event next year in October. There's going to be, we're all going to gather. So stay.
Yeah, no, it's important. Every living is the portal, feeling it. We have to live all connected, because other races, they haven't gone through the portal because they weren't living it. We have to live and feel.
Right.
And it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. We just open to that. That's the ascension.
Thank you.
Thank you,
No
Stella.
fear. Sorry.
Let's hear from Barbara Lamb.
Yeah, Barbara, good to see you
Unmute
again.
yourself, Barbara.
Yay,
You're muted.
Barbara, I love you. Sorry.
Hi again, Barbara.
Hold on, Barbara, you're muted. There we go.
I can hear.
Unmute, okay? Is that
Got
better?
that, Phil.
Okay. Anyway, I am so delighted to be part of this excellent conference. And I just wish everyone in the whole world could have heard all of you. It was so wonderful. And I've been extremely aware of, as many of you have, of the takeover of our rights and the mandates and all the forced this and that, and what I consider not accurate information. And with all of that going on, and that is extremely worrisome, in my opinion. So it is so nourishing and revitalizing to hear all of you sharing your perspectives on things and how we really are rising in consciousness and awareness of the truth. And I just, God bless you all. It is just fantastic that this is going on in the world as well. And hopefully this will really take precedent after over all the other stuff happening. So anyway, congratulations to all of you, and to Neil particularly for bringing this all together. You are a miracle maker, and I think a lifesaver, human lifesaver. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Sounds like the after party coming.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to share?
I want to talk again.
Yeah, Susie, go for it.
Hey, this has been Zoom. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, but when COVID happened, it's kind of like something in me said, wow, this is why I'm alive. This is why I'm here. This is what I've been studying for 50 years for. And yet I got to hug Alan and the Hurtaks, JJ and Desiree, in Las Vegas a few months ago. And I went to an ET conference and I got to hug a few people. And I tell you, Joan of Angels, I'm coming to hug you. You're 3 hours from my home. And I just feel like if we can get these physical connections a little bit better, I mean, Barbara Lim, to have you here was just so amazing. We've grown so much from you in the past. And Philip Gruber, I mean, I'm telling you, so many people, and I have not felt this close to you for a long, I mean, ever. Neil, I've done so many of these things, but I just think something is really happening that we can feel this close to each other on Zoom.
I
I'm
agree.
serious.
Yeah, I agree so much. Like, yeah, obviously I've done a lot of these, and I've done 4 different Portal Ascension conferences, and the first online, and the first one was 5 days, but there was something different with this energy here and the way that everybody's conveying it. And I feel that, you know, we've gone through a lot, and now it's time, like we're more raw than ever, and really coming from that place of vulnerability and pure emotion, and just like the want for everybody to really live a fruitful, happy, positive, uplifting life. Because if you look all over the planet, a lot of people, you know, some people will probably say they're fine, but a lot of people aren't. So I think that that's what the real core purpose was for this event.
I'd love to hear from Nori Love. She always has a beautiful message. If Nori is around, love to hear from you, Nori.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
You know,
I am just so blown away. I have watched pretty much every single day, every single minute, except I missed a little bit this morning, and I couldn't wait to get here. I don't even have the words to explain how deeply touched I was on so many levels, including my interdimensional level. I feel so kindred with all of you, and I just feel like my life has changed because of this conference. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
that's so amazing.
Yeah.
That's what Neil likes to imagine. There are people's lives, you're changing people's lives, Neil. Isn't that the best thing you can hope to do?
Yeah.
Let's hear from Tara Green and Sarah. They got their hands up.
Hey guys, I currently live just east of Vancouver in Canada, but I did, you know, live for a long time.
Hey, me too.
In Nevada.
Kamloops.
I lived in Nevada, actually not far from Area 51, but yeah, and I have done a regression with Barbara at the Study Ranch, which is an amazing place. Anyway, she opened up a lot of things for me. I say I'm a survivor of an abduction when I was 19 years old, and I had eggs harvested, and they also implanted a chip into my face, which I had surgically removed, and the plastic surgeon sent it to the lab. And when they sent it back, they said that the material, which we thought was a cyst, said that did not come from this planet. There was nothing, they could not match it to any, there was no compounds in this chip that came from this planet. And it's been a very interesting life for me. I've done a lot of different things, but right now I work a lot with light beings and crystal beings and a lot of crystalline body beings. And I really thank everyone today. It's so nice being in this energy. And thank you, Neil. You know, I've watched you on Ancient Aliens for a long time. And Alan and all the rest of you, thank you so much for putting this together and all the wonderful energy. It's just raised my vibration tremendously. And I just hope I can send some of that love and light back to all of you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Tara. I feel that love and light just from your communication right there, from your transmission. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Tara. I'd love to connect with you. I'm up in Kamloops, not too far from you. I'd love to speak with you a little further on this.
Should we talk to April? She's an experience. April Cotton.
April.
Yeah. Go ahead, April. Tell us a little bit about your experience.
The 4 days was really great. I especially loved seeing Kamara. I mean, I love seeing her process. I'm a visual artist, and I'm teaching myself how to use digital drawing, digital painting. It's getting away from the old-fashioned brush. And so I found it really, really inspiring. Last night, I couldn't sleep. I think there was just so much information, so much download, so much, I was fine. I was awake, but I wasn't unhappy or stressed out. I was just like, what am I thinking? I don't even know. So I think it was a result of all the information over the past couple of days. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
And just let me tell everybody really quick, because you just said Kamara, we have an hour and 15-minute presentation that we did with her at the Hybrids conference that she was a part of. That's different from what you experienced here. That's going live on our YouTube channel in 2 days. So if anybody's interested in checking that out, it's going to be there in 2 days, and everybody on YouTube as well.
Great. And we also have a Daryl Anka interview we're putting up there too,
That's
right?
going out on, Daryl Anka's interview is going out Friday.
Great.
So
And
let's go to Brandon. He just rejoined us.
Good.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'm super grateful that I was able to hop in last minute, and I think it's wonderful just to be able to see all the faces behind the souls who have been involved with making this weekend such a spectacular success. And it's interesting. It's like, how do we measure the success in this? We can measure it by how many people we had tuned in, by how many amazing speakers we had, but at the same time, it's like how many lives did we change? How many seeds did we plant? And not even just from this broadcast alone, but it's like how many will continue to be planted, right? Like, I think even what I've said before, if everybody here, like, this isn't just something where you just get to come and be entertained. Like, this is something where you're invited into this call to action to continue to be that portal to ascension. So if there was something that you tuned into this weekend that really inspired you, there's so many different ways that you can continue those conversations or continue your own research or continue your own practice. Your direct experience is the most important understanding of reality. So as much as you can be here listening to all of these amazing speakers, I think any of them would encourage you to go out there, seek your own experience, seek your own gnosis, seek your own understanding, seek your own relationship with this mystery of the universe, because you're not just here to simply hear what other people think, but you're here to be able to go through the exciting journey of connecting the dots in your own way. And it will be different for everyone. Like, that's the thing, right? Everybody here is a prime example of how different it is and how many ways that the universe can continue to awaken through itself. So yeah, I think it's from here that we continue to just plant more seeds, to continue to practice our own, again, ability to, very simply put, we are the bridge between worlds. We are the bridge between higher conscious ideas and in mainstream culture and mainstream living, and not even mainstream, because I think right now a big thing we've talked about is this, this direction of really creating this new society, this new sovereign society. And society isn't necessarily something that we think of that's like built in a physical location with a town hall and everything like that. Like, society exists through the relationship that we have right now. Like, this is the sovereign society. This is the new way of being, and we carry it with us wherever we go. So I could talk about this all day, but Neil, thank you again for having me here, and congratulations to you and everyone. This is onwards and upwards is all I say from here, so.
Seriously. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Brendan, and good luck with that baby on the way.
Yes, thank you.
And Brandon, you've contributed so much, and you only really told people a couple times how to reach you. Can you just tell us one more time where you're at?
Sure. Assuming Instagram works every now and then, Mystic Spider-Man on Instagram, I noticed, and paradigmshiftcentral.com kind of links you into everything else. And that's a community for conscious creators. So if you're a conscious creator, which I think a lot of people here are, feel free to send a direct message to me on Instagram, and I can always just tell you more about what I do and everything like that. Other than that, Skull Babylon on YouTube, and that's basically it. But yeah, thanks, Neil.
Thank you, bro.
Michelle, who did you say hands was up? You said someone.
We got Melanie and Sarah. I don't think Melanie or Sarah, do you guys want to say something?
Not.
Yes, I'm Melanie, and I am part of the research that Kathleen Marden talked about. And I'm also an experiencer, and I'm also a holistic psychotherapist, and I work with experiencers, and I am an experiencer. And for me, things really started in 91 when I had a near-death experience, and the ETs came and the spirits came and the ancestors came, and they told me my task is that I accepted to come here, that I am to love people till they can love themselves. So that's basically my mission. And being part of this conference the last 4 days in between clients has been very connecting for me. It answered a lot of questions and it opened a lot of doors. So thank you all.
That's
Oh my
so
gosh.
beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
Love
No
people
wonder-
until they love themselves.
No wonder
What's
why I
that?
was feeling so drawn. I remember Kathleen talking about you, Dr. Melanie Barton Bragg, and she said that you worked with the Council of Eight, right?
Yes.
With her. And so I definitely want to connect with you, Melanie, because I was really feeling it. I saw you in the chat and I had goosebumps. And I just love everybody that's here. Susie, thank you. Thank you to every single person here. And please give us your information so we can connect with you.
And is there a message you want to give us from the Council of Eight, Melanie?
They are very thankful for all that we're doing, and they are not interfering with what we're doing. They are supporting what we're doing.
Thank you.
I just want to say something about love people until they can love themselves. You know, I had my message that I got was kind of similar to that, and it was keep creating events until you don't have to put the word unconditional in front of the word love anymore. You know?
Oh my gosh.
And then at that point, I'm probably gonna be making UFO landing docks or something. but that's like, it's the same thing. Like we just gotta, love has become so conditional with so many attachments, but pure love is what it's all about and where we're moving to. Thank you so much, Melanie.
That's radiant love.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
What about Sarah, our natural practitioner?
If you don't mind, I just want to reintroduce myself because I was very active between 2008, 2010 as moderator on Project Avalon with Project Camelot. And so that was an amazing nexus of all kinds of people, from retired military, retired diplomat, retired space programs, different disclosure people. And so it was still the very beginning of the benevolent spiritual journey for the majority of people. And so Laura Eisenhower was one of the first ones that was really, you know, trying to reach out to people to go within, to see the benevolence of the soul, the spirituality. And so I think it's very apropos that she's the one that pulled me into this weekend's event. And I would say that, Neil, you hit the mark that, you know, we're all heading, using our heart with the benevolence and the love for self, which you must have before you can give to others. But, you know, to reach out to other people, no matter where they're holding, we can all learn from each other, strengthen each other, make that journey a little bit easier. So, namaste. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Sarah. Thank you for sharing that.
And what about Carol Stacy?
Thank you. I've got a stage fright.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I was, my background is I was born and educated in London, England, and I emigrated to Canada in 1968, and I hold degrees in counseling, psychology, payroll, and teaching English. I'm retired right now, but my unconventional life was 1956. I had a daylight sighting of a UFO with my cousin. And then coming over here, I've attended all the UFO conventions and met most of the speakers. In 1980, I had a near-death experience.
And I was told my time was not up, that I had to go back and give out. So right now I'm a member of 7 groups. I'm practicing remote viewing, but I'm also conducting presentations on remote viewing, transcending levels of consciousness, UFOs and higher intelligences and humans, and my near-death and out-of-body experiences. So I just want to raise the level of consciousness, but I want to thank Neil and everybody else. I could go through the dictionary and pick out every positive word. I don't know which word to use. Thank you so much, folks.
Love, love is the word.
Oh,
Thank
we
you.
feel the frequency.
Yeah,
for
love is
being
the
here.
word. How about we
Thank
hear
you so
from
much.
Simi down there if she wants to say something.
Hello everyone, I'm from Mauritius. I'm so happy to have joined the conference. To me, it came very natural. I have been getting those emails since long, but this time I don't know what happened. I just looked at it and then I told myself, okay, you should go. So I came out of curiosity, but when I came here, I mean, everything looked familiar. I mean, everything you have been talking about, it's very, I can connect, I can understand. And it's what I've been looking for somewhere, because since long I know that I'm someone who needs, who is looking for healing, and then I can't express it in words, but deep inside me, I know that I have found things that I have been looking for. I have found pathways to go where I want to go. And thank you for opening up this way. To me, I've been waiting for very long. I've been waiting for, I don't know, a kind of a deliverance since very long. I think this is it. It's here now. And then it's when I found a group like this, my daily reality, I felt that I have more strength to face that somewhere, because I see a reality that is broken. So when I have such a support community, even if you don't say anything, I feel supported. I feel uplifted. So thank you. And I'm very sensitive to everything, to all types of emotions. I'm still working on it, but when you guys speak, I see that there are similarities in where you are. Yeah, and I'm so happy to have seen Dr. J.J. Hurtak. I have his book. I have been reading it. It was difficult in the beginning to read because it's not a usual book.
It's multidimensional, yes.
Yeah, but lately I'm able to understand, and it reflects the reality somewhere, what's happening, and yeah. So nice. I wish to keep in touch, so I'll keep coming to your webinars.
Where are you, Simi? Where do you live?
I live in Mauritius Island. It's a small island in the Indian Ocean. Yeah.
You're calling us from the Indian Ocean. Yes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's not too far from Madagascar. I think going northeast. Yeah. It's a beautiful culture there. I've seen a lot of videos on that area.
Yes.
Thank you, Simi.
It's a mixed cultural. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe we'll come visit you, okay?
And all right.
Have a conference there.
Maybe we go live there.
All of us.
Who knows, right? I'm looking for
coming.
I'm looking for another country.
Me too.
Anybody else want to share? Leanne, you want to say something?
Right? I just wanted to ask Simi, I don't mean to be rude to everybody else. Est-ce que tu parles français, ton accent?
Oui,
no?
Oui, je parle français. Oui, oui.
I can hear it. Okay, all right. I would love to stay in touch with you. I feel you, like I really feel you. Like I don't know. It's not a weird thing to say in this group.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, can we all come and visit you?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Listen, I speak French too. No, I'm not making a big deal about it, you know.
Stop it, Phil.
Oh, by the way, I've gotten a lot of requests recently for an Arcturian translation of Making Contact,
Oh,
the
stop
new
it, Phil.
realities of extraterrestrial. Oh, I'm sorry, that's my book, the Kabbalah Code. No, really. Thank you, everybody.
The Arcturian and Pleiadian translations are in progress. Thank you.
My intention is to, like, when the new site launches, even though the first announcement of the new site launch was exactly a year ago, so that's how far behind I am. But I want to curate and like these type of discussion groups just with lots of people, and just send an email out to the whole list, and just do this kind of thing where it's just putting us all on camera and just communicating with each other. Because, like, as I shared before, you know, I had lost hope, but just being amongst all of you and just hearing your stories just really inspires me to continue doing the work.
I'd love to hear some wise words from Rick. He's been with us in other conventions and conferences, and he's been here for the last 4 days. Any downloads for us, Rick?
Yeah, it's online, sweetie. I don't really have any wise words. Just wanted to be a part of this movement, you know, this this gathering. I've been at home for most of the last year, and I'm used to working every day of my life, and I just needed to hear people who have vibrations that I want to be around, and that are real, and that want to share what their heart's telling them to share. And that's the main reason why I participated. I'm so lucky that I found out about Omar's conference and Rob's conference a couple months ago, the August one. And this is only the second one, actually, that I've participated in. I've been involved in the UFO community here in Tucson since the early 90s. I had a weird experience with a 4-foot owl back in 1987 that I'm sure was not a 4-foot white owl, because they don't grow that big. And so, in fact, I was, at one time I was at a conference, the International UFO Conference, and Barbara Lamb was there. And I don't think Barbara will remember me because she's seen so many people, but I had won an award for filmmaking that night, and she had offered to give me a session, but we realized that it was going to run till about 3 in the morning if we did it. So we postponed it, and I never have gotten back to being able to do that, which is one of the kind of the regrets of my life so far. So maybe one day I can remedy that. But there's so many wonderful people on the chat board that I got to share with, and so many great speakers. So it was just, I needed the uplifting, and everybody here gave it to me. And I want to thank all of you very much for doing that. You're all very special people. I don't think we realize how special we are to each other, but there's a lot of symbiosis going on here, and I think it creates something much bigger than we can possibly fathom. And I know that's where the ET and angelic support's coming in. That's why they're here to help us support this, because I think this brings out, you know, you drop a pebble in a pond and it creates ripples. And I think what Neil and Rob and everybody here who's participating in doing this, we're all creating this giant ripple effect that we can't necessarily see physically, but it's really happening. And I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for letting me be part of it.
And by the way, I'm still doing regressions.
You are. Well,
Yeah.
I would like to do that one of these days. I'd like to, you know, my wife and I need a little vacation, so we could maybe take a trip. Are you still in San Diego?
Yes.
Yeah, take a trip to San Diego and visit you over there. Thank you, Barbara.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, we can do Zoom or Skype if you would prefer.
Oh, really? Okay, that's outstanding. I hadn't
It
thought of
makes
that
it
at all.
easier.
This is my first time ever doing Zoom, so you know, I'm an old school guy. I really, you know, I haven't been able to keep up quite with the pace of the technology and, you know, all this stuff. But yeah, okay, that sounds great.
It works remarkably well.
Okay, all right. Thank
Yeah,
you, Barbara.
I'm very low tech, but I can do that.
I might be able to out low tech you,
But
okay.
nothing really beats the in person, right? That
Oh yeah,
that human contact and that love that you feel for one another and that energy that you can you know, feed off of each other. So I've always found that the in person is always best with that human to human contact. Thank you very much, Rick. Really appreciate you sharing, brother.
Oh, thanks, Omar. Appreciate being here. Thanks for letting me be
Thank you,
part of it.
Rick. Love you, brother.
Love you too.
Kathy, would you like to say anything?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Italian and I talk a lot and with my hands, so I'll keep it short. But no, I just found, I guess I found Neil and Portal to Ascension. This is the third one. So I guess a year and a half ago. And I've been on my own path, like a lot of people with doing healing and yeah, with the self-love thing, unfortunately. But I've come a long way. And so I've always known there's, you know, other things. And for those of you that, I didn't hear anybody say being an empath or empathic, but when you feel things so much or everything, it's, yeah, it's very overwhelming sometimes being like that. But I've always had different gifts when I was younger, but on my journey with a major awakening through another trauma a few years ago, I've kind of been on this, you know, this path, but I'm open to everything because I always know that, you know, we're souls and there's other beings, but I've just found everyone fascinating. I am familiar with some other, you know, some other people, and I'm very trying to be more right brain, but very analytical and, you know, into the educational and learning as much as I can and just absorbing everything. And so listening to everyone, I find it fascinating, and I know all the work that goes into this, and I really appreciate it. I'm on my own journey. I know I can, you know, help humanity in a different way. I've helped, you know, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions by now in other countries with the work I did previously, which I'm not into anymore, but I'm kind of finding, you know, my way into my next, you know, huge thing. But everyone's speaking and what everyone has to offer and contribute, you know, and I feel that so much. You know, I've been on it mostly for the last 4 days as much as I could, little breaks in between, but I find it, you know, wonderful. And I just want to thank you all so much. I know the time and energy that you put into this, but it really does make a difference. And, you know, sometimes it is just one person and then we tell everyone else. So I just want to say thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Does anybody else want to share before we start closing it up? Estelle, you want to say something else? Go for it.
I can't even organize my thoughts, but I just want to share. I'm everything. I'm empathic. I study architecture, and I'm a lighting specialist. I live in Orange County for 16 years, and I moved 2016 here at the mountains, where I've been experiencing connection with nature. And I went into 3 years of quantum mechanics study and with a group in Europe, and I have this experience where in the dreams I go to the schools, right, and I'm out, also I can hear, and they told me resonance. So I went into frequencies and music and healing. I had trauma in the body, and then I learned to self-heal. And by connecting, I just want to share, so you have everything within. And I was able to heal my body, heal my brain with sound, with biohacking, with using neuroscience, neurotransmitter, environments, food. And we have everything. It's just that lack of little trust that we have. And that's what we need to tell the people, just look inside, you know? And this is the message I just want to share, that we are so strong and powerful inside. And we always trying, we can ask for help, but listening to ourselves and body is so important. And I just want to share that because I'm not a practitioner. I have my professional work, but I've been doing all this, my secret. I have a second life with all this information and knowledge, but I don't, I just learn by doing it. And I'm nobody, but I just want to say that everything is inside. And that's what I discovered. You take a little bit of everything because you follow your heart. And that's what is the truth. Because from quantum mechanics, we are the core of our own universe. And we are co-creating, we are little stars co-creating, creating a big star, in the sky. So that's why it's so important to self-love and self-trust, because you are the one driving your own vehicle. You're the driver of the bus. So that's the message. So that's why it's so important, whatever, and this is what I received from the Syrians, whatever happens in the near future, do not react, be neutral, go to nature, know how to control your emotions, and so you can stay in the eye of the storm. Outside is gonna be very, maybe hectic, but you have your own universe, so you can be in your own peace. And that's just one of the most important messages I've been getting, and we need to train that daily, so we know when the storm comes, you are in the eye of the storm and the peace of within your heart.
Thank you, Estela.
Oh, that's absolutely going to be the key, to stay at peace in the face of adversity. And that's what we have to remember. I just shared something in the chat. It's an image, and I shared a couple links. One's for the proclamation of peace, to help us stand in peace in the face of a war that's all around us right now. So that's going to be the key, is to stay at peace and to learn how to conduct ourselves with respect like that. So just sending that all to you, and hopefully you run with it. Blessed be.
Thank you, bro. Jones.
I have something to say. Interesting. So it's really apparent that everyone is struggling right now in a certain way with what's going out in the world. It's a shock to our nervous systems. We've never experienced it. And I think that kind of is the undercurrent for why, and for Neil acknowledging, that he too was in a stressful place. And I think this is like so perfect for us to talk, to meet each other, to gather, and to just discuss all this. So I have to say, Neil, this is an amazing place you're taking Portal to Ascension to. But it is this group consciousness and this ability to talk with each other that's going to get us through these tough times, I think.
Right. Yeah, when I started Portal to Ascension, when I started doing the online webinars, which was like 5 years after I already started, I wasn't even really thinking about community. I was just thinking about information, education, like just inform everyone. And then 2 years ago, right before the current world situation, I started doing more no charge events. And as that started happening, we started doing all of our panels, even for our paid events, for free. And all of a sudden, this community started being built on every single event. Like and so many communities have stemmed out of just a production. Like we did the ones on walk-ins, and a whole entire group of people that getting together now because they have this realization of being walk-ins and have a support group from there. Same for the hybrids. So what I really want to focus on now is that community, because I realized that I have this disconnection, and I feel like my default setting is not to connect with others, because of my upbringing. And now that I'm actually curating and cultivating that experience where we have more of a community, I'm feeling more fulfilled than I've ever felt before. And that's why I like just moving forward together, and just having to being able to rely on each other, and all these groups that are coming together and support groups. That is what we really need. We need each other in order to keep reminding ourselves, in the face of adversity all around us, when all these things could be crazy. As long as we have each other to keep reminding ourselves that we're on the right path, I feel that we can really create like magic on planet Earth.
I remember talking to you about it about 2 years ago, and you said we're not a platform that has like group chats or group energies.
It wasn't that before.
It wasn't, but it is now.
Yeah, it is.
So, you know, it's really, I'd like to talk to you more about it. This is very exciting.
Yeah. There's going to be a whole series of just community discussions every single month. And I feel like I can just get someone to moderate it or work with other people, you know, but just having these more often is definitely needed.
We need it now.
Yeah. All right. So anybody else before we close out with some poetry?
If I could say one more thing.
Uh-huh.
It's Sarah. So these times with the pandemic, for me, it's actually more peaceful, more tranquil. So for me, it's an improvement. I want to bring in, I don't know, is that my audio?
Let me check who's got the feedback. So. All right, Sarah, there was a little bit of feedback, Sarah, so I muted you. Can you hear me, Sarah? Okay, I'm gonna unmute you now and try it again. Go ahead.
Okay. My
first part.
my family's business in natural nutrients, health. My father is Dr. Wallach, and he's the only one, together with groups of people, for the FDA lawsuits. He's the only one that has successfully sued the FDA 10 times and won natural health claims. And so we as a family and all the people around us have always been hit with blowback from other agencies, other groups that, you know, did not like that, to say the least. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that some of us, because of what we have brought to the table over 20, 30, 40 years, we've kind of like rode this wave ahead of everybody. So now that everyone else is observing like this collapse and crumble of the secular reality that they thought was like built in stone, people like us that have had to, you know, fight the system to protect so many people, now we can actually, you know, share more around with people, like survivor techniques, or you know. So I just want to put that out there, that there's so many things, so many tools, so many mindfulness. If people just tap into it, they will see this huge range of strength, of being ahead, that they can see, even, you know, without being a prophet, they can become a prophet and see the unfolding of where collective is moving into. Yes. These better energies, these better awareness, better, you know, better knowledge. So
thank you so much. And yeah, you know what, that's why I don't say blanket statements like everybody's going through this, because that's why I always have a disclaimer every time I say what I'm going through, is that some people are fine, some people are living a better life than ever, because how can we ever blame a blanket statement for every person on the planet, you know? And some people, things actually improved for them, and maybe there was something chaotic in their life that now dissipated because of what happened in the world. So it's true, yeah. A lot of people are going through a turmoil. Some of them aren't even based on lockdowns and things. It could be just staying home, and now their anxiety's kicked in, you know? And then there are others that aren't feeling that. So thank you so much for sharing, you know, that, you know, it's a different experience for you. Appreciate that.
Neil, could you quickly tell us about the replays before you close out?
So there's unlimited replay access, everybody, and that's on youtube.com/portal to ascension. The whole entire conference will probably be on the website within a week, so you can, you know, if you want to keep it there in your dashboard and look back at it there, it'll be there as well. But everything's available. the panel from Friday and Saturday, the panel from Friday and Sunday are both separate videos on the YouTube as well. So you can check it out there.
I'm
And
gonna,
I think,
I'm gonna ask you a question real quick, Neil. I'm putting you on the spot, but while I'm thinking about it, one of the things that I would really love to see is Adrian's meditation broken out. If we can give that out for free to everybody on YouTube, because that meditation really does a lot. And I think people need to do that meditation right now. There's a forgiveness piece in there, and you know, connecting with the sun and the earth and the heart. I would like to see that. If you could just break that one out.
So I'll just let you know, the way it works is that, you know, obviously it's on YouTube, says they're ready, but every single event we do gets broken up and relaunched into individuals and gets put on a podcast. So within 3-4 months, there's gonna be at least another 20,000 people watching every single video, because we're gonna launch in many places. So yes, Michelle, we'll do that. Okay. All right, everybody. So let's get into the closing here. I'm going to do a few spoken word pieces, and then Jonathan Goldman has his pre-record. So if you can, please do stick around, because it'll be nice to do this planetary healing with Jonathan Goldman. It's a really beautiful video. He made it just for us, and we're going to see the planet, and we're going to get to send it energy work. But what's awesome is we're not going to use sound tools. We're not going to use some foreign music that we're creating. We're going to use our own voices and hum, and know the impact and importance of humming. There's a book called The Humming Effect by Jonathan Goldman, changed my life. And it shows you how all sound instruments, external reflections of sound, actually came from us being able to cultivate sounds within our own body, and that the original, before we created instruments, the original vibration was ourselves. We are the vibration. So we did not need external tools to be able to create vibrations within us. But it's not like we've lost that. We still have that ability. So we're going to do that with Jonathan Goldman in just a few moments here. So here are the spoken word pieces I'm going to share with you. One's called It Was Spoken. And then we're going to do, let's start with the story of the Anunnaki. So this is called the story of the Anunnaki. Then we'll do It Was Spoken. And then final piece will be the Prism of Lyra, the story of the Anunnaki. Blood. Is it really ready to be read as holy scriptures engraved on tablets with the sweat of the dead Sumerians who worship gods for life fiending in the Garden of Eden? Could I be your God? Worshipping deities who worship themselves, who worshiped energy. What is the atomic quantum level that we can reach? Is it there, or are we at the gates ready to breach entry? I can't burn, awaiting the turn to be dematerialized, once again may rise or never even be what we call society. Conscious language processed in the mind. This is the solar systematic song that has all along been wrong. Welcome to my mentality and the manifestation of waves, human slaves diplomatically saving the day, the lord of the black hole's constant twirl, the source of the white hole's matter to form galaxies and worlds. Am I God? Am I God? God, I'm vibrating at speeds, destroying desires and needs beyond comprehension, the henchman who collects souls, redefines desolate scriptures and makes them laws. Because it all began in Mesopotamia, where the sons of God, the lower tier of the divine interdimensional beings in ancient Sumer, we were created from, genetically mutated from, Proto-Pro-Magnum, almost as if overnight. You know, I speak of the old ancestry, the wormhole, which we were given air to breathe, range of frequency, and limited mental capacity. Do you remember? The daughters of men, the Nephilim. Who could we be? Made in the image of the Anunnaki, retreated over the black seas and left the Masonic breeze to sweep over the planet to reinsure the incarnation of unwilling souls, to be ripped out of the federation of galactic black holes, and instant travel between dimensions. The stones, they became the Freemasons. The Vatican and the organization of this occultist industrial system created a prison out of this vision, envisioned the shackles of division when the asteroid's collision with Nibiru struck with precision. It fragmented matter from another solar system. It fragmented matter from another solar system. Fragmentation of my fractal vision traveled here from another solar system. Uniformation across all intergalactic nations incarnate in this world we are facing, reflections of ourselves, reminders of the disconnection from source, governed by the moon turned into werewolves, creators of reality and still controlled, paradoxically living, intuitively gifted, karmic veils are henceforth lifted. Through the sands of time I am sifting. Through the vibration I send my message. The frequency has arisen, the resurrection of the first Christian, not external, but the one within men and women, split from the original celestial division. The galactic mission has been given. Everybody, it's simple and clear. Take the wheels of this planet and steer through the nearest black hole, in which we'll exit out of a white hole. I'm another universe. I'm another one verse, one celestial song, a part of the core of the multidimensional, omniversal, exopolitical rhymes and equivocal strewn and sprayed across all intergalactic vertebrae. Connection chakra points that spread eons and biblical days, here to portray the truth in multiple forms. The crystalline children are now being born. It's time to terraform and co-create a cosmic fate amongst the stars and races throughout all of space. Thank you, everybody, so much.
What a gift you are, Neil. You are a gift to this world and to all life in every realm and dimension. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I kind of feel the same way about you, by the way. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love everybody here. Thank you all so much for being a part of this event and making it so great. Stay tuned for the replay email. Please do see us at some other events. And hopefully we get to have this conversation, discussion like this again in the near future. Love you all. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put on Jonathan Goldman now. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Neil. Really appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much for this weekend.
I love you all.
Love you, Dr. Joan.
Love
Thank
you, all those beautiful faces and all your names and your hearts. We feel you. Thank you for joining with us and creating this perfect circle of radiant love.
Thank you.
Neil,
Thank you.
Neil,
Great to see our
the poetry,
family.
you know, it was very intense, but, you know, it remind me, you know, the Anunnaki people, you know, that we don't feel like it's too good, but after all, they made us expand so much. So thank you for the Anunnaki. Thank you to you, because we are evolving in a very intense way. And the poetry made me, you know, I have to go neutral because it was very intense. And you're very intense when you read it, and I feel it, but it helped me. Thank you.
Thank you. And if anybody wants to follow my poetry, MC Resonance on YouTube, I go to ancient sites around the world, pyramids and everything, and I recite on like ancient structures. And actually, I'm going to the Yucatan in about 2 weeks for 25 days, and I'm going to be doing a weekly Portal to Ascension show from a different pyramid or ancient site and performing poetry on it. So if anybody's interested, you know, you can check that out. All right, ready for this, everybody? Let's do it. So please do stay tuned if you're able to, everybody, and especially on YouTube, there's a lot of people there, and whoever's in the room. We're going to go right into Jonathan Goldman now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, do you want to say a few last words? You've been off for like 20 minutes.
Oh, no, because I'm staying at this place upstate, so I had to just take care of something. But this is a beginning of something. It's a beginning of a coming together of our world community. I mean, you've been building towards it, but something kind of cemented in this weekend. Don't you think, Michelle? Something really was formed, like we're beyond the beginner stage, and now we have some kind of foundation that we can count on, in a sense. We have a world family, people all over the world coming together in non-local ways, but we're building a kind of unity mind, a new mind into a new reality,
we're co-creating the new earth, and that's what this energy is doing with every soul here, putting their love and their soul essence into this collaborative effort. And that's why you and Neil are perfect pillars to hold this framework. And then the way that you both of you are so brilliant at the way that you moderate and the way that you make every person feel special, and how all the hosts come together with no competition, no ego. We all love each other and support each other. And that's why it's so fluid and it works, because it's so spirit led. Neil, I didn't know you were going to call me on earlier today. I had food in my teeth and I was like, oh no, how is this going to happen? But something told me to come upstairs and check on it, so I can feel the way that spirit is just really driving all of this. And our family are just so proud of all of us.
I feel like we do a good flow of structure with organic fluidity.
Yes.
It's a good marriage of that.
I feel like the before this one, the foundation was laid. You have to lay a foundation, and then you can start to build on top of it. So coming up to this with the foundation was laid. Now we're starting to build structures in whatever form they'll take.
A lot of us, like Neil said, Alan, and I really want to make this point. I know we're all really tired and we want to get into the humming, especially using our voices. That's a very important piece, is putting our soul essence and vibrating our chakras with the humming and our voices. But what I feel has been happening is we're the microcosm of the macrocosm. So we're clearing out all of our density too. And when you talk about that, Neil, I definitely was going through a lot of challenges in my 30-year marriage and had to work through that stuff. I didn't want to leave it in order to be who I truly am, because I just felt like I was going to meet another somebody who would bring up all the same stuff. I had to really get deep and dig into my stuff. But now what I see that has happened since we met each other, that was us laying the foundation, and we've been doing our personal dance and shadow work. And now we're here. And like you said, Alan, I feel the structures being created, and we're all coming over into this new, we're co-creating this new fifth dimensional frequency through all of us coming together in the collective. And, we focusing on what we want to see and being very careful with our words, whatever we're anchoring in with our words.
Right.
Yeah. And just to add to that, the key words that I picked up there, that is, the foundation of Neil's work here, is that the team that he's chosen to work with doesn't have that competition and ego within. So you can never have that infighting, as most organizations, experience. So I think, Neil has gravitated towards these people like myself and Alan and yourself, where we have the greater community in mind and understand that, we have service to do to others, and that we can leave our personal interests at the door and come in and just simply support Neil for what he's doing, because what he's doing really reflects on everyone else's work as well. So, I thought those were really super keywords that you used there.
And it's a trust, there's a trust. And I think because Neil comes from love, that's where it all sprouts out of that source.
Plus, I picked my favorite people in the world. I literally did. Like, all 8 MCs are just the people that I just really love and feel like I can confide into as well, and have really grounding conversations.
And what Dr. Melanie said when she talked about what the message was, love people until they love themselves. That's real. We all resonated with that so much, because that is where we've been focusing our attention, is letting them know not to put us on a pedestal, but to love themselves the way that they're, doing that with us. And Neil, like I've told you before, you and Adrian are pretty much the only people that I just say, no matter what you're doing, I'm in.
I want to say I'm so happy Barbara's part of our family. Thank you, Barbara.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. I am so privileged and blessed.
Me too. Come from that space of love, and Joan and Shariah and the whole, and Rob and Omar. Thank you so much. I am so exhausted, but I'm trying. I'm like, whoo, it's been 4 days, but we're refueled as well. I'm so glad about it. So let's get started. Let's all hum together and just put it out there, set our intentions together that we are sending so much love, blasting the love and the light into every realm for all life in every realm and dimension. We are doing this together, united as one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. And
so it is.
if everybody could please mute themselves so that we can just have this sound from the video, we're going to get right into this with Jonathan Goldman's humming experience. Love you all. Have a beautiful night. Be in touch. See you guys soon.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Goldman.
Hi, and I'm Andy Goldman, and we would love to welcome you to this global guided humming experience. And before we have this experience, we'd like to talk a little bit about the hows and the whys of sound. You know, why is it such a powerful tool for healing, and how we can use sound. And in this particular experience, we will be focusing on humming, and these sounds will be encoded with healing personally and also for our planet.
So before we indeed get into the actual meditation and the sounding experience, we want to talk a little bit about sound and particularly about humming, but first about sound. So there are two major ways that sound affects us. The first is called psychoacoustics. That's where the sound goes into our ears, into our brain, affects our nervous system, our heart rate, our respiration, our brain waves. And this is very powerful. This is when we are listening to sound, whether it's music or the sound of our own voice in conversation, we are being affected on a psychoacoustic level. The other way is something that a lot of people don't really think about, and that's called vibroacoustics. That's where sound goes into our body, affecting us on a cellular level, going down to our molecules and our DNA, creating shift and change. And that's extraordinarily powerful too. And we have been investigating using sound for healing for so many years. We've worked with all sorts of different sounds, and we found that the most powerful vibroacoustic sound is that of the hum.
And in fact, Jonathan and I looked at each other and we said, we have got to bring sound out to more and more people. But so many people become judgmental about their voice, or they think, you know, I'm not a musician, I'm not a singer. But we wanted to sort of get rid of those myths, because if you have a voice, you can work with sound as a healing modality. And we then went, aha, what is the one sound that everybody can make? The sound that people will not judge themselves about. And we looked at each other and we just went, perhaps we should delve deeply into the subject of humming. And that we have been doing and have just found so many powerful benefits of humming.
But before we get into the benefits of humming, I just realized there's something I wanted to tell you. And that is the power of intentionality.
Yes.
Because intention is part of the phenomena of why sound affects us. Years and years ago, back in the 1980s, I came up with a formula I'd like to share with you. That's frequency plus intent equals healing. That means the vibrations, the sound, plus the energy, the consciousness that we put into the sound really creates the effect, the outcome. And for us, we work with healing, and that is therefore healing. And this is so important. Nowadays, people are really becoming more and more aware of our beliefs and the power of our consciousness to affect things. So we wanted to share that with you. Because whether you are making a sound or receiving a sound, even when you're involved in conversation, be aware of the consciousness that you're encoding upon that conversation, because we all pick it up and receive it. Now, back to the physiological benefits of sound. Andy.
Well, when we are humming, and once again, I want to just reiterate, frequency plus intent equals healing, because when we're humming, when we're making sound, we want to keep our frequency as high as possible. And that we do with encoding our sounds with positive energy, with energies of love and compassion, loving kindness, gratitude, all of those beautiful, beautiful feelings of higher frequency.
In fact, a dear friend of ours, Sarah Benson, one time said to us that the true sound of healing is love.
And Sarah was, of course, both of our mentors, and we have embraced that teaching. The true sound of healing is love.
So it's so wonderful to encode on any sound that you make. Okay, what does humming do? And the reason we came up with these, if you like, physiological benefits is simply so that people would begin to take the subject of humming seriously and check it out.
And we like to call it, of course, conscious humming. But when we are consciously humming, so many things are happening in our body. Our blood pressure is lowered. Our heart rate is lowered. Melatonin is released. And nitric oxide, which is a molecule which has antiviral properties.
And it's also a vasodilator. So that's very, very amazing. What else?
Jonathan, one of the most important hormones that is released when we hum is oxytocin.
Oxytocin, all right.
And oxytocin is the trust hormone. And so when we are humming, we are opening ourselves up to that feeling of connectedness and belonging, because there's an element of trust, whether we're humming by ourselves or with a group of people. When that oxytocin is emitted, oh, we just feel good.
And we get, of course, lowered heart rate and respiration. So just even by taking some deep breaths and humming, you get a reduction of your blood pressure to really almost pharmaceutical levels. So it's very, very wonderful. And you also get increased heart rate variability and also get the release of endorphins, those wonderful, if you like, natural opiates of the body. So the use of humming is phenomenal, particularly dependent upon the intention that you put on it when you're doing conscious humming.
And one of the other elements of humming that is important is breath, our breathing. And when we are working with sound, we want to make sure that we're breathing from deep down in our belly, that diaphragmatic breathing. And we take those deep breaths, and our bodies begin to feel a sense of relaxing. And then our bodies support our sound. Now, the guided meditation, the experience that we are about to have, we want to talk about heart-brain coherence, because breathing is a big part of that, as is those beautiful positive qualities we were talking about. And we want our heart and our brain to be in sync, basically.
Why? Because when your heart and your brain are in sync, well, first of all, your heart and your brain both put out electromagnetic fields, but when they're synchronized, when they're in coherence, when they're resonating together, the electromagnetic field is amplified 50 to 500 to some perceive of even 5,000 times greater. So our electromagnetic field is much, much greater. And then when we add the energy of sound, the element of sound, we get an even greater enhanced electromagnetic field. And just think about it, the different prayers on our planet are vocalized. They're whispered, chanted, sung, spoken, but they're vocalized, and that's because sound amplifies the power of our prayers and our meditations. It's that simple, but that profound.
And soon we are going to be immersed in a beautiful humming guided meditation and experience. And this will be about 15 minutes. And we want to talk about it before we do it. It's divided into about 3 parts. And the first part, I will be guiding everyone through a heart-brain coherence, breathing experience. So you'll be guided each step of the way. And then Jonathan
will be leading you in a humming experience. And remember that we are doing this humming experience for personal healing, but also for planetary healing, so that we can project our amplified energy, our consciousness, our loving, light-filled sounds onto the planet, out to the Gaia matrix for planetary healing. What a blessing.
And the last component of this experience is after we have gone into the meditation and the humming, and we will then be in silence. And we do like to talk about silence because it is a very important aspect of working with sound. Because after we have vocalized and done our self-created sounds, then being in silence, that is where the shifts and the changes actually occur. And I always like to talk about silence as such an important thing, because that is where we listen within and we hear our inner wisdom and get our inner guidance. So at the end of our meditation, we will then be in silence. And of course, then we'll be coming back and Jonathan and I will conclude our program.
And you know, I like to say, Andy, that silence is the yin to the yang of sound. So there's this great balance we're creating through basically working with our consciousness, encoding and making the sound, and being in silence and resonating there. It's going to be a wonderful experience. So I like to say, bon voyage.
And before we bon voyage, let me just give you a few little tips here. First of all, close your eyes, because that sound is going to be more powerful with your eyes closed. I'm going to ask that you sit up with your back straight if possible. And also, as you are humming and working with your sound, and don't forget about your breathing, very important, but you want to stay in your comfort zone. Louder is not better. We don't have to strain in any way, just allowing the sounds to come through in a very inner, comforting way, I would say.
Nice. Thank you, Andy.
So I think we can all sit up nice and straight and close our eyes, and we are ready to take you onto and into this global guided humming experience.
Bon voyage.
The purpose for this meditation is to project a sound encoded with the energies of light and love, and project healing to the Gaia matrix, our beloved planet Earth. We will first create coherence between our heart and our brain. This effect will further be amplified by the power of the hum that you will be toning along with later, bringing more light and love into your body, mind, and spirit for health and wellness. And now, begin to focus on your breathing. Breathing in and breathing out. Slowly breathing in and out. And as you're breathing in and out, imagine or visualize that you're breathing in and out through your heart. As you're breathing in and out, through the area of your heart, remembering that it is love that breathes each breath, and it is love that causes each beat of our heart. Continue breathing slowly, breathing in and out in this manner. And now I'd like you to call to mind something that has brought you a great deal of appreciation, gratitude, something that you are feeling very good about. This might be an experience with another person. Perhaps it's a beautiful sunset. It may be a beloved pet, a spouse. But it is something that has brought you loving kindness and gratitude and appreciation. And as you're breathing in and out through your heart, feeling this appreciation, feeling this gratitude, you're creating a beautiful coherence between your heart and your brain. And your heart, through this coherence, is expanding, getting larger and larger, and connecting with all the heart and loving energy on our planet in this moment. This is just a wonderful way of creating a very powerful heart activation, and you'll be amplifying this with the sound of the hum. Continue breathing slowly and deeply while feeling appreciation and gratitude, and imagining your breath going in and out through your heart. Now, visualize this energy and begin to sense a radiant light around you that is permeating every cell of your body and resonating your heart chakra. In a moment, we'll begin to gently sound forth together. And as you do this, visualize the planet Earth as a holographic image floating in front of you. Imagine bathing the Earth in a healing field of light and love that you are creating through your sacred sound. Now, let us begin to make the sound of the hum together, bringing the energy of global harmonization, peace and healing to our beloved planet, Earth. one last time. Now, being in silence, visualizing all the light and love through sound that you have manifested, resonating and bringing to Earth and yourself to a deep state of healing. And when you feel ready, open your eyes and know that you have contributed to personal and planetary healing.
That was a very powerful experience for me, and I trust that it was for you too. Thank you for letting us share this opportunity of using sound and consciousness for personal and planetary healing. Andy, how was that for you?
Jonathan, that was a lovely, lovely experience. And my hope is that many of our listeners and participants also had a lovely experience, a healing experience on some level. I know for myself right now, I feel a sense of inner peace and balance. And so I hope that possibly many of you felt similarly.
And how extraordinary that we can literally project healing sounds, not only for ourselves, but our planet. You know, once again, it is a blessing, and we give thanks. Before we leave, we want to invite you to our website, healingsounds.com.
Come visit us. We have a lot of sound healing educational material. We have free downloads where you can download exercises to start working with your own sounds. And we, of course, we have a plethora of healing sounds tools. So do come visit us when you have a moment.
It's a great place to go. So as we depart from you right now, we want to thank you again for resonating with us. And we want to send you blessings of love and light through sound. Remember,
with our love, our light, and our sound, we have a choice.
we can make a difference.
And remember, we heal ourselves.
We heal the planet.
We heal the planet.
And we heal ourselves.
Blessings to all.
Thank you all so much. Love you all. Thank you for being a part of this event. This is just the beginning. We have a lot of beauty, a lot of magic in store. We're going to create whatever we want together. We're going to manifest. We are manifesting a beautiful future for all of humanity. Love you. Have a beautiful night or day. Bye-bye.